Our story begins with a young hunter wondering if this is where he dies. A demonic spear cursed him, leaving an unhealable wound. Only a legendary elixir can save him when Choi arrives. Choi claims he had everything under control and never needed any help. But the truth is, our hero just saved his ungrateful life. The bad news is he refuses to share such a rare, priceless item. No hope left, he quietly accepts his grim fate. System screens pop up, with cosmic gods called divine spirits mocking his final moments. These entities throw quests at humanity just to entertain themselves. As Choi prepares to leave, a strange being called a teller suddenly appears. These creatures act as messengers, delivering the cruel desires of the gods. The next trial is starting, so our hero warns Choi to run. Choi's annoyed companions complain, but he snaps at them and they quickly flee. They abandon our hero to die alone, so is this the end of the story? Not even close, he reincarnates as a weird rice ball creature. It turns out every dead soul gets stuffed into this bizarre shape. The supervisor tells him he is a corporate slave for the gods now. Suddenly, he is tossed into deep space with just 1 hour to sign a contract. Forever gone, but looking down, he sees Earth intact. The planet is completely intact, meaning he has been sent back in time. The apocalyptic portals have not opened yet, and humanity is still safe. With a sudden burst of will, he forces his soul back into his human body. This instant human transformation completely shocks his newly assigned guide. A total month, usually required for rookie tellers to learn. Our hero thinks this is easy, he has 1 hour to find a partner. But returning to Earth proves that things are never that simple. He sees glowing books hovering over everyone, colored bronze, silver, or gold. These books represent their inner talent, letting him read their true potential. But he only spots common bronze and average silver candidates. Time is up, with only 1 single minute left, panic sets in. His guide mocks him, saying a contract is now mathematically impossible. But our hero keeps his cool, desperately searching his memories. He remembers the Miracle Trio, the legendary strongest hunters from his past. He searches for the only member whose real name wasn't kept secret. Instantly, he teleports to a dorm room and finds Kang He-rim eating noodles. She panics and threatens to call the cops on the strange intruder. Too late, Yoo-hyun ignores her panic and stares ahead. All he can see is the massive golden book floating above her head. Yoo-hyun gets straight to business. He wants to sign a contract. Stunned, Kang He-rim asks if he is joking, knowing her terrible reputation. Everyone always told her she had zero talent for this life. All hope lost, but Yoo-hyun knows her true potential. He explains that he is here specifically because of her hidden genius. Excited by the sudden hope, she eagerly asks where to sign. Yoo-hyun hands her the pen as the clock ticks down to 15 seconds. He urges her to hurry up and sign as the tension mounts. She finally finishes. But the timer hits 0 at that exact split second. Story over, just. Kidding, talk about a close call. With only 2 seconds left, the system confirms it. Mission complete. Yoo-hyun remembers the promise he made to himself to live a life with no regrets. He tells He-rim he is excited to work together, and she simply asks him to take good care of her. Later, he pulls out the golden book containing He-rim's past. He opens it, and the truth is downright shocking. She doesn't have just one, but 3 main character classes, and only one is awakened yet. Her base power is already insane, and one of her talents even matches the legendary warrior Chiok Junjeong, with 3 top-tier talents under her belt. Just how powerful could she become if she awakened everything? Yoo-hyun asks if she knew. He-rim, however, still honestly believes her own talents are totally worthless. She explains that her old instructors banned her from mentioning them, but Yoo-hyun reminds her that they have a signed contract now. She laughs, revealing the talent's name is Goryeo-era Swordmaster, a title she thinks is a total joke. Yoo-hyun is Stunned, immediately confirming if she has ever told anyone else about her skills. She says people just never asked, worried he might cancel the contract, she adds. She won't let him, but he quickly reassures her he isn't disappointed whatsoever. Just. Then a system alert pops up. Boom, he is officially hired and his first mission is to attend the opening ceremony. He tells He-rim he must leave, though he has no idea for how long. He asks what weapon she uses. A shield, she replies, explaining that since she lacks combat skills but is physically strong, she figured a frontline tank role fit her best. Her instructors even forced her to train with spears, anything except swords. This infuriates Yu-hyun. He tells her to listen closely, dump the shield, grab a sword. Relentlessly, when she asks if that is really all, he says yes. Only then will you unlock your true power. He accepts the quest and, giving her a final order to keep practicing, he teleports away. Later, He-rim stands in a quiet construction site, sword in hand, feeling completely lost. Can she really learn just by swinging? Having never held a sword, she starts with a few random swings, but suddenly something clicks. Her movements become far more precise and fluid. A strange, natural grace takes over her body, completely unexplained. When Yu-hyun finally returns, way more time has passed than he ever expected. He teleports right to her coordinates and is stunned by her progress. Her stance is rock solid, performing highly complex sword forms without ever receiving a single lesson. Seriously, she is a beast in the making. No wonder she becomes the Sword Empress. His sudden appearance startles her, making her yell out how long he has been standing there. He says he did not want to interrupt her, and she claims she is not even training seriously yet. Suddenly, his next system quest pops up. It is his main lifetime goal, requiring him to gather stories and build a library. To earn a promotion, He-rim, unable to see the system, asks what he is doing. He tells her he is going to build a library, which leaves her highly confused. She asks if that is not the basic duty of any storyteller. He explains. She doesn't believe him, but he insists he has zero reason to lie. And just like that, a new holographic prompt appears, asking him to name his own. Scanning through the suggestions in his library, he realizes they are all completely garbage. Awful, getting incredibly annoyed with the trolls who made the list, Yu-hyun asks if he really must pick one of these cheap names just to catch attention. But then one specific name catches his eye. He opens it up to investigate. He views a library where a weak collector is crushed by several small monsters. While receiving countless spiteful comments telling him to quit, the story completely fails. To please the divine spirits, Yu-hyun understands the massive risk of making a contract with a terrible collector. Putting the name on hold, he decides to build his own channel immediately. He asks He-rim if she is ready to swing her sword around, but she only looks utterly confused. Next, they warp to another location with a massive portal. He-rim asks what this place is, and he explains it is the gateway to the world of thoughts, full of myths and legends. Staring at the portal, the main character explains the role of a teller. They share great stories with high spirits. And this is how they do it. Turning to He-rim, he asks a direct question. Does she realize the actual impact of the story they are about to show? She asks if it is some main character's journey, and he says it is. Just like that, but every tale belongs to its own genre. Still, out of so many options, one specific genre stands out above the rest. The heroic tales. Standing before the portal, Yu-hyun tells her that from now on, she will be the star of her own heroic epic. She still doubts it, but he promises to back her up. The scene shifts to a harsh, kobold-infested mountain. Our main character asks if she knows anything about these creatures, and she claims she knows a little. Accessing the system, the protagonist opens up his library. Immediately, some high-tier spirits begin logging in, highly interested in seeing what kind of story will unfold. He begins to speak to them, giving a polite introduction, but he soon realizes these are the exact same haters who left nasty comments in the other library. They immediately start typing negative remarks before the show even starts, showing they are only here to watch him fail miserably. Stepping back, the main character explains that he is going to the observation room, leaving her to face the monsters alone. This completely terrifies her. Trying to calm her down, he says she will do great, she just has to swing her sword like before. Suddenly, two giant monstrous feet appear. He-rim is totally terrified and screams, but the main character yells for her to believe in herself. She is shaking terribly, crying that she is still too scared. That's when the massive beast prepares its strike as she whimpers. The brutal kobold does not waste time. Swinging its heavy weapon, He-rim barely manages to clumsily dodge by throwing herself onto the ground. The monster quickly launches more strikes, and the girl keeps screaming for help in pure panic. She stumbles and trips backward, which ends up saving her from a brutal horizontal sweep that would have likely sliced her clean in half. Cruel comments from the spirits start pouring in, saying she is heading straight to her grave, leaving her utterly paralyzed with fear. Dark voices echo in her mind, showing a flashback where people mocked her weak skills and lack of strength. Harsh laughter and cruel words echoed in her mind, mocking her for lacking the talent to contract a teller. Tears streamed down her face in those memories as she desperately clung to her shield. She had used it to block the bullies. Now she just sat alone, staring blankly at the shield on her bed. She was too depressed to leave. Kang He-rim began to wonder if she truly had the strength to go on. Would she push forward, or would she run away back to her old life? Back in the fight, she lay frozen on the ground, paralyzed by trauma. An enemy blade grazed her arm, drawing blood, but something inside her suddenly shifted. She refused to run away again. Fleeing now would mean remaining completely useless forever. Even at her absolute lowest, she had to act for the one who chose her. The incredible teller had appeared out of nowhere, offering her a life-changing contract. If she turned her back now, she could never look Yu Hyun in the eye. Tightening her grip on her sword, she swore she would never be a coward again. Watching this unfold with a racing heart, Yu Hyun knew he had to act. He screamed her name, desperately telling her to dodge the incoming cobalt strike. She was just standing there, head bowed, as if waiting to be cut down. But the next second, she raises her head, and her eyes flash with power. Once those eyes glow, you know the real battle has finally begun. Raising her blade high, she effortlessly blocks the kobold's ferocious downward slash. Her weapon remains perfectly steady. She glares up, her eyes burning with pure rage. Fueled by sheer hatred, she unleashes a devastating counterstrike. She obliterates the beast instantly, leaving the watching divine spirits speechless. Even Yu Hyun can barely believe what his partner did. Dropping to her knees after the clash, Kang He-rim has one clear thought. She will never run, she will never fear. Watching her, Yu Hyun smiles. Finally, she is fighting like a true warrior, a master of the sword. A bright yellow light rises from the fallen monster, drifting toward her chest plate. A sudden system alert flashes, confirming she has successfully earned 7 points. Gasping in shock, she looks down, realizing the scale of her victory. As she quietly celebrates, Yu Hyun pops up on her system window. He praises her success, but their celebration is cut incredibly short. A pack of roaring beasts emerges, eager to avenge their dead comrade. Mid-fight, Yu Hyun explains that this fantasy world holds endless paths to joy. She cannot stop here, she must grow more ambitious for the future. As she fights, a sudden wave of viewer donations begins flooding in. Could she really reach those heights? Kang He-rim confidently answers with a yes. With her confidence soaring, everyone watching is hyped to see what she does next. A massive group of kobolds charges forward, but she does not back down. Unfazed, she raises her weapon, ready to tear through them all. Impressed by her growth, Yu Hyun checks the view count on her story. It has already reached over 15 views in less than an hour. But wait, the person watching her is actually an entirely different teller. This newcomer is Tan, and he watches Yu Haiyan's progress with deep suspicion. To Tan, such incredible results should be impossible for a rookie teller. He is absolutely convinced that Yu Haiyan must be using some dirty trick. He decided to analyze the situation and find out what was really happening. Opening the collector's viewer window left him speechless, stammering in pure disbelief. He wondered who this woman really was, completely armorless and carrying an ordinary blade. Having observed all kinds of elite collectors, he had never seen anyone so bizarre. This was a total first for him, as she was somehow growing stronger by the second. Realizing they stood no chance against He-rim, the kobolds fled in tears. Yu Haiyan watched them run, amazed at how rapidly her strength had skyrocketed. Highly impressed, he asked the divine spirits for their opinion on He-rim. But he knew this was just the beginning of what she could do. Far from it, points flooded in continuously as the donations kept racking up. As she racked up thousands of points, Yu Haiyan asked what she truly wanted. Confused, she pointed to a glowing red barrier that looked like a fence. He explained that crossing it meant leaving the safe farming zone behind. It was a safe border designed by collectors to harvest points without any risk. She nodded, but her hand was already tightening around the hilt of her sword. The veteran teller monitoring the broadcast was shocked by how fast she got there. Reaching the border on a first attempt was insane, and Yu Haiyan checked in. He asked if she felt let down, and she admitted feeling a bit empty. Far from it, Yu Haiyan made it clear the fun was just beginning. Why stop now that they were here? They could go all the way. With his guidance, she could push past the boundary and conquer this entire mind domain. Once cleansed, they are permanently erased, a clean slate. But clearing it spawns another elsewhere. Few have the guts to finish them. Most lack the high-level skills, which is why the lazy border was built. They chose safety over clearing these mental spaces, but He-rim wanted to advance. She asked if this was really okay, and he jokingly said to blame him. Her fierce determination made it clear she had no intention of stopping anyway. With a bright smile, she asked if she was really that obvious. The watching divine spirits were absolutely thrilled by her bold attitude. She resolved to conquer the entire domain, following his words to the letter. As Yu Haiyan stirred up the crowd to support He-rim, a certain lizard-faced teller stared in complete shock. He-rim took her stance, readying her sword. The rival teller scoffed, doubting she possessed the raw power to break the border. She didn't hesitate. With a single leap, He-rim launched forward. She charged forward with intense fury, and the viewers absolutely loved it, pouring in donations. She was proving herself to be a true heroine, leaving the lizard teller frustrated. The entire broadcast was turning out radically different from any normal run. Her stream had already reached 20 concurrent viewers, which was unheard of. Usually, collectors chose the easiest, safest route, making the whole narrative quite boring. Because of that lazy complacency, the gods had nearly abandoned interest in this world. They even triggered an apocalypse just to find some cheap entertainment. Yu Haiyan knew how this tragedy ended and refused to let history repeat itself. He was determined to forge a brand new destiny, independent of outside gods. True change had to come from humanity itself, through the legendary Sword Empress. Their audience count hit 25, just as a massive threat appeared before her. Once again, Yuan congratulated her. She had reached the deepest point of this mind domain. She was overjoyed to see him. Everyone knew her deep blush meant she was falling. She was in love. Still, Yuan only noticed that her fear was completely gone. He told her they were almost there, gently suggesting she take a quick rest. Agreeing, she sat down immediately. She had to admit she was already exhausted. Yuan realized something. Despite her skills, her physical body simply could not keep up. She needed more resilience. He asked how she felt about fighting with a sword. She instantly replied that it was amazing. In fact, she wished she started sooner. Looking down at her book, Yuan noticed it was glowing far brighter than usual. Her incredible progress today must have unlocked some deep changes inside the mysterious book. He decided to inspect it later. For now, the kobolds were waiting ahead. A massive pack of monsters occupied the final gate of this mind domain. Their leader likely kept them coordinated, but she showed absolutely no signs of fear. Smiling, Yuan asked what she wanted to do, offering to quit right here. She laughed softly and asked if he was joking, but he was completely serious. She stood up. There was no way she would quit on her ninja way. Yuan could not play dumb after everything they had gone through together. He agreed to take responsibility for his guide role, asking if they should proceed. She eagerly nodded. Yuan smiled slightly as he watched her step forward confidently. He was proud of her newfound strength, no more holding her back now. But the final stage was a different beast. It would be incredibly dangerous. She needed a clear plan. Yuan asked if she knew how to clear domains. She nodded. This one was simple. The clear condition was a straightforward raid. She simply had to defeat all the enemies while focusing heavily on their leader. While mind domains had various clear conditions, this one was basic hack and slash. She only had to defeat the boss monster. The thought made her super excited. The girl was practically skipping toward the boss room, humming a cheerful tune. But Yuan quickly yelled to halt. She had to swap her weapon first. Confused, she looked down. Her trusty sword was fractured and completely ruined. One hit would shatter it. Karim instantly burst into dramatic, sobbing tears. She was absolutely devastated. Yuan tried to comfort her, praising her starter sword. To calm her down, he opened the store, showing her massive point balance. He highlighted the best sword upgrades she could buy with her current points. She cried at the steep price. It would take every point she had. But she had no choice. She reluctantly spent everything on a new blade. A gorgeous weapon appeared beside her. It looked like a sleek, curved katana. Yuan praised the blade, but Karim was still weeping over her empty pocket. He promised she would earn even more points now. It was showtime. Ahead, the kobolds waited patiently. Their leader watched from the shadows with his underlings. Suddenly, Karim charged in, screaming that this was all their fault. Because of them, her starter sword broke. The kobolds began sweating in fear. They saw her wild approach. This girl was a terrifying threat to them. Charging ahead, she roared that she had to spend all her savings today. She unleashed a devastating downward strike, her rage fueling her brand new weapon. A massive explosion ripped through the ground, blasting the monsters in all directions. He-rim realizes everyone there is already doomed and starts tearing them apart. She screams about wasting her hard-earned points, pure rage burning in her eyes. She leaps high to strike the boss. Losing money really changes people. As she cries out in desperation, the massive kobold boss begins to scream. But it is already too late. With one clean swipe, she slices off its head. The massive boss falls, clearing this dangerous domain once and for all. Later, He-rim is in a cafe, stuffing her face with a ridiculously delicious cake. She can barely believe such flavor exists. Yu-Hyun sips his coffee, amused. He asks if it is really that good, and she enthusiastically nods. He-rim swears she has never tasted anything so incredible in her entire life. Yu-Hyun thinks she is exaggerating, but remembers she survived on cheap instant ramen. He tells her she can eat cake every day if they keep making points. But he warns her to watch out, or she will definitely gain weight. Changing the subject, she asks what he meant by her Goryeo-era talent. Yu-Hyun asks if she has ever heard of the legendary Cheok Yungyong. She shakes her head, having no clue who this ancient warrior is. He tells her Yungyong was just an ordinary, low-ranking soldier back then. But one day, he scaled a castle wall occupied by the Jurchen tribe, and single-handedly wiped out every last enemy on top of those walls. He went on to mercilessly defeat tens of thousands of enemy soldiers alone. People whispered that he transcended human limits, calling him Goryeo's greatest swordmaster. He-rim is thoroughly impressed by the tale, but wonders why he's so obscure. Yu explains that his best friend had an incredibly unfortunate name. This only makes her more curious, but Yu refuses to say it. She bugs him to spill it, wondering if the name is cursed. Yu gets flustered and tells her to stop before he reports her. He jokingly threatens to call the cops if she keeps bothering him. Annoyed, she pulls out her phone to search for the Swordmaster's companion. She cannot believe a name could be that terrible until she sees it. He-rim instantly blushes a deep red, utterly embarrassed by the historical joke. Furious at the crude translation, she chucks her phone straight at Yu. She screams that he is a pervert and threatens to file a complaint. Yu ducks, arguing that a bad name does not diminish legendary strength. Even forgotten, his legacy is real. Hearing this, He-rim gets excited. She eagerly asks if her own talent is just as special. Her childish reaction makes Yu wonder when she will finally mature. He wants her to become the great Sword Empress. He grabs her arm. Yu pulls her along, saying it is time to start their plan. She struggles to keep up, questioning what he has in store next. He says they must fix her image, but she whines about her cake. He-rim asks if his strategy is safe, and he guarantees it is. He reminds her of the rules: do not make any foolish faces, and act with utmost respect in front of the watching divine spirits. She nods, ready to go. The room begins filling with celestial entities. Yu notices that this crowd of spirits is massive compared to before. The crowd stands frozen in pure astonishment, their mixed reactions instantly sparking Yu-hyeon's curiosity. Now he finally gets it. They had never actually seen He-rim dressed up like this. She looks absolutely stunning. Yu-hyeon quietly muses on what truly makes a character stand out. Most people would easily vote for raw strength as the #1 quality. But ask about the second most crucial trait, and believe me, things get complicated. To him, visual appearance is king. Looking good always guarantees massive public interest. She was definitely proving him right, but they still have prep work to finish. Before stepping into the next domain, she has one last crucial thing to learn. Yu-hyeon hands her a scroll. It is the exact story he bought earlier. She admits she has never seen it before. Raw talent is great, but prep is everything. Learning how to gear up for a mission is what keeps a collector alive. He-rim gratefully thanks him and immediately starts absorbing the power of the records. When Yu-hyeon asks how she feels, she notes a refreshing surge of energy. That is rare. Normally, absorbing too many narratives leaves collectors feeling horribly sick. He-rim starts to ask what kind of points he spent to buy these files. Yu-hyeon cuts her off quickly. It is finally time to start the show. They step into the next domain. Looking around, she asks what this place is. It looks like a maze, but Yu-hyeon cuts her off again. Catching on, she acts serious and describes the desolate area. Yu-hyeon steps in to explain. This is the infamous labyrinth of Kree. Many have tried to conquer it in the past, only to fail miserably. This is her major mission now. He-rim asks why everyone else struggled so badly. He replies that no one has ever figured out how to trigger the end condition. Wandering deeper, she halts. Corpses litter the cold stone floor. These were clearly former explorers who became hopelessly lost in the dark maze. He-rim shudders at the sight, but Yu-hyeon quickly tells her to keep quiet. He notes these bodies are fresh. Meanwhile, over 100 viewers are already tuned in. Powerful storytellers are watching. This stream is pulling in some massive engagement. Yu-hyeon knows these veteran storytellers are just trying to steal ideas from them. Honestly, he does not care. His only focus is securing a loyal fanbase. Yu-hyeon suddenly pulls out a large spool of thick string and hands it over. He-rim asks why she needs thread. This maze is incredibly tricky and unpredictable. He mentions the classic myth of Theseus using a string to escape. She must do the exact same thing. He wishes her good luck before departing. He teleports back to the viewing area. Suddenly, the system screen flashes. The interface instructs her to simply move forward without ever looking back. It sounds like a simple errand. She accepts the trial and starts moving. As she unrolls the thread, a steady stream of donations begins flowing in. Every single payment comes from a mysterious user named Triple X. He-rim carefully walks past the rotting corpses, leaving a clear path behind her. Observing her, Yoo-hyun notices her mental resilience is far above average. She stays perfectly calm despite being surrounded by absolute horror. Rounding a corner, she scans the path ahead, total focus. Keeping her cool, she finally discovers the actual center of the maze. Right there in the open, could the final boss really be the Minotaur? Is this straight out of Greek mythology? A bright light glows from the portal as Yoo-hyun begs her to wait a second. Unfortunately, it is already way too late. A towering Minotaur, easily 5 meters tall, stands right before her, snorting and ready to strike. The beast lets out a deafening roar, its hand already coming down straight to crush He-rim, but still, she does not look nervous. Watching everything through his screen, Yoo-hyun sees the beast land a massive strike. The giant hand shatters the ground, but did He-rim get caught in that impact? Thick dust clouds the entire battlefield, making it impossible to see if she is hurt. But as the Minotaur glares forward, it realizes something far too late. Her blade has already carved through its chest, and she is already behind it, poised to strike. With zero mercy, He-rim begins slicing the beast, shouting that tonight dinner is going to be cowhead soup. What an absolute humiliation for a Minotaur. The divine spirits ask what cowhead soup is, while Yoo-hyun gets irritated at her cheesy, cliché catchphrases. Yoo-hyun yells out to warn her that this Minotaur is way stronger than any kobold. Its thick hide is far tougher to pierce. So taking it down with one shot is way harder. She should use a hit and run tactic. He keeps shouting desperately, but she is clearly not listening. She has absolutely no intention of backing off or playing it safe. Instead, she masterfully dodges every strike as the beast continues to bleed heavily. As it weakens, the beast drops to its knees, and He-rim lands smoothly right in front of it. Yoo-hyun watches the screen in pure shock as her blade ignites with a brilliant, glowing green light. He-rim has actually mastered the legendary Aura Sword, also known as the Kai Blade. It is a high-level skill that allows players to channel raw energy, unleashing devastating strikes at full power. Normally, regular hunters do not have the talent to master this technique. On their own, they usually have to acquire it, yet this monstrous girl has already fully awakened it on her own. Yoo-hyun hit the absolute jackpot. She is an absolute gem. He-rim prepares her stance, screaming back at the beast as she charges directly ahead, determined to cut the massive Minotaur clean in half. Her blade cuts vertically right through the middle of the beast's horned skull. And yes, I mean the horned beast, not the girl in the dress. A huge explosion follows. Cut cleanly in half, the dead beast lies several meters away from her, slumped inside a massive crater carved out by her devastating aura strike. He-rim quietly stares at her victory, blade still in hand, wiping the sweat away. Just then, system donations start flooding in, mostly from her biggest fan, Triple X. Yoo-hyun is completely stunned. He literally did not have to lift a finger. He just watched the absolute slaughter while their channel subscribers doubled. But then He-rim calls out to Yoo-hyun, saying something feels a bit off. He asks what is wrong. She points out that the domain has not cleared. Even the divine spirits are left wondering why the trial is still active. Teleporting right next to her, Yoo-hyun confirms that the battle is not over. She looks up, startled, speaking to both her and the watching spirits. He reveals the dark secret behind this labyrinth and why it is so notorious. The nightmare does not end simply because you slay the boss monster. He remembers that in his past life, many had beaten the Minotaur, but still none. No explorer had ever managed to finish the labyrinth, leaving its rules a total mystery. But everything changed when an expert digger finally cleared it. Thanks to those survivor logs, Yoo-hyun knew exactly how to beat this place. He-rim suggests using her thread to backtrack, but that is only the entrance. When she asks where the actual exit is, Yu Hyan simply points upward. She wonders if he is joking, but he replies with a myth-based question. He asks if she knows the ancient legend of Daedalus. She nods. He was the genius inventor who built this massive, inescapable maze. Yet someone still managed to break out of his perfect trap. He-rim asks if he is talking about Theseus, and Yu Hyan confirms it. Since Daedalus shared the secret of the thread, King Minos wanted revenge. He locked both the inventor and his son inside, but they still escaped. Showing He-rim a stray white feather, Yu Hyan drops a massive hint. He drops a clue on how to escape, and her face lights up with excitement. Feathers are scattered everywhere, and she runs off to gather them. She scurries off to gather them, returning with a proud grin and full hands. Dumping them on the floor, she confidently asks if this pile is enough. The moment they hit the ground, they begin to glow. Suddenly, a gorgeous pair of glowing angel wings sprouts directly from her back. She just unlocked the wings of Icarus, a rare item allowing daily flight. While she stands there completely starstruck, Yu Hyan snaps her back to reality. He warns her to use them to get out of there fast. Flying upward, He-rim realizes just how incredibly lucky she really is. Her live stream chat explodes with congrats and massive donations. Back at home, her ego is through the roof as she asks for his opinion. Yu Hyan gives her a mild compliment, but she wants more. She dances around, repeatedly asking if she looked gorgeous in action. Yu Hyan tells her to stop, completely unimpressed by her constant boasting. She refuses to back down, claiming no man can resist her charm. Claiming even gods would swoon, she really pushes Yu Hyan's limits. He snaps and threatens to smack her if she doesn't shut her mouth. She immediately fakes tears, whining about how mean he is. He changes the subject, asking if she has visited the Hunter Association office yet. It is time to upgrade her rank so she can start earning real cash. Mention money, and she is instantly ready to fly out the window. He stops her, warning her not to waste her daily flight on this. There is no need to use a powerful skill for a simple trip. He decides to tag along so the association bureaucrats don't cheat her. When they arrive, nobody recognizes her as a lowly collector anymore. Her newly acquired aura makes her look like a high-tier powerhouse. She strides proudly through the lobby with Yu Hyan by her side. Onlookers can't help but stare and whisper about how stunning she looks. Yu Hyan quietly warns her not to pull any wing stunts inside the lobby. Giving him a guilty look, she quickly insists she would never do that. As they reach the counter, the clerk asks how he can help them. Without being overwhelmed by her terrifying aura, Yu Hyan replied they were there to claim the rewards for clearing a mental domain, while He-rim was just thinking about what she would have for dinner tonight. Low whispers quickly filled the room. Nobody believed that someone could actually complete a mental domain on their own. Even with all the rumors flying, they were furious about the recent domain shutdowns, blaming Yu Hyan and He-rim for being selfish and hoping for their downfall. Little did they know who they were dealing with. Behind the desk, the attendant asked if anyone else had entered the domain with them, but Yu Hyan shook his head. He-rim had cleared the whole thing solo. The crowd immediately erupted, shouting accusations that they were lying. Ignoring the noise, the attendant asked what class she was. He-rim quietly answered Class 9. Shaken, the attendant asked them to wait while he contacted his supervisor, directing them to the waiting room. Still, the gossip never stopped. Nobody believed a single hunter, especially a Class 9, could conquer a mental domain. Yu Hyan looked at her with concern, but quickly relaxed, seeing how little she actually cared. Suddenly, a giant of a man, standing 2 meters tall and packing over 200 pounds of muscle, called them liars. Leaning down to get right in her face, he started mocking her, sneering that she could never survive a domain alone. He wanted to intimidate her, but He-rim just stared back blankly, completely uninterested in giving him any response. This set the muscle head off, furious that a mere Class 9 was. Ignoring his presence, he pushed further, trying to force any kind of reaction. Yet nothing came from the girl, who kept watching him with cold indifference. His mind games failed completely, and he started yelling at her for the disrespect. Yu Hyun stepped in, casually telling him that she had no interest in talking. The brute turned on him, demanding to know what a mere manager was doing. Yu Hyun calmly replied that he preferred the term colleague. This only made the big guy angrier, warning Yu Hyun to get lost before he got hurt. But Yu Hyun did not even flinch. Instead, he just wore a sarcastic smirk, asking what would happen if he stayed, completely losing his temper. The giant threw a devastating punch directly at Yu Hyun's face, though the manager simply warned him to watch out for He-rim. The idiot refused to listen and charged. Suddenly, his massive wrist was caught in a grip that was far thinner but infinitely stronger. Looking down at He-rim, the brute barked out what was her problem, warning her to let go or face the consequences. But little did he know that he was the one in serious danger. The crowd watched in shock as He-rim slammed him into the floor so hard the tiles shattered. He instantly blacked out. While she just stood there looking down, it was a scene very similar to the Minotaur fight. For anyone paying attention, Yu Hyun remarked that he had warned him, crossing his legs without a care in the world. He had literally told him to watch out, and now we can clearly see that He-rim has absolutely no patience left for fools. She definitely has two extreme sides, but surprise, the guy was not actually unconscious, though he clearly lacked the strength to stand back up, let alone comprehend how he was defeated so fast. Staring up, he could not believe he had been easily crushed by a girl. What an absolute fool. He-rim was ready to finish him off as he desperately scrambled up, charging at her one last time, but she kept her stance perfectly steady, calmly watching his next move. The crowd gasped in horror as she slammed him down a second time. No one could believe a Class 7 collector was getting destroyed, especially by a mere Class 9 rookie. Talk about a massive wake-up call. Since he was still conscious, he could definitely take some more punishment. Humiliated by the double defeat, he glared at Yu Hyun with sudden realization. This setup was exactly what the shady manager wanted, pushing himself up. He unleashed a suffocating wave of aura, roaring curses at the girl. But this time He-rim did not hold back. Yu Hyun immediately noticed that her stance shifted into high-tier aerial martial arts. Unbelievable. The shockwaves run deep, causing the association floor to buckle and crack. Normal bystanders panic in absolute despair, screaming for the fight to end. The furious attacker completely ignores them, screaming death threats at He-rim. But she immediately shuts him down, planting her boot heavily straight onto his spine to pin him flat onto the shattered floor. He grovels in utter confusion. Watching closely, Yu Hyun spots something spectacular. She had somehow taught herself the advanced heavy body technique. Extraordinary. She was vastly exceeding the expectations he had when recruiting her. But suddenly, she turns beet red, leaving even Yu Hyun totally baffled. Meanwhile, the onlookers mutter in awe at her overwhelming physical dominance. Suddenly, a loud, commanding voice demands to know what is happening. Two suited association guards quickly step in to break up the scene. Yu Hyun immediately realizes their delayed reaction was deliberate, likely ordered by someone. Right on cue, a high-ranking official steps out of the crowd. He asks if they think the association is a joke to cause such chaos. This guy was clearly the boss here. Yu Hyun coolly asks if he is in charge. The boss nods, demanding to know his identity, so Yu Hyun steps forward. He introduces himself as He-rim's partner, explaining the situation calmly. They did not start this mess, it was merely a disagreement. The other guy attacked first, giving He-rim no choice but to subdue him. She acted purely in self-defense. The boss still looks somewhat skeptical. But Yu Hyun points out she did not even sustain a single scratch. Her quick actions kept everyone safe from a rampaging threat, Yoo-hyun adds. That the association should actually thank her for handling it so cleanly. The boss has to concede. The murmuring crowd also backs their story, confirming the loudmouth initiated the brawl, forcing the manager to apologize. With the trouble sorted, Yoo-hyun gets straight to the real point. He demands to see the person handling their domain, clearing rewards. An elderly official steps forward, sheepishly admitting there's a slight processing delay. He requests a private discussion to sort out the massive payout. Grabbing He-rim, they follow the old man to his quiet office. As the crowd whispers about her victory over a Class 7 veteran, Yoo-hyun notes her first public display did wonders for her reputation. But the real game was only starting. His true objective here was to squeeze every last benefit out of this entire association. He was no He-rim, but underestimating him would be a huge mistake. Originally, he wanted to pressure them both, but his plans quickly crumbled. He saw the shift, realizing things were turning against him. He changed his tone. He opens his office door. Politely, he invites them in, keeping his face calm. Yoo-hyun remains cautious. He knows this experienced old man leaves no room for errors. The veteran introduces himself as Cho Young-mo, the chief director of this facility. Yoo-hyun steps forward. He calmly introduces himself and presents He-rim to him. Cho Young-mo mentions hearing that the duo successfully cleared 2 mine domains. But Yoo-hyun corrects him. Actually, He-rim conquered those dangerous domains completely alone. This leaves the director utterly speechless, though Yoo-hyun expected that reaction. Since she put her powers on display, they have all the proof they need. The veteran agrees, but demands to know what they want from the association. Getting straight to the point, Yoo-hyun asks for their rightful reward. He asks if the association really plans to keep what they earned. Hearing this, the old administrator's friendly expression instantly vanishes. Forcing a smile, Cho Young-mo explains that reward distribution is solely his decision. But Yoo-hyun easily senses there is a deeper reason behind this meeting. He decides to speak honestly, admitting he already expected some major pushback. Even so, the old director calmly insists that he only wants clear answers. Yoo-hyun tells him to stop playing games and answer a simple question. Do they truly intend to rob them of their rightful clearing rewards? This blunt pressure catches Cho Young-mo completely off guard, forcing his hand. The truth is simple. The government prefers keeping existing domains fully intact. They want to prevent new, highly volatile domains from spawning randomly elsewhere. Since everyone agreed to this, the director can only offer a smile. He admits that the young hunters are targeting a very sensitive issue. Neither the government nor the active collectors want to deal with extra work. Cho Young-mo warns that they have thrown water on a silent agreement. He asks if they realize the consequences, but Yoo-hyun strongly disagrees. He argues that domains exist solely to please the divine spirits with stories. But humanity is breaking that sacred rule, though the director objects. He claims their caution is logical because analyzing new domains is incredibly expensive. It represents an extreme financial gamble and costs precious lives inside them. Their stance is purely about prevention, but Yoo-hyun remains totally unconvinced. He mocks their pathetic excuses, making the old man shout in pure rage. He yells, demanding to know if they will take responsibility for those deaths. But Yoo-hyun calmly reminds him that they are merely professional collectors. They are not meant to carry those massive responsibilities. A hunter's survival ultimately depends on their own skills and destiny. Outraged by this cold reply, Cho Young-mo warns him to watch his tongue. But Yoo-hyun reiterates his stance, making the senior yell about human lives. He calls them highly irresponsible, but Yoo-hyun internally recalls his past life. The association's passivity back then had actually caused massive casualties on Earth. He admits that losing people in fresh domains is an undeniable tragedy. However, maintaining the fragile status quo will never solve the actual problem. Collectors nowadays are pretty rotten, playing the coward just to protect their own skin. Avoiding any real danger, the old man, Choi Young-mo, asks if he thinks he is different. He absolutely does. Unlike the others, they do not hide or hold back. They are simply better, which is why they are actively shutting down these dangerous domains. Choi Young-mo scoffs, asking if they actually expect a reward for doing their job. All this time, He-rim stays completely silent. The old man shrugs, saying it doesn't even matter. That is just how their society and the system function, and nothing is going to change it. Does he get it? Grinning, Kang Yu-hyun asks if the old man fears the fallout. But Choi Young-mo simply shrugs it off with a cold grin. They are only two people, after all, but Kang Yu-hyun quickly brushes that logic aside. It might look that way to him, but what happens when everyone else decides to rise up too? What others? Choi Young-mo asks, but his face suddenly drains of all color. Screens from the higher spirits flash open right in front of him. These divine beings are pretty furious about the association's cheap behavior. As the old man stares in shock at the chat screens, Kang Yu-hyun introduces himself. He is Kang Yu-hyun, a professional storyteller representing Celestial Body, Incorporated. He is live streaming this exact conversation, and the entire world is watching them right now. Choi Young-mo originally assumed he was just dealing with some low-level manager. Yet the young man carries himself with such quiet, humble confidence. His protective care and sharp negotiating are unlike those cold, common tellers. The old man sinks into deep despair, trying to figure out where things went wrong. When did this kid plan all of this? But that is the wrong question to ask. The young man sitting across from him has predicted every single detail from day one. He acts as if he had anticipated this entire situation from the very start. Talk about an absolute trap. They have zero excuses left to turn the tables. Sweat drips onto the table. If the association gets a bad reputation, it is completely over. If nasty rumors start spreading, the fallout will crush their entire organization. This could destroy the entire organization. Desperate, Choi Young-mo looks for an escape. He needs a masterful excuse, something to salvage this absolute disaster of a meeting. There has to be a way out. It cannot end in absolute checkmate like this. Staring at Kang Yu-hyun, he realizes the boy is completely calm through it all. Finally, the harsh truth hits him. He is nothing more than a pawn in this young man's hands. He lost long ago. Trembling, he tries to stand up, but his legs completely refuse to obey him. He sinks back onto the couch, helpless. Kang Yu-hyun just offers a cheerful smile. He-rim simply watches him, remaining completely silent as the tension thickens. Kang Yu-hyun admits he is glad the old man still has decent survival instincts. By now, the victory is absolute, but our main character wanted even more. He hoped the old man would act reckless, giving him room to squeeze out more. But it did not happen. If the old man had just refused to back down, he could have ruined his career and extorted far greater rewards from him. But the old man is smart. He probably just gained 30% more white hairs. Defeated, he asks what the two of them actually want from him now. Kang Yu-hyun points out his demands were already made crystal clear. Broken, the old man finally agrees to fully reward them for clearing the domain. Yu Hyun is deeply satisfied, thrilled with how the negotiations went. He asks what his viewers think of the outcome, and they absolutely love the deal. A few chatters still want him to completely wipe out the old man and the association. But that is just a loud, noisy minority. Either way, he completely hates disappointing his viewers, and honestly, can you blame him? Wanting the absolute best outcome, a massive wave of donations instantly floods in. This might not be some grand, heroic tale, but it sure pays incredibly well. Standing next to He-rim, he tells the old man to deposit the money today. The association president quickly nods, promising the cash will be sent right away. But Yu Hyun adds there is one more thing. Hearing this, Choi Young-mo flinches. He nervously asks what it is. Seeing his sheer panic, Yu Haiyan calmly smiles. Instead, he just needs some help tracking someone down. The old man asks who. Yu Haiyan asks if a collector named Choi Down is registered in the system. Cho Youngmo shakes his head. He has never heard of any collector by that name. Yu Haiyan shrugs. He might be a collector, or maybe not, but he is currently 18. Or perhaps 19, and Yu Haiyan goes on to describe his exact appearance. He wants the association to investigate the kid and gather some intelligence on him. The president asks if there is any other detail he can share about him. Yu Haiyan simply replies that the boy is incredibly arrogant, leaving the president baffled. Stepping outside into the bright daylight, He-rim finally lets out a massive sigh of relief. She honestly thought her heart would stop from the sheer pressure. Yu Haiyan praises her for maintaining her perfect, cool posture inside. She admits she was terrified of failing. It was completely exhausting, but Yu Haiyan tells her she needs to get used to it. Since they will be doing this quite often, whining, she asks if she can go back to her usual routine. She just wants to avoid meetings and eat cake in peace. But our guy laughs. She can never go back to that quiet life now. He points out that absolutely everyone was talking about her in there today. Her effortless charm has already made her incredibly famous. Everyone is completely in awe of her beauty and power, thanks to her epic showing at the association. That praise makes her blush. Yu Haiyan keeps going, telling her that in the future, she will enjoy massive riches and glory from what they pulled off today. Hearing that makes her eyes light up. Drunk on excitement, she offers to treat him. But Yu Haiyan gently grabs her shoulder, warning her that their work is not done. She wonders what it is, but wait, look at his face right here. He-rim asks what is wrong, and he tells her some urgent business just popped up. He needs to handle this right away, leaving her completely bewildered and without explanation. Opening his system window, he triggers his Genesis teleport, promising he will be right back instantly. Yu Haiyan vanishes, leaving her behind as he materializes somewhere high. Above the city streets, suddenly a figure steps up behind him. Yu Haiyan demands answers. But the stranger remains dead silent. Turning around, Yu Haiyan firmly repeats his question. The stranger scoffed, calling Yu Haiyan an insolent brat who clearly has zero manners. Looking down on him, the stranger mentions someone important wants to meet the new recruit. He traveled all this way to hand-deliver the ultimate invitation to join their group. They want him in the pentagram division. Cutting right to the point, Yu Haiyan asks who the heck he is. The stranger finally smiles, introducing himself as Jinpong, his senior. Jinpong fumes. This arrogant rookie needs to learn his place. But Yu Haiyan cuts him off. He has a name, and it is Kang He-rim. The recruiter freezes. How on earth does this kid already have a name? It took Jinpong 3 whole weeks, yet this newcomer gets his on day 1. Annoyed, Jinpong snaps. Names do not matter. He is here to recruit. But Yu Haiyan refuses instantly. That makes Jinpong absolutely furious. He demands to know what the boy just said. Yu Haiyan simply repeats his refusal. No joining, got it. Jinpong tries to flex his senior authority. But Yu Haiyan does not flinch. Trying to pull rank is completely useless here. That leaves the senior totally baffled. Yu Haiyan just stares him down. Did you think I belonged to some division? I am a free agent. The man growls in pure outrage, but Yu Haiyan shuts him down instantly. He puts the senior right in his place. To him, the guy is a nobody. A real senior needs a solid track record, and Jinpong has absolutely nothing. Jinpong is startled. How does this kid know that? Yu Haiyan remains completely silent. He came here just to intimidate him, but that sad little tactic failed completely. Talk about a satisfying reality check. Yu Haiyan delivers a brutal warning. Go back to your team. Make it clear that I am never joining them. Tell that to your boss too. If they really want me, they need to try harder. Send someone competent next time, or come ask me yourself. The man literally trembles with nervous rage, utterly speechless. He stutters in panic, so Yu Haiyan tells him to get lost. Jinpong teleports away. But not before leaving a weak threat. Yu Haiyan walks back to He-rim. Just a bunch of weirdos here, he sighs. He-rim runs up to him immediately. She asks what kind of emergency he had to deal with, but he dodges. He brushes it off. Now, it is finally time to find her a real manager. The two of them stand outside a grand office building called Daik Management. But this flashy place is not what Yu Haiyan wants. It should be nearby. He recalls the location from his memories and scans the dusty street. There it is. The rundown office building makes He-rim look incredibly nervous. I mean, would you trust a business running out of a place like this? Yu Haiyan just knocks on the door, calling out to see if anyone is inside. A voice yells for them to wait a second. Then, the door swings open. A slender leg clad in dark tights steps out. A young woman stares at them. She asks what they want, but the sight of her freezes Yu Haiyan completely. He is totally speechless. No matter what he does now, the past cannot be changed. The severed ties of his previous life can never be mended. Memories flood back. He remembers sprinting frantically through a ruined wasteland, his heart pounding in terror. A dark voice echoed back then, warning him to stay away from her. She had lost her humanity. In his memory, she is being choked. Blood dripped from her lips while that shadow figure offered him a deal. The bargain was tempting. Then, a sharp voice cuts through the illusion. "Hello," the woman shouts, snapping him right back to the present day. He stammers an apology. Her hair is different now, but it is definitely her. The exact same companion from his dark past. She smiles and introduces herself. Suryan, the manager of Becca Management, cheerfully asks if they came to sign up. Yu Haiyan replies yes, but explains that only He-rim will actually be joining her agency. Looking at He-rim, Suryan instantly thinks she is incredibly beautiful and cool. She is absolutely thrilled that such an impressive collector wants to join her little business. But Yu Haiyan tells her to drop the act, so she immediately stops pretending. Admitting it is a total relief. Suryan gets hit with a sudden realization. This collector she thought was so incredibly cool is actually just a silly, regular girl. Turning her attention to Yu Haiyan, she notes that while He-rim is obviously a collector. What exactly is he? Yu Haiyan simply smiles and asks if she wants to guess. Suryan starts analyzing him. If he were a collector, he wouldn't need to find her. Yet he clearly does not look like he belongs to any of the major clans either. She finally guesses that he is a teller, which genuinely surprises Yu Haiyan. Not even the old man had managed to figure that out on his very first attempt. She explains that tellers carry a totally different aura from regular humans. Right now, Suryan is just a small-time CEO running a tiny collector agency. But when the apocalypse finally begins, her entire world is going to change. In his past life, she led countless survivors with her perfect decision-making. Suryan apologizes in case she got it wrong, but he confirms she is spot on. She gets incredibly hyped up to have both a collector and a teller on board. With a solid bond already forming, Suryan curiously asks how the two of them met. As He-rim happily shares the story of their first encounter, Yu Haiyan watches her warmly. Interrupting them, he gently asks if they can review the actual contract now. Suryan gets even more excited as Yu Haiyan steps in to discuss the specific terms. He-rim congratulates Suryan, but Yu Haiyan keeps his focus on the deal. He reminds her that the contract is strictly between them, and they soon sign it. With the paperwork done, He-rim eagerly asks what a manager actually does. Yu Haiyan silently smiles, noticing how quickly the two are becoming close friends. Suryan explains that her primary duty is supporting collectors in every way. She handles their complex schedules so they can focus entirely on their missions. He-rim admits that sounds like a massive job, asking how many employees she has helping. Suryan sighs and confesses she does absolutely everything all on her own. She should be driving He-rim around, but she lacks the funds to buy a car. Setting up the office took everything, though she does possess a valid driver license. She even knows how to weld and has a license to operate heavy excavators. It was her backup plan in case this agency failed, but she promises to do her best. Yu Hyun nods in agreement, standing up to declare that He-rim is not ready yet. She first needs to make a real name for herself out in the field. Suryeon asks if she can help with anything, but he remains completely confident. He tells her to enjoy this quiet break while she still can. Things will get incredibly busy soon, so they head out, promising to stay in touch. Suryeon agrees, warmly wishing them the best of luck as they prepare to leave. Before stepping out, Yu Hyun hesitates and asks her if she has a dream. The unexpected question leaves her quite confused as he thinks back to his past. Back then, he asked what she would do once the great apocalypse finally ended. And her quiet response back then still echoes deeply in his mind. All she really wants is to make a ton of money. Yu Hyun nods, saying he understands and realizes this is truly the exact same Beak Sion he knew back during the apocalypse. That straightforward answer explains why she and He-rim hit it off. So quickly, the two girls think almost the exact same way. He-rim notices it, too, and mentions that it feels like they have known each other way longer than just today. Sion just laughs at the strange connection, but in his past life, Yu Hyun remembers that these two had actually met, so it is not really a mystery after all. Meanwhile, in another office cluttered with papers scattered across the floor, we find someone screaming and calling his rival a bastard. It is that arrogant senior, who is still completely furious with Yu Hyun, swearing he will teach that arrogant brat a lesson. Staring at his system screen, he remembers Yu Hyun is protected by the Genesis system, but there has to be a way to crush him. After plotting for a moment, a wicked idea strikes, and he realizes he can definitely get him. A week passes, bringing us to a crowded gathering of hunters having a conversation inside the Collector Association headquarters. He-rim and Yu Hyun arrive, drawing instant attention from bystanders who whisper that she has already cleared 4 domains. Now they are gearing up for the next raid, and a large group is joining them. He-rim asks if this next zone is really that dangerous, and the answer is yes. This specific domain is unlike any normal run. You can only enter once every 3 months, and failing means you can never return. He-rim asks if there is a reason he chose such a high-risk zone, and Yu Hyun simply asks if she did not join this business to make it big. She nods, and he replies that they share the exact same objective, even if their paths differ. He is also aiming for the very top, whatever their personal reasons are. They are completely valid to them, and that is all that truly matters, because they cannot let weak motives hold them back. If she wants it, she must pursue it, even if her bones break and her flesh bleeds. Does she have that resolve? Before He-rim can reply, someone yells that the domain is finally opening as the massive portal begins to glow brilliantly. Yu Hyun tells her he does not need an answer today, but one day she will, both for his sake and her own. Stepping through, the collectors find themselves on a high wall, looking down at a massive army on horseback charging forward. This battleground is a full-scale historic war, and He-rim wonders if they are expected to fight. Actually, she finds the chaos pretty exciting, as Yu Hyun monitors her stats. A commander down below screams to hold the line with everything they have, while rushing soldiers roar to charge. They have dropped right into the Ottoman War. The only mystery is which conflict this is, given the empire fought 5 major wars against rivals. The defenders yell that defeat is not an option or the enemy will breach the city walls. Soldiers clash violently as a brutal massacre unfolds. This scene triggers a sudden flashback. Memories of his dark past flood in, bringing back visions of terrified people fleeing in absolute desperation. Back then he was powerless. He could only watch, unable to intervene. He shuts his eyes tightly, forcing his focus back to the present, refusing to lose himself in those painful memories. Recentering his mind, he vows he will never let history repeat itself. This is his ultimate promise to himself. We flash back Inside the headquarters of Celestial Body Incorporated, a week had already flown by. The teller who had hired Yu-hun was busy explaining how the ceremony would work for all the new recruits. Most of these trainees were still tiny white orbs, looking completely lost and confused. Because this grand event would happen in unison with the actual divine spirits, our protagonist, in his human form, listened closely to the instructions from their dear-headed guide, who clarified they wouldn't actually meet those spirits face to face. They were already in a massive banquet hall packed with delicacies, where the floating orb recruits happily feasted on the food. Yu-hun stood quietly in a far corner, watching everyone with just a glass of wine in his hand. He still couldn't quite believe he had actually managed to join this massive corporation. It was famously one of the 3 largest teller networks in the entire universe. It felt pretty unreal to be standing here. Glancing out the massive window, he could see a colossal island drifting through deep space like a sparkling metropolis. Suddenly, someone asked Yu-hun what he was doing just standing there. Yu-hun looked down and saw a horned orb recruit asking why he wasn't celebrating with the rest of the rookies, though Yu-hun was actually more focused on his horns. Yu-hun simply replied he wasn't interested, which instantly annoyed the other recruit, who snapped at him not to act like he was superior to everyone else. Yu-hun tried to explain he didn't view himself as better than anyone, but the floating orb cut him off, declaring he would surpass him very soon before floating away. Yu-hun found that horned orb pretty interesting, but then another crowd entered the hall, revealing several unique-looking figures. They belonged to a completely different department inside Celestial Body Incorporated, arriving to formally welcome the brand new trainees. They told them to enjoy the party. Watching closely, Yu-hun quickly realized that these seniors were actually here to judge the rookies' performance during their very first assignments. Their strategy was incredibly straightforward, aiming to snatch up the absolute best of the bunch to strengthen their own teams. This massive party had officially turned into a ruthless battlefield of recruiters. Now watch how fast he tries escaping. Get dragged into this chaotic corporate draft. Yu-hun decided to sneak out. Unfortunately, a senior spotted him, recognizing him as the legendary rookie who had instantly transformed the moment he reincarnated. Instantly, several recruiters gathered, eagerly trying to pull him into their respective squads, which started making Yu-hun pretty nervous. He politely thanked them for all the interest, while frantically trying to figure out how to escape this overwhelming crowd. Just then, he caught sight of someone else standing nearby, a lone figure who paid him absolutely no attention, which immediately sparked a brilliant idea. He broke free from the group and marched straight up to this black and green stranger, claiming he should have warned him about coming today. The stranger looked confused, but Yu-hun continued his act, hoping the guy would play along. Surprisingly, the man quickly caught onto the act and went right along with it, which made Yu-hun incredibly relieved. He immediately began steering the man out toward the exit, loudly suggesting they find a quieter place to chat, convincing the recruiters that he had already been snatched up. Nobody seemed to recognize this mysterious stranger, but that didn't matter. Once outside, Yu-hun thanked him for helping him escape. The dark teller didn't show any reaction or say anything, making Yu-hun wonder if he really intended to stay completely silent. It felt pretty awkward. Deciding not to press for a reply, Yu-hun turned on his heel and said he had to go, assuming they were both busy with other things. Before Yu-hun could disappear, the man finally spoke, admitting that his little act was highly amusing. Yu-hun immediately. The mysterious stranger stops dead. He was certain his disguise was absolutely flawless. So, how on earth did this kid manage to see right through it? Nervous, Yu-hun asks what he means. Suddenly, the stranger's dark energy shifts into something entirely different, a colossal green serpent looming directly behind him. This was bad news. Yu-hun realizes he is facing someone incredibly dangerous. Without showing any fear, Yu-hun asks what he wants, but the man claims he is only curious. He has no plans to hurt Yu-hun yet. He asks if Yu-hun will finally answer his question. How exactly did he spot him? Yu-hun admits he did not actually see his face. He only noticed a book floating silently among the other tellers. By spotting that strange black book drifting through the air and focusing on it, Yu-hun became able to perceive the man holding it. Yu-hun explains that this is simply his unique ability, all while a heavy black mist creeps closer, as if threatening to suffocate him. Right on the spot, the stranger's interest grows, and Yu-hun explains he has sharp eyes that let him catch things normal people miss, which applied to this mysterious man too. He was a little hesitant at first, but looking around, he saw absolutely nobody else noticed him. So he could not ignore the obvious. Yu-hun insists he is telling the absolute truth. He knew this guy was far from ordinary. The stranger chuckles, admitting he noticed that too. Regardless, Yu-hun offers an apology for suddenly approaching him out of the blue. But the stranger asks if that is really it. He claps his hands, flashes a deeply unsettling grin, and suggests this fateful meeting calls for a little wager with Yu-hun. When asked what kind of bet, the stranger says it is incredibly simple. Just guess his true identity. If the kid is right, a nice reward is waiting. Yu-hun asks what happens if he gets it wrong. The stranger warns he must pay for ruining his fun. Snatching the floating book from above, Yu-hun accepts the dare, fully aware that this terrifying figure is completely sure he will fail. Yu-hun tries to force the book open, but his strength is not even close to enough, sending a wave of sheer panic through him. And honestly, can you blame him? This guy is so powerful that he cannot even peek at the pages. He cannot fight above his level here. But then he recalls the teller mentioning that legendary divine spirits would be present. If these mythical beings are gathered nearby, then this man must belong to one of the 5 legendary divine factions that rule the upper realms of this world. The Sky of Eden, Eisensoidner of Asgard, Ogdawat of Hermopulos, and the Olympian Pantheon. But beyond those lies Pandemonium, home of the most ancient, highest-ranked legends. Looking at this ominous, dark energy and the bizarre design of the book featuring a 3-headed serpent on the cover, there remains zero doubt. Yu-hun declares that he is the corrupting serpent, the red burning dragon, the one who once stood closest to the light before falling into absolute darkness. The entity standing before him is the first-generation divine spirit of Pandemonium, the devil Satan himself. The ancient overlord lets out a dry chuckle. Excited, he admits the kid actually guessed his true name, having never expected him to figure it out. Clapping loudly in amusement, Satan listens as Yu-hun asks if his life is safe. Satan admits his threat was mostly a joke, but Yu-hun genuinely managed to shock him. Honestly, punishing himself would make more sense than hurting the kid, but Yu-hun is not buying it. He knows this monster would have absolutely executed him if he had failed the wager. Those devils always keep their words. Either way, Satan continues. Satan lost the bet and has to fulfill his promise. He pauses for a moment, getting an idea. He knows Yu-hun will soon open a library, and the kid quickly confirms it. With a smirk, Satan offers a deal. He wants to sponsor this new library. He asks what Yu-hun thinks of the offer, leaving the boy to think. Getting backed by a massive, high-tier spirit is a pretty insane opportunity. It is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Satan reaches out to seal the deal. Yu-hun knows an offer like this will probably never come around again. Once he shakes that hand, there is absolutely no turning back for him. He slowly reaches out his own hand, even though his nerves are totally fried. Is partnering up with a literal demon actually a smart idea? At the very last second, he pulls back and politely declines the offer. The Grand Spirit is not happy at all, calmly asking why he refused. Yu-hun explains that while the funding would help, it comes with a price. He would lose his freedom and probably paint a giant target from Eden. Satan nods, saying he gets the worry, but asks if the benefits are worth it. Yu-hun tells him straight up that it is not enough, triggering Satan's curiosity. The demon points out that the spirits from his home are incredibly powerful. Especially himself, since he is one of the big 7 executives running things. That alone should make Yu Hyun jump at the chance, but there is a catch. Shaking hands means the boy could only showcase stories from their specific faction. On top of that, total control over the library would belong to Satan. But Yu Hyun believes in the endless possibilities of all the stories he can tell. The road he needs to walk has to be entirely his own. And that is the real reason he is turning down this massive offer. He hopes the spirit understands, but Satan just lets out a cold, mocking sigh. He cuts the kid off completely, then the powerful spirit starts to laugh. It is hilarious to him that a human has goals larger than pandemonium. Yu Hyun gets incredibly tense, quickly trying to claim it is not like that. But Satan tells him to relax. He is actually praising the boy's ambition. Because he is right, accepting the deal would completely trap his potential. The library would just become another tool for the dark faction's gain. Satan is genuinely impressed that the kid is rejecting such an easy path. It seems completely foolish, but it is exactly the kind of madness he likes. He decides to end the discussion here. He won't force anyone into a contract. Yu Hyun asks if he is giving up, but Satan just flashes a wicked grin. Honestly, this rejection only makes him want to force the boy even more. Hearing that casual threat makes Yu Hyun break out into a cold sweat, and honestly, who wouldn't? In that moment, he feels like a tiny toy trapped inside a giant's hand. Even with the pressure, Yu Hyun insists he wants their support, but on his terms. Satan calls him arrogant, but decides not to punish him for it today. He prepares to leave, noting it wouldn't be fair to let him go empty-handed. Since the kid actually won the bet, he deserves a proper reward. A special gift will be delivered soon. Satan is glad they met. And with that, the massive figure completely vanishes into thin air. His final warning echoes behind. He will be visiting that library very soon. Yu Hyun was still completely shocked by everything that had just happened. He looked at his system screen, wondering how much time had passed. He still had to escape from the other tellers, so he slipped away and found a library inside the company, something he never actually expected to find. It seemed like a quiet, peaceful place. No one was looking for him, so he decided to pass the time by reading a book. Suddenly, someone approached, remarking that it was strange to see a guest in this place. Yu Hyun turned to see who was speaking. Suddenly, a brilliant light began to shine, leaving him even more confused by it all. Looking closely, he noticed a massive, glowing golden book hovering above a man. It was beautiful and also extremely large. He wondered what kind of legendary stories were written inside of it. The old man asked who he was, noting that people rarely came here. Yu Hyun replied that he was a new worker, which deeply impressed the old man. He laughed, apologizing for being so rude. Yu Hyun's appearance was so refined he never imagined. He was a rookie, but then he realized exactly who the boy was. Yu Hyun asked what the old man was doing there, and he replied that he managed this place. Yu Hyun asked if he still worked here, but the old man shook his head. No one managed this room anymore, but he had volunteered for the job. Impressed, the young man wondered why someone with such an incredible book was retired. He surely had an impressive past. The old man asked if it was all right for him to be here during the big initiation ceremony, and the young man admitted he had run away because of some harassment. The elder laughed, saying the same thing happened to him when he was young. This meant Yu Hyun did not belong to any department yet. Yu Hyun confirmed this, explaining he planned to keep it that way. The old man then asked if choosing such a difficult path was not terrifying. The boy replied that he would be lying if he claimed to be fearless, but he still had a goal, which piqued the old man's interest. He noted that Yu Hyun possessed a real yearning. Yu Hyun was confused, so the elder began to explain. Tellers are not biologically born but are created with preset abilities. However, they are completely blank slates when it comes to personal desires. Most simply follow whatever the system and the company command. That is a fundamentally wrong path because it means just following the herd. Unfortunately, most tellers lack that. Yearning, a teller who is not swayed by others like Yu Yun, is extremely rare. The old man then decided to show Yu Yun something fun, asking him to follow. Yu Yun was astonished by what he saw next. They entered a corridor that stored every story that had truly influenced the mixed world. This was none other than the Hall of Fame of Celestial Body Incorporated. In all those stories lay the lives of countless souls. It was incredible to behold. Yu Yun was having the time of his life there. Unfortunately, the corridor did not seem very long because the elder suddenly announced they had already reached the end, leaving Yu Yun confused. The old man explained that 30 years ago, life had been completely cut off. He had brought Yu Yun there so he would remember this place tucked away like a forgotten closet. All these brilliant stories completely abandoned. If he ever disappeared from this world, he would be heartbroken to know that no one else would ever get to see this place, and that is why Yu Yun was here with him. He was the only teller who actually wanted to visit this room, even in this old, worn-down place. The main character, Yu Hyun, admired everything. The other tellers cared only about earning points and repeating the exact same stories. Those who lived there belonged to a different generation. Still, he believed the day would come when stories of such brilliance and captivation would be truly needed by the world. Yu Hyun simply believed that if Dune had survived and finished that final challenge, he would have joined the Hall of Fame as well. He wanted to be someone just like him. Yu Hyun calls the old man, thanking him for such an incredible, unforgettable experience. With only 10 seconds left in the ceremony, before teleporting back to his own world, he quickly asked the old man for his name. The elder paused before replying, promising to reveal his name if Yu Hyun ever returned. Yu Hyun nodded. The teleportation magic instantly claimed him, sending him back to Earth, promising to visit again soon. The ceremony had ended. Suddenly, shouting voice called out He-rim's name, snapping her back to reality. In this brutal moment of war, she looked incredibly nervous. Yu Hyun asked if she could hear him, and she responded yes. He urged her to stay focused. He-rim asked if this was truly a war zone, and he confirmed it. This siege signaled the absolute end of the medieval era and welcomed the dawn of the modern age, bringing the mighty Roman Empire to its end. That was the legendary siege of Constantinople, where Rome fell to the conquering Ottomans. It is a terrifying historical set piece, and He-rim quickly questioned him, wanting to confirm if they were defending on the Roman side of the conflict. Yu Hyun confirmed it. He knew this battlefield was where He-rim first awakened her hidden potential, eventually becoming the legendary Sword Empress. This very event was crucial for her growth. Trembling, she asked if the protagonist saw everything around them, and he heard the fear in her voice. Answering yes, she asked if they could win. Yu Hyun admitted that even 500 collectors could not win this battle. After all, 7,000 defenders faced an invading army of 150,000. Worse still, those numbers were just the vanguard. Counting the support troops, they exceeded 300,000. Intimidating forces. Still, He-rim wondered why so many collectors gathered here anyway. To fight despite having almost zero chance of survival. Yu Hyun explained that more than 2,000 divine spirits were currently spectating the clash. This was a rare chance to display their combat potential directly to these watching deities and gain new divine sponsors. It was practically guaranteed that eyes from countless other celestial libraries were focused on them. Hearing this, He-rim felt a mix of relief and growing excitement. Every collector wanted to promote their faction. Failing to perform meant risking losing their celestial audience. Naturally, one would assume they were both here simply to show off in front of the watching spirits. However, the actual plan was to fully conquer the domain. In his previous life, Yu Hyun remembered that she had failed to clear this area, knowing how dangerous this mission was. He urged that they should at least try. His real goal was testing if the current He-rim could succeed. since she was already stronger than her past self. If even a sliver of hope existed to conquer this dangerous trial, the attempt was worth it. Just then, a pair of collectors approached He-rim, asking if she truly intended to go solo. The man bore a striking resemblance to a legendary white-haired archer. While the girl looked like a famous game character, they proposed a team-up. Without giving them a direct answer, Yu-hyun turned aside and asked if she was ready. They decide to ignore her. Nicole from Timu tells the group to leave her alone, claiming she has gotten way too arrogant after clearing a few domains on her own. But Hiram's thoughts are clear. She knows they only want to take advantage of her, making it much better to go solo than team up with them. Suddenly, someone shouts a welcome to the group of collectors, calling them mercenaries, and everyone instantly turns toward the voice. An old man clad in golden armor stands there, clearly commanding the city defenses. The man introduces himself as Constantine, Emperor of Rome, thanking everyone present for stepping up to help defend the empire. While the emperor continues his speech, Hiram's mind begins to wander. Even knowing this entire world is just an illusion, she cannot get over how real he feels. Finishing his speech, Constantine announces that the final preparations are complete and the siege of Constantinople is about to begin. The system makes a brutal announcement. They only have one shot at this. No pressure, right? Defend the castle walls and win. Outside, the Ottoman forces roar that it is time to end this war. Instantly, the duo who tried recruiting Hiram charge straight to the front, boasting that this challenge is a walk in the park. With a massive spell from the boy, the ground ahead erupts, violently launching several Ottoman soldiers flying through the air. Grinning, he smugly dares his enemies to come get some. None of these invaders seem strong enough to touch them, and that only fuels his massive ego. Watching from the sidelines, Yu-hyun gets suspicious, sensing that something is seriously off about this domain. Still, the boy keeps unleashing high-tier magic. His partner clears waves of enemy soldiers with ease, but after just a few minutes of intense fighting, sweat starts pouring down the boy's face. He looks ahead and sheer terror washes over him. There are still endless mountains of troops marching forward, and the infinite waves leave him completely paralyzed. The other collectors are already running on empty, and thus divine spirits are quickly losing interest in watching this struggle. This plunges the collectors straight into deep despair. Yu-hyun realizes they are exhausted because they blew through all their mana right at the start of the siege. Meanwhile, he watches Hiram dominating the battlefield with ease, cutting down soldier after soldier. She is still holding her ground perfectly. Intrigued, Yu-hyun decides to spy on other libraries, and in their common room, he finds them in absolute panic. One teller is losing it, complaining that their collector is completely useless, blaming him for ignoring warnings not to blow all his resources right away. The divine spirits are leaving brutal comments, and trust me, the panic is real. Deeper misery, but seeing that the legendary Sword Empress is still thriving in battle. Bored viewers from rival channels start flooding into Yu-hyun's library. Several high-tier spirits subscribe, pushing his total viewer count to an impressive 512. Another teller spots Yu-hyun quietly writing his story and instantly gets irritated, thinking he is just being cocky because of his recent lucky streak. The teller begins screaming at their own exhausted collector, ordering him to get back to the front lines before they lose all their viewers, sparking a massive argument. Meanwhile, Yu-hyun senses that the tide of battle is shifting. Everyone is growing completely drained. Even Hiram is starting to slow down, and exhaustion will soon claim her, which spells absolute disaster. Yu-hyun watches quietly, wondering what move she will make next. As she is cornered in this brutal fight, a massive explosion erupts right behind her. Yu-hyun screams that the castle walls have collapsed, making her spin around in total shock. Shocked, she wonders how they brought out an Orban cannon. This legendary weapon of the Ottoman army means they are now advancing with absolute force. The collectors panic. Honestly, who wouldn't when facing an entire army. Terrified for their own lives, they watch as Constantine desperately begs the mercenaries for help. He screams out that without their elite strength, victory is absolutely out of reach. Hiram agrees, insisting they must protect the innocent Roman citizens inside. She quickly turns around, prepared to coordinate a defense with the remaining collectors. But before she can even speak, most of them are already packing up. They are giving up, fleeing before things get worse. Still, Hiram tries to stop them. She begs them not to abandon the mission, but their minds are already set. They are running away. One of the cowards yells back at her, defending their retreat. He snaps that this dungeon remained unconquered for a very damn good reason. The strategy here is simply to survive as long as possible, then make a run for it. Hiram refuses to run. She insists they cannot just abandon these loyal soldiers. Infuriated, the collector screams back that these people are nothing but illusions. None of this is real. He does not care about NPCs who do not even exist. If she wants to stay behind and die in this fake world, she can go right ahead. Left alone in absolute shock, she wonders if these collectors are truly this incredibly cowardly. They all wanted recognition, yet here they are running like scared dogs. Why are they throwing away their chance the second it gets tough? Hiram stands alone, watching them escape through the exit portal. Behind her, the two armies continue their brutal, chaotic clash. She just stands there frozen, completely torn on what her next move should be. This brutal battle all started when Emperor Constantine begged the mercenaries for their help. Yet within moments, the endless waves of the Ottoman army forced everyone to flee. Terrified of losing their lives, the cowards ran, leaving the soldiers behind. Constantine sighs, knowing deep down that they would always abandon them to die. The great emperor looks out over the desolate, blood-soaked battlefield. He is painfully aware that he has lived through this hellish loop countless times. Even so, he refuses to stop fighting and charges straight toward the front lines. This world's fate is sealed, but even as an illusion, how can he do nothing? How can he watch his people get slaughtered without fighting back? If this tragic end is truly prophesied, he will fight to overcome it anyway. No matter how many resets it takes, suddenly, an enemy soldier spots the charging emperor. He screams for his squad to attack and bring the emperor's head to the sultan. Constantine braces himself, seeing two enemy soldiers closing in fast. Ready to end him once again in this loop, but watch how the table turns. It narrowly misses his face, triggering a massive explosion right in front of him. Startled, he looks up to realize Hiram is the one who caused all this damage. She stands right in front of him with her back turned, looking remarkably quiet and solemn. The enemy soldiers recognize her as one of those hired mercenaries from earlier. They mutter in disbelief, wondering if she is some kind of Joan of Arc. Constantine asks why she did not flee like the others when this war is lost. She turns to the emperor, declaring that she still has to fight so his death won't be in vain. Constantine stands shocked, learning that every single mercenary who made it this far fled to save themselves. In the quiet aftermath, Hiram softly asks the old emperor if he still remembers all of them. He sighs, explaining that he was merely created right here as a shadow of the past. His true self died centuries ago, leaving him as nothing but a fading remnant of history. But Hiram quickly objects. He is so much more than just a ghost of the past. She truly saw them as real humans, and that was the sole reason she decided to stay. Constantine stares in complete disbelief, asking if she truly cared, while she gently questions his surprise. Deeply moved, a sudden warmth surges through the old man's chest, leaving him completely breathless. This was neither anger nor despair. Smiling warmly, he admits he only ever wanted her to see them as real, living people. What he feels now is pure, overwhelming joy, endlessly grateful that she valued their lives. She saw their worth and still chose to fight beside them to the very end. But the peace is shattered as the Ottoman forces launch another massive charge through a newly found breach. Constantine asks her to hold off the vanguard on her own for just a moment. Once they rebuild their defensive line, the enemy will struggle to break through. He-rim nods. With a thunderous roar, the Roman emperor rallies his remaining soldiers to hold their sacred borders. Talk about goosebumps, He-rim charges forward with a confident smile. Constantine hails her as their true savior as the bloody siege resumes. But watching her fight, Hyun suddenly notices something incredibly strange. He-rim's book is turning silver, showing she is getting trapped by her past, but he keeps cheering. Meanwhile, the broadcast has reached 800 live viewers, leaving the watching gods completely speechless. They watch in awe as she continuously unlocks her hidden potential. An Ottoman commander blocks her path, roaring for her to go straight to hell. He swings his blade, but she deftly dodges the strike as it barely grazes her neck. Her swift counter strikes, taking him down in a single fraction of a second. A ruthless massacre unfolds as she tears through their ranks. The sheer scale is mind-blowing. Back in the lobby, a rival teller mockingly asks why Hyun hasn't recalled his collector yet. They point out she is clearly growing exhausted, doing everything they can to belittle her effort. They keep throwing passive-aggressive shade until Hyun finally snaps, telling them to shut their mouths. He bluntly calls them out for being a bunch of idiots. The tiger-headed teller is completely shocked by the disrespect, demanding to know what he just said. Hyun just retorts, asking if the beast is deaf and needs it repeated louder. He points out how they tucked their cowardly tails and ran away from the fight. Disgusted by their greed, Hyun calls them absolute trash for only wanting him dead. He-rim is nothing like those vultures, and Hyun never treats his partner like a mere points machine. He demands to know how cowards like them have the audacity to look down on real warriors. Visibly sweating, the tiger-headed man completely fails to find any comeback to throw back at him. He merely mutters for the upstart librarian to stay quiet and remember his low rank. Yet beneath his bold front, it is clear Hyun is incredibly tense. Meanwhile, He-rim fights relentlessly until their very last line of defense collapses. Panic-stricken Roman soldiers scream in absolute terror that all is lost. They have no idea what to do, but He-rim suddenly flashes right before their eyes. She stands tall as an impenetrable wall of steel, offering them hope. The soldiers look at her like a literal saint. He-rim had to stop that army, even just one soldier. Suddenly, a question begins forming in her mind. Why does she refuse to give up? Why not just stop? If she was doomed to die, why not run? If defeat was certain, running away made the most sense, yet she had no real answer for that. Even without a clear answer, she felt that giving up and running away was not an option. She would lose something truly precious. Suddenly, a stray arrow strikes her directly in the chest. Blood splatters across her armor, mixing with the grime and gore already covering her. The Roman soldiers scream in desperation, charging fiercely against the advancing Ottoman forces. They are furious that the enemy managed to strike down their champion, He-rim. He-rim falls to her knees, struggling to recover while the defense force rallies. With newfound drive, the Romans fight back, but the Ottomans launch a massive united assault. Right before her eyes, a Roman soldier collapses, his lifeless eyes staring blankly at her. Panic sets in. He-rim realizes she was foolish to ever believe they could win this battle. In her despair, she remembers feeling so proud for staying behind when everyone else fled. But everything has gone horribly wrong. Tears stream freely down her blood-stained face. She asks herself what to do, but her despair only frustrates the watching divine spirits. Heated arguments break out in the live comments, dividing the celestial audience. While some praise her immense bravery for holding on, others harshly mock her for quitting. Even though the negative comments are few, they are enough to make Hyun incredibly anxious. He stares at the screen, debating whether he should just block the critical spirits. But Hyun hesitates, knowing that if he fails to act, his precious library might suffer. Unsure of his next move, he watches as countless new comments flood the stream. He looks up, highly curious, something incredibly strange is happening right now. Suddenly, every single divine spirit in the chat falls dead silent. Wondering what could possibly silence such powerful beings, he glances over at the broadcast screen. Yuyun freezes in absolute shock. A chilling, smiling gaze from the deepest abyss has arrived. Satan has entered the library. The devil himself casually asks why the mood got so tense. Yuyun replies that everyone simply got nervous the moment he made his grand entrance. Such casual bravery shocks the watching spirits, but Yuyun does not stop there. He boldly points out that Satan arrived late, just as things were getting truly interesting. Filled with renewed confidence, Yuyun promises that the real show is only just beginning. Intrigued, Satan donates 1,000 points, demanding to be thoroughly entertained. Instantly, Yuyun is warped right into the heart of the active battle domain. He appears directly in front of He-rim, who is still on her knees, clutching her weapon. Yuyun quietly tells her that it is over. Exhausted, she struggles to look up. He gently suggests she give up now, warning that pushing further will only mean her death. He praises her effort, noting that some things in this world are simply beyond her control. With a weak voice, she agrees that some tasks are indeed completely impossible. Yuyun asks if she is ready to surrender, but she instantly screams her refusal. Frustrated, she yells that she already knows she is just being incredibly stubborn. She knows this fight is beyond her current limits, yet she refuses to break. Tears falling, she asks why he must be so cruel when she simply cannot quit. Countless people had told her she was a hopeless failure who should quit being a collector. She had actually considered walking away from it all, but Yuyun had treated her differently. He was the only one who believed in her talent, urging her to grow. Because of his faith in her, she found the strength to push past her limits. While she was standing there, in that very second, He-rim realized this was exactly what she wanted. Struggling to her feet, tears still streaming down her face, she vows never to give up again. She is simply too tired of running away, but Yuyun warns her that she will die. I know that, she whispers back. Even with death staring her down, she refuses to back down. She apologizes for being so incredibly stubborn and stupid at a critical moment like this. Yuyun tells her he understands, but the real surprise is what he has planned for her. And honestly, if you have been paying attention, you probably already know his next move. Just then, an Ottoman soldier lunges forward, screaming for the witch to die as his blade rises. He strikes from behind Yuyun. He-rim stands there, her entire body shaking in absolute terror. Her mind screams at her to block the incoming steel, but her exhausted muscles refuse to move. Is this the end of the road for her? In her mind, she quietly apologizes to Yuyun. Suddenly, Yuyun chuckles and says this is good, snapping her right back to reality. He steps right in front of her, but wait, can he even interfere in battles like this? Is not that completely against the rules? Well, the system screen suddenly flashes before him. It asks if he wants to disable the Genesis system. Without hesitating, he selects yes. Warning, this choice cannot be undone. The Genesis system shuts down completely. In that split second, the enemy soldier leaps through the air to cut Yuyun in half. Crimson blood sprays across the ground. With one insanely fast, fluid motion, Yuyun strikes. He draws a sword out of thin air and casually slices the soldier down. He-rim is utterly shocked. Watching the live stream, Satan starts laughing uncontrollably. What could possibly be going on inside that psychopath's mind? Yuyun quietly reflects on his life. He always wanted to be the main character of his own story, regret heavy in his chest. His youthful regrets and the deep faith his mother gave him were all tangled up inside. But Diane had condemned him to a miserable life, choked by constant self-doubt. His younger self actually believed Diane, feeling worthless and abandoning his dreams to serve him. But looking at He-rim, things were entirely different. She refused to bend. Even facing the end, she held her ground with a beautiful, fierce confidence. Seeing that made Yuyun truly proud of his choice. Now, the enemy forces surround them. He looks back, realizing that out of pure respect for her spirit, he cannot just watch. Yu Haiyan firmly grips his weapon, stepping forward to protect his chosen collector. She screams, asking if he has completely lost his mind, warning him that he will die. But he just smiles. This is exactly what he has to do, charging headfirst into battle. He tells her his resolve is just as steel-hard as hers and begins his bloody dance. He tears through the enemy ranks effortlessly. The system notifies him of their growing audience. They have already surpassed 1 out of 200 viewers, which he calls a solid start. She cannot help but chuckle at his joke about this battlefield being a great debut stage. He-rim quietly thanks Yu Haiyan for stepping in, offering to leave the rest to him. Deflecting a heavy spear strike, he tells her to rest while he opens the domain store. Normally, tellers would never dream of interfering in the historical events they observe. That is the unspoken rule shared by both gods and mortals alike. But who decided they had to remain passive spectators of these grand stories? There was absolutely no rule forbidding direct action, none at all. Breaking all expectations, Yu Haiyan threw himself into the absolute chaos of this fight. He is going to write a brand new chronicle that no one has ever witnessed. The enemy soldiers roar, demanding the execution of the witch as they charge forward. Secure their victory, but suddenly a cold blade flashes near there. Next, Yu Haiyan is incredibly fast. He warns them he will not let that happen. The enemy soldiers freeze in shock as Yu Haiyan shouts that no one gets past. Watching this, a deeply grateful He-rim begins. Casting her powerful spell, he gave her the courage she needed to move forward. Terrified, the Ottomans cannot handle his overwhelming strength. No one can pass him and live. Yu Haiyan smiles, completely confident, declaring that he is strong, even if he fights alone, glowing. Runes circle He-rim as she marvels at how incredibly brave he was. To sacrifice his blessing just to help her, because of that she will fight as well. A sword slams into the dirt. Yu Haiyan's blade, he is hitting his absolute limit. How much more time does she need? Seeing him pause, the enemies rush forward, screaming that this is their chance for an easy victory. But before they can even get close, one soldier screams, pointing at the sky in sheer terror. Yu Haiyan looks back to see a blinding light radiating from He-rim, leaving him completely stunned. The system suddenly announces that she has achieved complete unison between her body and sword. With a deadly serious look, a massively powerful aura wraps around her as she enters the path of the celestial sword. Terrified by this sight, the Ottoman troops scramble to retreat, but it is too late. He-rim brings down her blade with all her remaining strength. A devastating slash tears past Yu Haiyan without striking him, leaving a massive path of destruction right in front of them. Glancing over, he never expected her to become this strong. Witnessing her growth is unreal. And a proud smile crosses his face. Suddenly, Constantine appears behind them, thanking them for their help. This will buy them precious time to fight against their enemies, but Yu Haiyan warns that this is temporary. They will return and strike again. Constantine sighs, admitting they lack the strength to continue this fight. He has lost all hope, but Yu Haiyan insists there is still a way. This war will not end like the others. Raising his blade high, Yu Haiyan declares they must take down the enemy commander. Talk about risky. Only path to victory. The emperor asks if that is possible, and Yu Haiyan replies that it seems impossible, but they can do it, especially with He-rim on their side. Even as the enemy retreats, the massive scale of this clash remains overwhelming, making a survival on this mission highly unlikely. Yu Haiyan states they need at least 300 warriors for this strike, and asks the emperor if he can provide them, but the leader hesitates to answer. Looking around, he notices that dozens of men are already volunteering for the dangerous raid before he even asks. Exhausted and injured, they still honor the old leader as their emperor. Grateful, Constantine says they are all giving their lives and everything they have for the protection of their homeland. He owes them a massive debt, admitting he once promised that the gods would deliver them, but no divine help is coming. Thus, the heavy burden of defense lies solely on their shoulders. He implores them to fight hard and defend their sacred homeland until their very last breath, ready to face the coming storm. They could stay. It wasn't a command or a demand. Anyone who wanted to leave had the right to choose for themselves, deciding their own destiny in this war. But would anyone follow their emperor on this suicide mission? Constantine bows his head. Right away, several brave soldiers step forward without even a single second of hesitation. This loyal display moves Constantine deeply, prompting him to thank his small squad. Not a single soul among them chose to run. Yu-hyun quietly says it's time. And so their desperate final march begins. From afar, a massive enemy army watches the complete destruction of Constantinople. Mehmed II, the Sultan of this era, merely remarks that Constantine has no intention of surrendering, his thoughts starting to drift. Everything feels entirely different this time around. The enemy reinforcements definitely should have retreated by now, yet some still remain. Suddenly, a scout screams that the Romans are advancing. Constantine, He-rim, and Yu-hyun ride hard on horseback. Charge forward on foot. Mehmed demands to know their plan, as some enemy troops already look completely panicked, but Constantine loudly roars for the charge and the battle begins. Ottoman archers release a deadly rain of arrows toward the small force of 300 men. As the volley descends, an old general screams to block them. Arrows pierce flesh, taking down horses and men alike, while their casualties are devastating. Looks like total slaughter, closely echoing the legendary 300 Spartans. He-rim screams in pure horror at the slaughter, but Yu-hyun bellows for her to keep moving. Never look back, she tries to protest, but Yu-hyun insists they came knowing they're fated. To honor their grand sacrifice, she must protect their homeland and families instead of mourning them. If she truly wants to make their sacrifice mean something, she has to finish this mission at all costs. Up ahead, a loyal soldier clears a path for He-rim to charge straight through the enemy lines. Suddenly, a spear impales a soldier right behind her, killing him instantly. She looks back in utter terror. Begins to grip her heart. She desperately wants to stop and help. But a nearby warrior cries out, calling her their savior and urging her not to worry about them at all, promising they will successfully hold this defensive line. Absolutely wild, isn't it? Constantine warns that the elite Sepahi cavalry, these legendary elite commanders of the Ottoman cavalry, are rapidly closing in on them. Leaping off his horse, Yu-hyun yells for He-rim to do the exact same. They both heavily on the ground, drawing their weapons to hold the line. They will stay behind, and Yu-hyun commands He-rim to keep charging forward without looking back. Pure fury burns in her eyes as they successfully force their way through the cavalry, advancing directly toward the Sultan. Seeing this, an elite Sepahi commander completely panics. A massive swarm of common foot soldiers rushes forward to stop her, but she tears through them like paper. Screaming in fury, she utterly massacres everyone who dares stand in her path, refusing to let them halt her. Unbelievably fast and powerful, the pair push through endless enemy ranks. In this desperate fight for survival, retreat is not an option. Moving in absolute breathtaking sync, they fight solely to save lives. Yu-hyun loudly shouts that they are nearly at the Sultan as they prepare to launch a devastating joint attack. Yu-hyun realizes it is far too late for Mehmed to gather protective soldiers, but spotting a discarded shield nearby, an idea strikes him. He yells to He-rim, telling her to prepare as he uses the shield to launch her straight toward the Sultan. Though she is incredibly confused, he already hoists the heavy shield and he positioned his shield as a springboard. This was the moment. With a massive leap, He-rim lands. Yu-hyun propels her skyward. She soars incredibly high. No soldier or archer can match her. Everyone stares upward, mouths agape. Below, Yu-hyun yells for He-rim to fly. Right on cue, she unfurls her wings, a beautiful, majestic sight. That is a gorgeous view, but the enemy commander orders them to shoot. The archers scramble. They rain a storm of arrows down with terrifying speed. Moving like lightning, He-rim easily evades them. She closes in on the Sultan. Looking up at his approaching doom, Maimed II can only watch. Even though Constantine is his archenemy, he cannot deny this absolute brilliance. A blinding explosion rocks the field. Moments later, He-rim lands in silence. Behind her, Maimed II collapses, sliced clean in half. Talk about a dramatic finish. Yu-hyun watches the scene in absolute disbelief. Witnessing this live is unreal. As the virtual simulation begins to fade, He-rim slowly recovers her composure. Wearing her trademark serious expression, she raises her sword and proclaims their victory. While the Roman soldiers explode into cheers, Emperor Constantine simply stands in silence. Tears fill his eyes. They did it. They actually won. This peaceful, joyful crowd was exactly what he had always wanted to see. As He-rim and Yu-hyun exchange glances, the emotional old emperor approaches them. He removes his heavy helmet and bows deeply, offering his eternal gratitude. Promising to remember their kindness, he bows even if they are creations of this domain. Yu-hyun quickly disagrees, pointing out that the emperor is crying real tears. Constantine looks confused, but Yu-hyun assures him that their feelings are entirely real. There is no need to belittle himself, because a simple thank you is enough. Hearing those kind words brings a warm smile to Constantine's face. He wishes to reward them. Since money is too mundane, he offers something better. Bestowing legendary knighthood titles upon them, he leaves Yu-hyun completely stunned. He-rim asks why he is so surprised, prompting Yu-hyun to explain the value. In ancient Rome, a knighthood had massive weight. In their mixed world, it is even crazier. This official title will grant them a major power boost in future tales. Now that is a priceless reward that even infinite points cannot hope to buy. Proudly, Constantine officially names them both as distinguished knights of the empire. It acts as an incredible passive buff. Slowly, the emperor begins to fade. Leaving them with a final wish, he hopes pure glory lies ahead for them. The emotional soldiers also bid farewell, thanking the saint they will never forget. Filled with gratitude, they slowly dissolve into light. They actually pulled it off. He-rim can barely believe they completed their ultimate goal. Yu-hyun smiles in agreement. She honestly thought they would fail, but they successfully defied all the odds. Suddenly, the system announces an unprecedented feat, granting them 10,000 points. Crying tears of pure joy, He-rim looks at the screen. Their legendary names will be celebrated forever, making her burst into happy laughter. A massive flood of bonus rewards and donations from viewers begins to stack up. Yu-hyun tells her he is incredibly glad they fought together through it all. She smiles through her tears, saying that was all that mattered to her. Their legendary names will now be engraved across the entire world. Everyone used to dismiss them as completely useless, and for a long time they were right, but now. A book materializes right in front of Yu-hyun, his book. That was his very first. Chronicle the tale of the fighter-teller and his legendary Sword Empress, the legend that would reshape this entire world. Back at Bequa Management, the chief executive officer is currently taking an endless stream of phone calls asking how she can help. The person on the line wants an interview, but the agency's schedule is already completely packed, making it impossible right now. Watching her work, Yu-hyun notices that, despite the absolute chaos, she is incredibly skilled at handling everything. She hangs up for a split second to look at Yu-hyun, asking if he is seriously giving up his genesis. Protection, He-rim suddenly throws herself right into Yu-hyun's lap, claiming he will gladly surrender it so she can snuggle him, but he clearly hates the clinginess. He tells her to get off, but she completely ignores him. Soryeon nervously asks if this is too dangerous, and he nods. But at least he has He-rim. Now that they fight side by side, she can technically consider him a collector as well. He-rim seems to absolutely love being close to Yu Hyan, she starts teasing him about their intimate bond, but he instantly bonks her on the head, reminding her that he already told her to get off him. Yu Hyan asks Suryeon if she is tired. She admits it, but says she is happy to have been working so much lately. She still cannot believe that the two of them cleared a notorious domain completely alone. She never imagined they could actually do it. Pull off such a feat. Yu Hyan tells her not to accept every request that comes in, and she agrees. She already turned down major clans, but dealing with the press was tricky. They even received some commercial sponsors, but Yu Hyan immediately tells her to reject them unless they are incredibly good. The system opens up to show new messages. Several divine spirits want to make donations to them after that massive battle, but he blocks all those notifications. As great as it is to have so many channel subscribers, they need to establish some ground rules before things spiral out of control, even though everything feels peaceful right now. And wait for it, Yu Hyan makes a legendary apple materialize. He-rim asks what it is, while Suryeon screams, asking if that is the fruit of life. He remarks she knows her stuff, and she replies it is her job. Yu Hyan explains that he received this prize right after the Battle of Constantinople. Many spirits are shocked to see it as well. The one who handed it over was Satan, and he did it to mark his territory and scare away other spirits who might look at Yu Hyan with interest. Still highly skeptical, He-rim does not seem impressed by the legendary fruit, but Suryeon explains that it is one of the most famous items in existence. Yu Hyan confirms this, saying that even though it is tiny, this artifact cannot be bought even for 10 million gold coins, but he has to be extremely careful. Eating this at his low level would completely destroy his mortal body. It is ready to explode. Giving power to someone unable to use it was a real low blow. A new message appears, but Yu Hun finds it strange since he had blocked everyone. This shimmering figure wants to have a private chat with him. He stands up, saying he has an important guest and must leave immediately. The two girls are completely confused before they can even stop him. He accepts the secret invitation and is immediately teleported far away. He finds himself in a vast, open void, floating as if in the sky. Entirely different, he never set foot here in his past life. Suddenly, a voice welcomes him. He spins around. The figure before him is deeply impressive, but we still do not know who they are. The scene shifts, revealing the strange, hostile teller who once tried to threaten Yu Hyan. The man is reeling from what just happened. In sheer disbelief, he demands to know how the boy managed to defeat Constantinople, something he himself could never ever accomplish. He even survived a battle without any blessing. Now desperate, he starts plotting a way to crush the boy, knowing his department will surely punish him. Otherwise, he is finished. Thinking it through, he realizes that since Yu Hyan no longer holds his Genesis blessing, anyone can strike him down without any divine consequence, even if he cannot personally beat that sword girl. If his scheme plays out as planned, everything will change. Cackling like a madman, he begins typing out several vicious online comments, trashing the Sword Empress, and actively demanding that Yu Hyan be wiped out because he has no blessing left. Blinded by pure spite, all he thinks about is punishing Yu Hyan. Now brace yourselves, we finally see who called this secret meeting, who summoned Yu Hyan to this clandestine meeting, and it is none other than the Archangel Michael himself. He thanks Yu Hyan for coming, who admits he never expected a direct invitation from Eden, but was happy to show up anyway. Materializing an elegant table and chairs, Michael invites him to sit, leaving the young man quietly impressed by this casual show of power. Michael asks if he is not amazed, and Yu Hyan asks how he could not be. After all, a legendary being specifically requested to meet him. The Archangel notes that he seems surprisingly calm, but quickly pivots to explain why he summoned him, wanting to verify some recent rumors. Gently, Michael asks if anything specific comes to mind, and Yu Hyan immediately knows what this is about. He replies directly, stating that the archangel must be referring to the insane gift he received from Satan. The two groups are sworn enemies, and Yu Hyun knows this well. Reassuring the divine being, he clarifies that he has absolutely zero ties to pandemonium, which Michael admits is wonderful news. Yu Hyun then adds that he never expected Eden to pay attention to his small library. Michael replies that only fools are swayed by groundless rumors. After thoroughly checking the facts, he is satisfied that Yu Hyun truly has no connections to pandemonium, yet something still lingers. He asks if it is true that he and Satan are surprisingly close. The young man immediately realizes Michael is trying to measure the depth of their bond. He calmly explains how they met, giving a brief recap of the chaotic events during the rookie teller initiation ceremony. Michael is stunned, asking if Satan truly gifted him the coveted fruit of life just for that. Yu Hyun explains that Satan seemed deeply interested in him and that he even rejected his direct offer. Michael then asks why he refused. Aren't these celestial sponsorships usually incredibly beneficial for growing tellers? Yu Hyun agrees, but explains that different people prioritize different things. For him, his personal goal holds far more weight than any divine backing. Amusingly, that stubborn decision only made Satan even more obsessed with him. Michael nods, saying he fully understands and simply wanted to verify the rumor. Now, it is safe to assume the boy is not siding with pandemonium. Seizing the moment, Michael decides to take this opportunity. Glowing with massive divine energy, Michael asks if Yu Hyun would be open to a prestigious sponsorship from Eden itself. The boy expected that would eventually happen, especially since Michael himself came down to negotiate. Michael himself, not just some random angel. Clearly, Eden was one of the absolute powerhouse factions in this blended world, an incredibly generous proposal, yet Yu Hyun flatly rejects the mighty archangel. Michael demands to know why, but Yu Hyun simply gives the exact same explanation as before. His ultimate target went far beyond some cheap divine backing. He refused to tie his library to any faction. Michael wonders if those tales would paint both good and evil, but Yu Hyun disagrees. He wants a completely unbiased narrative, a brand new legend never told before. Sure, it sounds prideful, but if Michael doubts his resolve, the angel can just watch the path he walks from now on. After all, is the archangel not curious about how it all ends? The tale of a man who dared reject the grace of Eden. Michael is visibly swayed. He loves a truly magnificent narrative. The angel asks if he plans to play both sides against each other. Yu Hyun merely smirks without offering a word, rising to his feet. The archangel promises Eden will respect his wishes and watch closely. Still, he wants to leave a small token of his gratitude. Yu Hyun is left puzzled, questioning what the divine being means by this. The archangel echoes the exact same line Satan used earlier in his journey. It would simply look terrible if Eden let him walk away completely empty-handed. He presents a mysterious egg to Yu Hyun, calling it a personal token of thanks. Our main character feels a sudden wave of unease as he accepts it. Returning to Earth, he displays the strange artifact to his companions. The girls immediately swarm him, eager to know if he got it from a client. Suryeon playfully guesses that a massive, tamed dragon is sleeping inside. But Yu Hyun silently doubts that theory, already suspecting what is truly waiting to hatch. To holy beings, mighty dragons are the ultimate symbols of evil. Before he can dwell on it, loud cracks echo from the shell. The girls squeal in excitement, and all three lane in to watch. Out pops a tiny, adorable owl that looks remarkably like a cute anime mascot. Yu Hyun notes the species immediately, while the girls are already completely smitten. They desperately want to cuddle the little creature, but she takes off. The bird lands right on Yu Hyun's head, leaving He-rim pouty. She grumbles, thinking the little pet hates her. But there is a hidden message here. Owls hunt Satan's snake. Looking closer, he discovers the baby bird even possesses a readable skill book. Hiram suggests naming her Ul, but the other two think it is absolutely terrible. Suryun quickly chimes in, asking the master for a better option. After thinking it over for a bit, he decides to name her Goryeo instead, meaning white owl, and the cute little pet chirps happily in agreement. The baby owl makes a cute face at them, as the scene shifts to a strange place near a portal surrounded by sketchy-looking relic collectors. A blonde woman approaches them, asking for results. The hooded figure replies that it did not go perfectly but was enough. Suddenly, something catches their eye. Hiram and Yu-hun are approaching their domain at this very moment. They are instantly recognized, shocking everyone nearby. Their fame had arrived before them. Honestly, they really did not like Hiram because she's ruined every collector's plans by clearing domains instead of farming them. They nicknamed her the Farm Destroyer, rushing inside to grab whatever they could. Watching them scramble, she admits it only makes her want to finish the dungeon even faster. Yu-hyun notices she is fully used to the nickname. He asks her to wait and hold Goryeo for a moment because he wants to make a quick announcement before opening the library. She agrees, and as soon as he opens his library, several divine spirits immediately begin to pour in. The viewer count was already close to 2,500, with nearly 1 to 200 subscribers. Impressive numbers. Welcoming his audience, he announces they are in the library of the fighter Teller and the Sword Empress, and the spirits greet our main character in return. The stream had barely started yet. Things were already getting out of control. People were spamming all kinds of messages alongside their donations. Right now, he actually misses Satan, who used to keep the chat in check. Still, he asks everyone to calm down for an announcement, because managing the stream had gotten harder ever since he started fighting. Some new rules would be established in the library, and they all agree. The rules ban cliques, along with mentioning other libraries to avoid stupid arguments. Also, hate speech will result in a ban. Many viewers complain. One even donates just to say they are leaving, so the main character takes the chance to ban them immediately. Most of the divine spirits are impressed by his bold attitude, but this was actually a clever strategy to keep them in line. Suddenly, the White King of the Sunset Sea sends a donation of 1,000 points. He promises more but asks the main character to ease up a bit. Despite the massive donation, Yu-hyun calmly explains that rules are rules, 0 exceptions. Before he can even continue, the divine spirit drops a massive 10,000-point donation, asking if that changes his mind. Unbelievable, right? The other divine spirits are absolutely shocked by this massive donation. Even Yu-hyun is highly irritated by this behavior. That bastard is trying to buy off his library with a bribe. He stares at the donation, silently lost in thought. He starts analyzing the donor's prestigious name, a great power with a title like that, throwing around points so easily. It could only be one entity, someone connected to the celestial domain, the legendary White Dragon of the West. He knew famous spirits would eventually find him, but he never expected a powerhouse to show up this incredibly fast. Yu-hyun speaks up, acting surprised that one of the 4 sea dragons is here, making the arrogant donor puff out his chest. Then, another massive donation of 10,000 points drops, telling Yu-hyun to lighten up. After all, how much did he think spirits actually talked? He wants him to be a bit more diplomatic. Hearing this, Yu-hyun chuckles, questioning what exactly the spirit meant by being moderate. No way. Snapping back to his cold expression, he flatly refuses their request. This immediate rejection leaves the chat in absolute, stunned silence. The King of the Sunset Sea demands to know what he means, but Yu-hyun replies that no means no. Was his answer not clear? Instantly, a third donation of 10,000. He made it clear that no means no. A third donation of 10,000 arrives. The arrogant king asks how much money it takes for Yu-hyun to bow to him. His pride was deeply wounded, but Yu-hyun remains totally cold, no matter the amount. There would be zero exceptions to the rules he personally put in place. Points, influence, or power could not buy him off. He would not be threatened. And nothing would change his mind. The divine spirit gets absolutely furious. Yu Hun simply tells him to accept his terms or leave his stream. Back in the physical world, He-rim suddenly notices a strange crimson light flashing. It hovers directly over her and his pet, leaving her totally confused. Seeing the red sky, Yu Hun knows the raw rage is bleeding into other dimensions. Suddenly, the Genesis system triggers as a terrifying amount of energy begins to gather. A massive red lightning bolt strikes down, tearing directly through reality itself. As long as this system operates, the entity cannot throw tantrums so carelessly. Another 10,000-point donation drops with a message from the Sea King. He tells Yu Hun to crawl like a dog because cash buys everything. He keeps throwing money, but Yu Hun does not flinch. Calmly opening the moderation settings, he actually thanks the toxic donor for the cash. Since he posted a hateful insult toward the keeper, his status is getting upgraded. He is permanently banned. The system broadcast makes it official. The King of the Sunset Sea is kicked out, leaving the other watchers speechless. Yu Hun just smiles, saying rules are rules and things run better this way. But wait, that menacing crimson light flashes once more, forming behind him. An angry warning screams out, calling him a bastard as wild lightning crackles. The furious divine spirit has broken back in. Yu Hun is completely shocked. How did he bypass a system ban? Having this level of power is terrifying. He tries to stay calm, saying he understands the anger, but a line was crossed. This only makes the white dragon throw a massive fit, hurling insults. Getting banned after donating so much was an unbearable humiliation for him. He threatens the boy, but Yu Hun remains calm. He says he never insulted anyone, let alone the white dragon itself. He only removed a viewer who broke a clear rule. The spirit screams again. He asks how a mere mortal dares to speak down to a god. Another screen pops up. Michael has entered the library, dropping a quick 100-point donation. He asks what is happening, confusing both of them. Instantly, the Genesis system triggers once again. It flags the white dragon for unleashing too much power. Standard disciplinary actions are immediately initiated. A massive lightning bolt strikes the spirit down. The glowing window forces an agonizing scream from him, leaving Yuan completely amazed. The system easily subdued one of this world's most powerful divine spirits. Finally, the Sunset Sea's White King is forcibly kicked out of Yuan's library. The system screen vanishes, quiet returns, but the tension is still thick. Yuan warns that rules prevent trouble. Still, anyone with complaints can speak now. Nobody dares protest. Challenging his strict library rules is out of the question. They stare silently at Michael. The angel's massive presence heavily weighs on them. Some even try to hire him on the spot, but Yuan wraps things up. Yu Hyun tells her they can proceed as usual to clear another domain. Another run like Constantinople would be way too much right now, so they choose an easier target today, leaving the divine spirits pretty disappointed. He tells them to cut it out. They are not entering a mental domain. Just to play around. Fortunately, the spirits are more than ready to go. They enter the damp, dark forest of the Theodolent wetlands. This place looks completely different from their usual dungeons, and the spirits agree. First, they need to locate the boundary line of this entire zone. Yu Hyun plans to brief He-rim first, but before they can start, an unfamiliar voice calls out, forcing them both to turn around instantly. 4 other collectors stand there, and their leader asks for a favor. He asks if they can hunt together, noting it is only the 2 of them. Yu Hyun confirms that it is. The man claims they normally hunt in 6s, but recently lost 2 companions, making things much harder on their own. He-rim finds this incredibly bizarre. Do these guys seriously not recognize them? Have they not heard the rumors or her nickname? They came here. specifically to clear this zone, so partnering with basic farmers seems pretty foolish. She is completely ready to reject them outright, but her partner suddenly cuts in. Yu Hyun steps forward and happily accepts, claiming they needed a team. Why join them? Hiram stares at the main character in utter confusion. Then she spots a gorgeous blonde woman standing in their group. She immediately panics, a stunning blonde with an absolute killer body. Hiram gets incredibly nervous, forcing herself to admit that the girl is indeed stunning. And yet, Yu Hyun never reacted like that when she touched him. She panics, wondering if that is actually the type of woman Yu Hyun prefers. Honestly, her blatant jealousy is just hilarious to watch. After finalizing the deal, Yu Hyun calls over his companion. She complies instantly, wearing her usual cold and menacing expression. Her icy greeting leaves the opposing leader feeling quite confused by her tone. They excuse themselves to go fetch their gear, and Yu Hyun agrees to wait. He turns to look at Hiram, who still looks dead serious. She sharply mutters that she understands everyone has different tastes. She was furious, tears well up as she compares herself. If she just went on a strict diet, she could definitely look like that too. Yu Hyun tells her to stop, suddenly stepping directly into her personal space. Flustered, she asks if he really wants to do this here. Not that she mind, but the divine spirits are watching. Yu Hyun ignores her silly thoughts and tells her to listen closely. The group is actually made up of corpse looters, leaving her completely speechless. The camera shifts, showing the group stripping a fallen collector clean. Could this dead collector actually be one of those companions they supposedly lost? Their leader looks incredibly pleased with the loot they just stripped. These thieves make a living stealing valuable stories from dead collectors. They are simply too cowardly to earn anything themselves, Hiram asks. If they only approached them to steal their stories when their backs are turned. It wasn't just a simple robbery. Those looters weren't ordinary scavengers at all. There were real murderers in that crowd, psychopaths who live just to kill. Hiram agrees that makes perfect sense. Still, she has one burning question. How did he instantly know they were nothing but filthy corpse scavengers? Even the spirits are curious. Yuan explains he noticed their clean clothes. Their leader claimed hunting in a small group was difficult, yet their gear was spotless. Far too clean for a swamp, mud should have been splattered everywhere. With knee-high water, any real battle would have left them completely filthy. Yet they were spotless. Even stranger was how easily they approached two strangers. They acted like they had absolutely no clue who Yuan and Hiram were. Walking up to total randoms and proposing a team-up is highly suspicious. Hiram asks why he didn't just flatly reject the offer and walk away. Yuan smiles, asking what fun that would be, then he addresses the spirits. When villains target you as easy prey, do you simply run away? What would any of them do? It is time for a lesson. Every single spirit, including Michael, wants these scumbags crushed completely. They cannot let this slide. This filthy group needs to be destroyed. The plan is simple. Act clueless and play along with their expectations. Then they will strike at the perfect moment. Wait until you see this play out. Hiram wonders if these scavengers will really fall for such a trick. Yuan smiles, asking her who the easiest type of person to deceive is. Arrogant fools, those who believe they know far more than they actually do. They believe the tiny slice of the world they see is everything. Those drenched in superiority, who think their limited knowledge is the absolute truth. They are Yuan's favorite prey. Suddenly, a thorny beast is easily defeated. The scavenger leader immediately showers Hiram with praise for her one-shot kill. Even the blonde girl joins in, nervously flattering the legendary Sword Empress. The leader is amazed by her strength as they continue their tireless hunt. When Yuan starts taking a few steps away, the leader notices. He quickly asks where the boy is headed, but Yuan plays it off. He claims he has some quick business to handle nearby. The leader warns it is dangerous alone, and assigns Yang-won to follow. The nervous, silver-haired boy quickly agrees to accompany him into the swamp. Yu Hyan silently observes the interaction, showing no signs of stopping them. Yuan quickly sends a mental transmission, warning He-rim to stay alert. The scavenger group will definitely strike now that they are split up. As the two walk away, Yang-won looks incredibly tense and uneasy. Comfortable with how things are, noticing his twitchy behavior, Yu Hyan asks if everything is okay, which only makes the kid even more nervous. Yu Hyan tells him that if anything is wrong, he can speak up, but our main character already knows everything. He knew from his books that the trio staying with He-rim were complete scum, but this kid actually seemed normal. With a shaky, trembling voice, the boy asks Yu Hyan to confirm his identity. Still nervous, he whispers to the young teller to escape as far as possible, surprising everyone watching, including the divine spirits. Sweating bullets, he warns Yu Hyan that the three other men are actually cold-blooded assassins, and he was forced to tag along. He even admits they plan to target 2 more people. He tried refusing but felt he'd be slaughtered by Baek Woo-hyun if he disagreed. Now, he's stuck as one of them. Desperate to help, the kid begs Yu Hyan to flee, promising to lie and claim he took care of him, but Yu Hyan is far too curious to run. He wants to know exactly why this gang is targeting them. Yang-woon reveals that a famous and highly respected teller ordered the hit, which only makes Yu Hyan more intrigued. The divine spirits are deeply touched by the boy's sincere attempt to protect the young hero. Yu Hyan is also quite pleased with this noble attitude, so he decides to stand his ground instead of running, terrifying the boy. But our main character calmly explains that he already knew everything, feeling even more flustered. The anxious boy is quickly reassured. Yu Hyan tells him not to worry, since he's proven himself to be a genuinely good person. Yang-woon is just about to ask if the Empress of the Sword will be fine, when a sudden, brutal scream cuts him off. It's He-rim. Yu Hyan calmly smiles. It's over. Arriving at the clearing, they find the other 4 thugs sprawled out on the ground like complete, useless garbage. Yang-woon is absolutely stunned. Honestly, who wouldn't be? She casually demolished 3 elite collectors all by herself. Yu Hyan just notes there is no need to even tie them up. Staring at He-rim, he admits he expected her to play weak, but she simply followed orders. Fight alone, but she simply followed his orders. As the thugs start waking up, Yu Hyan tells them to hurry and get up, since the Empress didn't kill them. Baek Woo-hyun is still totally dazed, slowly regaining his consciousness until he realizes the situation and sees Yang-woon standing perfectly fine. He screams at the boy, demanding to know if he ratted them out, calling him a filthy traitor. Silence. Yu Hyan steps up, blocking the trembling kid from Baek Woo-hyun's vicious, screaming insults. The young hero steps directly on the gang leader's arm, making him scream in absolute agony, and tells him he'll explain their current situation. This man, Baek Woo-hyun, is a Class 7 collector linked to the brutal murders of more than 10 people, alongside other major crimes. Yu Hyan notes the target list also included a nameless teller and the Empress of the Sword. Now comes the million-dollar question: who exactly paid them for the hit? Panting heavily, the thug tries to play tough, growling that he won't say a word, but Yu Hyan asks if he's not afraid of the law. The bandit laughs it off, screaming that the absolute worst case is some jail time. Listening in, the divine spirits urge Yu Hyan to execute the criminal right on the spot. Silence. Baek Woo-hyun grows confident, shouting threats even louder, but Yu Hyan swiftly cuts him off. Drawing his blade, he ruthlessly pierces the bandit standing nearby. Without the slightest hesitation, staring at his bleeding comrade, Baek Woo-hyun freezes in. Seeing this, Yu Hyan simply smiles, saying that is enough. Shocked, the remaining 2 stare at their dead companion, now lying lifeless in the swamp of the mental domain. Terror instantly takes hold. They scream, desperately begging Yu Hyan to spare their lives. But he just smiles back, not saying a single word. The screaming girl starts to plead, desperately crying out that it was not her fault and she was forced into it. Regardless, Yu-Hyan slowly raises his blade. Suddenly, He-rim reaches out and grabs his arm. He glances at her, wondering if she wants to stop him from executing another bandit. Maybe she sees him as a monster now, but then she unexpectedly draws her own weapon. With a brutal, swift diagonal strike, she ruthlessly cuts down the pleading girl. Red ketchup sprays everywhere as she collapses on the other side of Wu-Hyan. Another lifeless body drops. Yu-Hyan watches her in genuine disbelief. Turns out she only did it to vent some intense jealousy, which is pretty hilarious. Amused, Yu-Hyan admits he might have underestimated her. Meanwhile, Wu-Hyan just stares. At his dead companion in absolute horror, He-rim steps forward to handle the rest. Quite a cold-blooded turn, is it not? She slowly approaches the terrified Wu-Hyan. She mentions realizing something crucial during the chaotic battle of Constantinople. To actually achieve her ultimate goal, she must be willing to do absolutely whatever it takes. The man screams in pure panic, begging for his life as reality finally sets in. Realizing there is no escape, he desperately tries to negotiate his way out. Typical bandit logic, Wu-Hyan threatens that they will deeply regret taking his life. But Yu-Hyan points out he has zero right to negotiate anything here. Still trying to talk himself out of death, the man makes a final play. If they kill him, they will never learn who hired his gang. Yu-Hyan calmly states it was Jinpeng from the Pentagram Division of Celestial Body. That single name completely crushes Wu-Hyan's last shred of hope. He asks in shock how they knew, and Yu-Hyan mockingly questions his stupidity. Turning his back on the pathetic scene, Yu-Hyan leaves the final blow to He-rim. She steps up to finish the job, destined to be painted in red ketchup again. The bandit screams in absolute terror, begging her to stay far away from him. He desperately cries out to his young companion, Yongwon, begging for any help. But the boy is frozen in place, utterly traumatized by the brutal scene. He-rim stands firm before the man who dared threaten her and her beloved. Honestly, who would not root for these two? Tears stream down Wu-Hyan's face. He realizes there is absolutely no way out of this nightmare now. His final sight is Yu-Hyan's back, but then he catches a chilling glimpse. A terrifying, cold smile, then with one clean swing, the sword does its job. The bandit is decapitated on the spot. Yu-Hyan feels a deep sense of satisfaction. Watching arrogant fools who thought they ruled the world fall was always gratifying. He knows his sense of justice is warped, but it is deeply satisfying. It is a dark, unyielding part of his nature, carved into his soul. A permanent scar left behind from surviving that hellish first world. Some might call it twisted, but he is genuinely enjoying who he has become. Looking up, Yu-Hyan silently hopes Jinpeng will put up a much better fight. The watching divine spirits are absolutely thrilled by this incredible show. Meanwhile, Yongwon can only watch the horrifying aftermath in complete silence. Shocked, falling backward, he simply cannot process the absolute horror he just experienced. Yu-Hyan's severed head lies beside him. The sight instantly paralyses him with pure dread. He vomits, disgust and despair completely overwhelm him as the other two look on. Why did this happen? He only wanted to help someone for the first time. His supposed courage meant absolutely nothing. He was fooled from the very start. They played him. Those two had been setting him up from the very beginning. He screams in total agony, "Why did you kill my companions?" The main character shrugs. If they had not done it, they would have died. Had to die instead. Yongwon screams that if they had simply run, no one would have died, but everything felt like a joke to him. The tellers do not care about humanity. He yells that Yuan knows nothing about suffering and never had to struggle a single day, so he just stands there acting like he does not care. But Yuan says everyone has a unique role. They refused theirs because they wanted something bigger, risking their lives to chase after it. To Yongwon it might look like they were somehow chosen, but they were actually just like him. Trembling and wet with tears, the boy asks why he had to be so useless. Yuan gently replies that the boy simply accepted his reality while they fought for theirs. Furious, the boy screams back, asking what he is supposed to do with his life. If every single try only ends in total failure, honestly, it is hard not to feel for him. Yuan quietly watches his desperation, telling him that his little world is just too small. The boy gets confused, thinking his limited view is all that actually exists, and when someone calls him a total failure, he takes it as absolute truth. That only happens because his entire focus is locked onto his own misery. The boy looks lost, but Yuan continues, trying to break through to him. The real world does not actually care about him or blame him for failing. It does not even know he exists, so if he wants things to change, he must start by shifting his perspective and showing the world his real strength. It is going to be incredibly tough, but it beats just giving up. With those parting words, Yuan turns around and prepares to take his leave. He-rim asks if they should really just leave the kid behind like this. Yuan reassures her that the boy will find his way. Now, back to work. He-rim charges ahead, tearing through every obstacle until they reach the final boss. A terrifying plant monster called leprosy. Leaping high, He-rim dodges its incoming strikes and ends it in one clean slash. Seriously, she makes this look way too easy. They secure some fantastic loot for clearing the domain, including new titles and the valuable boss resin. Suddenly, the entire domain starts to dissolve. He-rim notices something strange as the space fades around them. She points out that even the dirt on her hands has vanished completely. It is pretty wild how all the domain grime disappears after a clear. Yuan confirms that only their earned rewards and wounds remain behind. Seeing him look so quiet, she decides to bring up another topic. He has been acting pretty distant and lost in thought for a while. Yuan quietly reflects on how he used to think humans could never change. But seeing the color of that boy's book shift changed everything for him. Maybe some people actually do have the power to rewrite their own destiny. He brushes it off with a smile, telling her it is time to go. Back in the real world, several angry collectors are crying over missing out. The local spirits find their absolute despair pretty funny as they demand compensation. Completely ignoring their whining, Yuan shrugs it off. He already got his loot. He signals He-rim that it is time to head back to the company. Once they arrive, He-rim collapses onto a couch, complaining about being exhausted. A coworker asks how the run went, and she acts totally casual. Just a standard day on the job, though the rewards were decent. Yu-hyun asks He-rim to show him her status window, and she agrees immediately. Analyzing the data, he looks pretty frustrated, which she notices right away. She asks if something is wrong, but he finds the information far too vague. It is as if all her abilities are overly simplified, despite her rapid growth. He-rim agrees that it is strange, but Yu-hyun warns her it is actually very problematic, keeping them completely in the dark about her true potential. Back in the main character's past life, those collector metrics were much more detailed than they are now. He asks He-rim how she would feel if she worked hard, only to look at her screen and find a completely simplified window like this. That is the core issue. The system seems designed to demotivate these collectors by using vague metrics, suggesting someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Previously, Yu-hyun believed the world ended because collectors simply got lazy. But the truth might go much deeper, and if his theory is correct, then this game of shadows is about to get highly entertaining. Yu-hyun quietly starts to chuckle to himself, making He-rim look at him with concern. He reassures her that it is nothing, though he secretly welcomes the challenge from those puppeteers. If they target him, he will get to thoroughly enjoy tearing their whole operation down. Meanwhile, Suryeon returns to the company. After stepping out briefly, Kim asks her where she has been, and she explains she was meeting with magazine publishers about an upcoming interview. Hearing this, He-rim panics, but Yu-hyun points out that it is time for her to finally start making herself known to the wider public. High-rank collectors are essentially celebrities, making media exposure a normal part of life. He-rim finds the whole thing incredibly annoying and flatly refuses to participate. But Yoo Hyun mentions that these gigs will bring in absolute heaps of cash. Hearing about the money immediately changes her attitude, and she eagerly asks how much she can make, so he estimates at least a few $100,000. Hearing that, she happily agrees. Shifting gears, Suryeon asks what he is working on, and Yoo Hyun shows off the cheap system shop sword he is upgrading. He-rim thinks it is just a piece of junk, which Yoo Hyun does not deny. He tells her to inspect the weapon using her own system window, and she reads aloud that it is an ancient sword of Salyo. She has no idea what that means, so he explains the lore. Salyo was an legendary ancient empire, renowned for its incredible magical engineering. This sword is actually a powerful legacy item from that lost civilization. Because humanity has not discovered this yet, it remains a hidden treasure that normal people cannot buy anywhere. Next, Yoo Hyun tells He-rim that she needs to start training her primary offensive ability immediately. This leaves her confused, but he explains she will soon reach mid-tier. She needs a high-grade technique that matches her elite physical stats. After all, she has skipped the years of painful grinding. Most people endure, growing at an absolutely staggering pace instead. That rapid progress means she must learn an advanced skill. He-rim worries that these skill manuals are too expensive, but Yoo Hyun has a trick. To acquire them practically for free, he instructs her to search the system shop. First up is a story called Thundersteps. She finds it, and it costs exactly 100 points. Next is the internal skill Thunder Berserker from the mid-level stories, followed by Storm Fury from the low-tier ones. He-rim is supposed to buy all three of these books. But Suryeon immediately asks if those are not famously trash. No one could handle the speed granted by Thundersteps. On top of that, Thunder Berserker was so violent it made the user's body twist and contort constantly. And finally, when it comes to Thunder Fury, it is basically a totally useless sword style. Combined, these three skills are famously called the Three Useless Brothers. This news leaves He-rim completely shocked. Was it even safe for her to learn them? Yoo Hyun just asks if she does not trust him, and she instantly buys them. After all, she is head over heels and trusts him unconditionally. Once she has the skills, she asks if she should learn them all at once, and immediately absorbs them into her soul. Violent arcs of blue lightning suddenly explode from He-rim's body, terrifying Suryeon, but the main character quickly steps right in front of her. He thrusts his sword right into the wild currents, flashing around He-rim, and the weapon's blade starts reshaping itself. Suryeon watches in sheer horror at this shocking transformation. The weapon has changed completely, even impressing the main character himself. Wide-eyed, the girl asks if this is actually the sword's original, true hidden form. Yoo Hyun hands it over, warning her to be careful with the crackling lightning. Staring at the blade, he remembers hearing how beautiful this sword was. But seeing it in person is on a whole different level. Meanwhile, He-rim looks incredibly focused. It seems she has completely integrated those three trash-tier stories into her soul. He checks if she is feeling any pain, but she says she feels totally fine. Now here is where things get interesting. She opens up her status menu to check the new combined skill. Amazingly, those three lightning techniques vanish entirely from her skill tree, replaced by a legendary masterpiece called the Celestial Lightning Sword. This insane hidden piece lets her summon and control literal lightning from the heavens. It easily outclasses any high-rank skill out there. Absolutely swooning, He-rim lunges forward to give Yoo Hyun a massive hug. But the boy anticipates her move and dodges instantly. He quickly warns her that he cannot touch her until she controls that raw electricity, or he will get fried. That makes the girl whine. Standing back up, she asks how he even knew about this legendary hidden piece. If the spirits found out, they would absolutely lose their minds. It was best to pull this off secretly, otherwise too many annoying questions would start popping up. Yu Hyan admits he just wanted to avoid any unnecessary drama, but tells her to shrug it off and tosses her the sword to help her absorb the wild energy, without her even trying. The blade starts drawing in the blinding light, which immediately catches Suryun's eye. She grabs Yu Hyan's arm and demands to speak with him in private. Surprisingly, he does not try to run away. That sneaky rascal. Annoyed, she asks if he basically used He-rim as a literal battery to charge up that sword. He replies that it worked out and it was to help her. Still, he is curious why she seems so deeply worried about He-rim. Shaking, she stammers that she is just terrified something might blow up and burn her entire office to absolute ashes. Yeah, she only cares about the financial loss. Irritated, she tells Yu Hyan to give her a heads up before he pulls a crazy stunt like that again. That moment reminds Yu Hyan that this girl is anything but ordinary. Suddenly, a message flashes across his system screen, catching him completely off guard. It is from the old association boss. Claiming they finally located Cho Do-yeon, Yu Hyan instantly declares that he has to make a move. Telling He-rim to stay right by the sword, he has some urgent business to handle. Sprinting toward the headquarters, a sudden thought hits Yu Hyan. Why rush there? He has absolutely no real reason to get mixed up with a guy like that. Yet why is he so incredibly fixated? Will seeing him spark rage or just nothing? Maybe he won't feel a single thing when they stand face to face, but still. He needs to meet him just once. Bursting into the association office, he demands to speak with Youngmo immediately, cutting off the receptionist, but the old man is already there. Beckoning the boy to follow him, the sudden appearance startles everyone in the lobby. Once behind closed doors, Youngmo gets straight to the point, asking what his connection is to this Cho Do-yeon. Yu Hyan calmly claims he has no idea, only knowing the name from random rumors, which seems to satisfy the chief, slipping his hands deep into his long robes. He explains that Yu Hyan's tip-off made tracking the kid down surprisingly simple. It took barely any effort. Reaching inside his pocket, he pulls out a physical photograph and slides it across, asking if this is indeed the Cho Do-yeon he sought. Shocked to his core, Yu Hyan blurts out that this is absolutely the right guy. Desperately demanding to know his current location, the chief sighs, explaining that 10 years ago, right when Earth merged into the mixed world, everything shattered on the day of unification. No records exist of where the boy went. He just vanished off the grid. That revelation leaves Yu Hyan completely paralyzed. The shocking truth is hard to digest. Cho Do-yeon is just gone. Youngmo elaborates that he was among the many who vanished during the chaotic 99 days of revolution, when their world collided with the other. The dimensional barriers shattered completely, turning stories into reality. That marks the infamous day of unification. Wait, did Earth get dragged in by force? Countless innocent lives simply evaporated from the face of the planet during that event. Even now, no one truly understands what triggered these sudden mass disappearances. It remains a total mystery. The only certainty was that they crossed into another dimension, especially since the rare few who ever returned did so only as cold corpses. Anyone returning with a pulse had been twisted into something monstrous and unrecognizable. Years later, some of the lost would emerge sane, hailed as legendary returnees. But right now, that is still far off. Staring down at the photo, Yu Hyan realizes Cho Do-yeon's early disappearance makes sense. Perhaps it occurred in his previous life, meaning his godlike power and cold judgment at the end of days were forged entirely by surviving those brutal alien rules, cutting off his deep spiral of thoughts. The elderly chief quietly mentions that Cho Do-yeon actually has a living mother. The revelation catches Yu Hyan off guard. She has searched desperately since his disappearance, and now she wishes to meet Yu Hyan personally. The sheer surprise hits him hard, prompting the chief to ask if he would actually be willing to see her. It makes sense. Yu Hyun is her first real lead in a decade of searching. Rising to his feet, Yu Hyun promises to arrange a meeting later on. Politely requesting the chief's continuous assistance in the future, the old man gladly agrees, offering his full support whenever needed, clutching the old photograph tightly in his hand. Yu Hyun silently wonders if his own family is still out there, but he's too terrified. He had to know if his past self actually existed here, what happened to him. Was there another Kang Yu-hun walking around out there? If so, could he even call those people his parents anymore? How would they react to seeing him? What if they thought the main character was just an imposter? Suddenly, a voice snaps him back. He-rim is standing right there. Clutching her sword, flustered, he asks why she decided to follow him. She admits she followed him because he looked so incredibly troubled when he walked away. He apologizes for rushing off, but assures her he is totally fine. He is totally fine. It was absolutely nothing serious, just like he said. She invites him back to the office, but he just looks confused. Curious, she asks if he still has things to do, but he does not answer. He had already decided to become the true main character of his story. His parents inspired it. They were the ultimate motivation behind his choice. Even if they rejected him now, the main character had no reason to run away. He would not run. Kang Yu-hun nods, asking if she wants to go with him. The girl gets extremely excited, instantly asking where exactly they are going. Smiling, he says they are going to meet his saviors. No matter what, they were still his parents. Soon, they are on the bus. He-rim notes how interesting the main character is, keeping so many secrets. He denies it. Still, she does not believe a single word he says. She insists that one day he will finally share his mysterious past with her. Asking about these amazing saviors, the main character agrees they are truly incredible. They truly are. That simple answer leaves He-rim wondering about them. His deep respect speaks volumes. She desperately wants to know more about his past. But she knows absolutely nothing. Watching her, he wonders about her family. He could easily find that information in her book, but he decides to ask instead. Instead, he asks her directly if she has any family left. Excited, she playfully asks if he is interested in her, but he quickly backpedals. He tells her she does not have to answer. Laughing, she says, "She is happy," he asked. Then, her playful tone drops as she admits she has no family left. This catches him completely off guard. Still, she smiles and explains her past. Her father abandoned them right after her mother gave birth to her. Perhaps that is why her mother abused her so severely throughout her entire childhood. She was treated like a stranger. Then, an absolute tragedy struck. Returning home, she opened the door only to witness an unforgettable, horrific sight. Her mother was hanging lifeless, having ended her own life. Eventually, she ended up in an orphanage where she was bullied even worse. She was just too shy to fight back. Hearing this, the main character is completely shocked. Smiling weakly, she says it is fine now because of him. But he suddenly shouts her name. Confused, she asks what is wrong. He quickly says it is nothing, but notes her painful life. She shrugs it off, smiling as she explains that his presence gave her a real purpose. She no longer lives like a failure, yet looking closely, she seems so fragile. The Sword Empress was never this fragile. Perhaps he never truly knew her before she became that cold legend. There was no need to compare them, even as her fragile mind neared its breaking point. Her future depended entirely on his actions, carrying the power to change her life. He reassures her that everything is fine because he will never cast her aside. Blushing, she smiles. "I will never leave you either," she promises. They are incredibly cute. Soon, they finally arrive at the exact bus stop where they needed to get off. Yu Hyun looks dangerously pale as he starts recognizing all the familiar childhood streets. Everything looks exactly the same. The spots he frequented as a kid remain completely untouched. Nothing changed except him. He is the only different element in this familiar place. He spots the old playground where his mother used to catch him skipping school. Just then, a voice yells at a girl named Kang He-rim for playing hooky. Yura shouts back that she will attend tomorrow, continuing her casual stroll. As she walks past him, Yu Hyun is utterly stunned by her familiar face. She is a female version of himself, living proof of an alternate universe. Confused, dazed, he and Yura simply stare at each other in mild shock. Suddenly, the angry voice calls out Yura's name yet again. They warn her that running from responsibilities will only lead to failure. Yura complains and begs her to stop nagging, leaving Yu Hyun completely speechless. The person standing right in front of him is his mother, his actual mother. His mother notices him staring, and Yu Hyun slowly takes a step forward. She apologizes for the noise, but he can only softly whisper one word, "Mom." Reality hits him like a truck, making him realize how foolish his hopes were. Kang Yu Hyun does not exist here. Someone else already took his place. Someone else has already taken the spot where he was supposed to belong. Breaking his train of thought, his mother asks if they have met somewhere before. She notes he looks familiar, while Yura points at him in absolute agreement. Yura asks if he knows her father, since the resemblance is incredibly striking. The very next moment, she spots He-rim standing right behind him. Yura gets incredibly excited, shouting that she is indeed the famous Sword Empress. Yura eagerly approaches He-rim to ask for an autograph, starry-eyed with admiration. Her mother quickly tells her to behave, while Yura calls their meeting pure destiny. She insists that the four of them sit down together for a nice chat. They head inside a nearby cafe, where Yura's mother asks him for his name. Yu Hyun apologizes for the delay and formally introduces himself to them. Introducing himself as Yu Hyun, a teller from Celestial Body Incorporated, Yura gets thrilled. Meeting a teller is a first for Yura, while her mother observes his resemblance. She thinks they must be relatives, and Yu Hyun senses she knows something. He desperately wants to confess the truth of who he really is, but stops. But unfortunately, he cannot. Jumping up, the girl demands confirmation. If Yuan is truly a legendary teller, he nods, and she instantly begs him to explain if he can. Make her a collector, but her mother instantly snaps, calling her incredibly rude. Yuan just laughs it off, saying there's no harm in asking. The girl giggles, pointing out that he said it was fine, though her mother remains annoyed, answering her. It is simply impossible to turn an ordinary human into a collector. Tellers can only form contracts with those who already possess the power. Her mother sighs with great relief. She feared Yuan might actually make the girl a collector, driving her to. The girl is completely furious. Her irritated mother snaps back, yelling at her to recognize her own limits and accept when things are out of her control. Biting her lip in frustration, tears spill as she runs away. Her mother shouts after her but ultimately lets her run off. Sitting back down, she apologizes for her daughter's terrible behavior. Yuan just shrugs it off. He says it is just a normal phase for her age. Everyone her age thinks being a collector is cool, but her mother sees only the glamorous side. She is constantly worried. The absolute hardest part was knowing the girl had no talent at all. Ouch, that brutal truth catches Yuan completely off guard. He is suddenly taken straight back to his own childhood, with his mother telling him he lacked the talent for his dream. Shaking it off, he asks He-rim to go find Yura, giving them a bit of space to talk. She quietly nods and walks out. Yuan speaks up. Nobody should give up on their path just for lacking talent. Her mother agrees that dreaming big is fine, but she had learned a hard lesson. She learned that dreams do not come true just by wishing. Yuan replies that even so, she is still her daughter. The mother sighs. She wants the best for Yura, but the collector life is brutal. She just wants her daughter safe and healthy. Yuan admits she has a valid point, but crushing her daughter's dream is not the answer. No matter how difficult the road ahead may be, annoyed, she asks if she should just let the girl wander off. Yuan simply suggests she show the girl reality. Show her reality, show her the danger, if she still refuses to quit. Then there is simply nothing else to be done. This leaves the mother completely baffled. Yuan explains that it means the girl would walk her chosen path fully. Aware of the extreme difficulties, does she think her daughter's determination is that weak? A word of encouragement can rewrite a destiny. Honestly, he is completely right. Yuan believes a genuine, honest conversation between the two of them would bring absolute clarity. He hopes she can believe in her daughter's dream just one more time. No matter how tough things get, she needs that dream. If Yura pursues her path, she can become the master of her own life. The mother's eyes soften. She instantly recognizes the specific words he used, no matter how dangerous the path is. If their goal lies at the end, they cannot be stopped, he asks. In her daughter's dreams, the woman finally sighs and gives in, and relents, admitting she might have held Yura back out of pure worry. Shifting the subject, she mentions it is truly amazing how much he resembles her. Grown son, it is truly fascinating, considering they just met for the first time. Yuan laughs awkwardly. Right then, the cafe door opens and they both look over. Yura and He-rim stand there, but the young girl still looks incredibly sad and upset. Yuan politely excuses himself, telling the mother he wants to talk with Yura alone. She readily agrees. The young man then approaches and asks the girl if they can talk for a brief moment. Still visibly upset, she slowly nods and agrees to sit. He gently asks why she wants to be a collector. Will you laugh at my answer, she asks. He promises he won't. Yura explains they always look incredibly cool and confident. You probably think that's a pretty silly answer. Yuan gently shakes his head. He had the exact same dream when he was younger. Anyone can dream. What matters is determination. Then he asks if she is ready. Risk her life for that fantasy. Seeing her confusion, Yuan calmly explains that He-rim stood on the very brink of death multiple times for her dream. Was Yura truly ready to face that same terror? Frustrated, she goes silent, but Yuan gently tells her she doesn't need to decide today, only that she must find her own truth eventually when the time comes. The girl asks if Yuan believes she has the potential to reach that dream. If she gave it everything and had the absolute resolve, did he honestly believe she could make it? Wearing a confident smile, the young man tells her, yes, she can do it. He quietly thinks that if anyone had believed in his talent like that, his own past would have turned out completely and utterly different. He wanted to assure her as a teller because he genuinely wanted her to grow. Above the girl's happy smile, her legendary book suddenly glows. That was enough. Saying goodbye, Yura gratefully thanks them for every single thing they did, and admits she wishes she could stay with them a bit longer, but it is time to go. Yuan hopes all her deepest wishes come true and that meeting her was wonderful. Yura confidently replies that she knows everything will work out perfectly. They wave goodbye, but Yuan's mother remains completely silent. The two partners and He-rim stand at the bus stop, waiting. The girl notices he seems unusually happy, but he quickly changes the subject. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls Yuan's name. Turning around, he sees his mother running toward him. The confused boy asks her, "What is wrong?" Standing up, Yuan tells He-rim to wait a moment while he goes to check. Approaching the worried woman, he gently asks what is the matter, and she explains she just had to tell him something before his departure. In an instant, she tightly hugs Yuan, saying he has worked so hard. He freezes in shock, his face flushing red as tears well up in his eyes. He knows he must tell her the truth, that he is not her actual son, and set clear boundaries immediately. But as she holds him, he cannot pull away. Ultimately, he returns her tight embrace, whispering that yes, he worked hard. Stepping back, she promises to root for him forever, and Yuan softly whispers his thanks as she walks out of his life forever. He only wishes her peace in her remaining days, remembering how his past parents died when the world fell apart. He refuses to let history repeat itself in this timeline, determined to succeed, to protect his family and stop the impending apocalypse. Suddenly, the scene shifts to show a jar of black ink splattered across a wooden table while someone nearby screams. in utter shock at an unexpected failure, staring at the system screen at. The three useless fools who got utterly crushed by Yuan and He-rim, we finally realize. It is Jinpeng, absolutely furious. He now has only one desperate option left to eliminate his rival, but he dreads using a method so dark even he might not survive the intense backlash. Shaking his head, he screams that he simply cannot do it. Jinpeng closes the system screen. Suddenly, a voice from behind asks what he cannot do. Startling him completely, turning around, he spots a tiny fairy whom he calls Argyle and asks what she is doing inside his library. She explains she is there simply because she wanted to see what her Jinpeng was doing, and if he had finished the job she gave him. The teller is instantly terrified to hear this. Fairy complaining about his unfinished mission, she lets out a heavy sigh and says she is deeply disappointed since she trusted him, but he proved himself completely unreliable. Jinpeng desperately tries to explain that things are not like that. Putting on a dramatic show, she laments his actions and his attempt to eliminate a colleague. Jinpeng quickly protests, claiming he could never do something so terrible. Wearing an unhinged expression, she asks if he is calling her a liar. Down he goes, slammed straight to the floor by an intense force. A massive gravitational force instantly forces him down to his knees. He collapses with enough impact to crack the tiles, asking how she did this. Inside his own library, the fairy calmly explains that when he was first hired by the department, he surrendered all control over this space and can only regain it as a senior. Until then, he has absolutely no power over his workplace, mining. He could easily die right here in his safest haven. Letting him go, Argyle claims she is a generous senior who will offer him one final chance to handle Kang He-rim. This time, she adds, he will even get special point support and bonuses. Stammering, Jinpeng asks if she truly wants this. Argyle nods, explaining that she wants him to start a story battle, a gamble between tellers with their libraries on the line. Shaking, Jinpeng argues that facing the Sword Empress is totally impossible, but the fairy promises him a highly capable collector for the challenge. Apparently, a certain collector in the department was being secretly trained. Away from the public eye, the divine spirits would absolutely love to see a new challenger crush the Sword Empress, which gives Jinpeng fresh hope. Back at the office, a table is piled with cotton swabs and tools. Our hero is busy modifying the sword. Fully charged now thanks to He-rim, since the weapon has not yet revealed its true power, he starts engraving complex mana circuits right onto the blade. Instantly, the sword glows, unleashing a massive wave of raw energy. It transforms from a dusty ancient relic into an incredible piece of magical engineering. For this feat, he bags 100,000 points and gets a new story. This unlocks the true, powerful form of the ancient relic of Salio. A massive list of god-tier stats pops up, honestly, too many to list. Even with all this, several of its abilities remain locked behind a seal, hidden from his view, but then a specific line in the description catches his attention. The weapon apparently possesses a massive ego, leaving him completely baffled. Suddenly, the hilt trembles in his grip as the blade literally screams with joy, celebrating its long-awaited freedom, startling our hero and his pet. Looking down, there is a tiny head carrying a book on top. It is a completely mind-boggling sight. This sword is not just talkative, it has a wild, distinct personality. Right away, she loudly demands to know exactly who her new master is. Yuhan introduces himself to the mysterious girl, but she flinches, shocked to discover he is a teller. She immediately asks if he plans to sell her, but Yuhan shakes his head. He explains his plan to actually use her as a sword, sparking her intense curiosity. Yuhan quickly shifts the topic, asking what her name is with a warm smile. She reveals she slept so long that she completely forgot it, looking adorably lost. The girl asks him to choose a new name, leaving our main character pretty confused. She explains that since he awakened her, his engraving talents should extend to naming too. Examining the blade, a memory of his snowy pet owl flashes through his mind. Since both are incredibly white, Yu-hun decides on a perfect name for her. He names her Baker, meaning White Lotus, and she instantly accepts the beautiful title. Erupting with soft energy, she declares him her master and initiates a direct transfer. Yu-hun acquires the legendary story of the one who inherited the forgotten past. He unlocks the rare title of recorder as his own memories flow into her. The sudden soul connection causes the girl to let out a sharp, unexpected scream. Yu-hun jumps in surprise, but she demands to know how he is a reincarnated soul. That sudden question completely catches him off guard. She knows his deepest secret. He realizes the contract allowed her to peer directly into his mysterious past life. Stammering, Yu-hun tries to explain himself while she studies his nervous expression. He decides to spill the absolute truth, realizing there is no use hiding it now. Hearing his tale, she asks if he sought her out using future knowledge. Yu-hun admits he did, though nobody in the future realized she possessed an ego. Baker explains his unique recorder status is the exact reason she could awaken fully. Her previous owner simply lacked the required talent, making this partnership highly exciting. She is absolutely thrilled to serve a teller and explore all his fascinating stories. Yu-hun smiles warmly, promising her a front-row seat to countless grand adventures. He gently extends his finger, sealing their brand-new friendship with a soft touch. The scene shifts to a vast green meadow where only Yu-hun and Baker stand. Yu-hun asks if she is ready, and Baker confidently nods. Opening his private library, a massive crowd of viewers quickly floods in. He greets the waiting divine spirits, announcing his return after a short, relaxing break. They are officially back to kick off a brand new live stream routine. The spirits grow intensely curious, but Yu-hun calmly asks them to remain patient. Before starting, he begins to fully explain the grand tale chosen for today. But before he can finish his sentence, a sudden voice cuts him off. Yu-hun turns around, highly annoyed at the interruption to his broadcast. The rival teller, Jinpeng, stands there with a very serious request. He demands a direct storytelling battle right now against our protagonist. This sudden challenge immediately sends the watching spirits into an absolute frenzy. Baker suddenly materializes, asking what on earth is going on. Yu-hun explains it is a battle between rival storytelling systems. He realizes she is out in the open and worries about her being seen. She quickly reassures him that only he possesses the power to see and hear her. Still, Yu-hun explains these high-stakes battles completely test their storytelling skills. And the ultimate winner takes complete ownership of the loser's private library. This dangerous condition makes the sword incredibly nervous as Jinpeng presses for an answer. Accept the challenge. Was he scared? Yu-hun hints that he might just accept, but in the end he refuses, laughing right in the other teller's face. The divine spirits are thoroughly disappointed, and Jinpeng is furious with the refusal, but Yu-hun stands firm. In his decision, he had every right to refuse. His sword asks if it was okay to turn it down, but Yu-hun simply doesn't care. Others might accept out of pride, but not him. Jinpeng scolds Yu-hun for rejecting the challenge, demanding to know if he has any honor, but Yu-hun says he's not the one to talk. It was obvious to the boy that Jinpeng had planned to issue this challenge the moment he opened his. This library raid was pure intimidation. Jinpeng expected Yu-hun to be too embarrassed. Declining in front of his viewers would look bad, but his arrogance angers the spirits. Even Jinpeng's own subscribers are totally disgusted by his shameless behavior. Some are even planning to file a massive complaint within his department. Playing it cool, Yu-hun says there is no need for any drama. He acts worried, treating the rival teller like some clueless new recruit. Acting too cold could backfire and hurt the library's good reputation. Meanwhile, the watching spirits are getting hyped and begging for a fight. Donations flood in from both sides as the ultimate duel draws closer. Noticing the excitement, Yu Hyun steps forward with one major condition. Jinpong demands to know what it is, and Yu Hyun delivers the terms. The winner takes everything the loser owns, including their very life. Jinpong freezes in shock, but then smiles, thinking Yu Hyun walked into a trap. Laughing out loud, the arrogant rival quickly accepts this deadly proposal. He confidently warns him that he cannot back out of his own words later. Just like that, the terms are set, making this a fight to the death. Watching all this unfold, the little fairy gets incredibly intrigued and excited. She was already curious about how he rose to fame so fast. But the young man is proving to be way more entertaining than expected. Still, letting him openly ignore their rules is bad for her department. Either way, it is fine because she cannot wait to devour her new prey. The scene shifts and we find He-rim looking extremely worried for him. She asks if he will be all right, but Yu Hyun calmly dismisses her fears. He is confident everything will go smoothly, and it is a great opportunity. He wants to show off the true, crushing power of his sword. He teasingly asks if she cares, and she hesitates before he reassures her. Even some of the divine spirits are questioning this insanely risky bet. The White Lotus complains that they have no idea what they are facing. To them, he is crazy for fighting an entire department completely alone. But Yu Hyun notes that the easiest targets are those who think they know everything. They think they grasp reality, but He-rim asks how that helps them. It is the same case here since everyone in that department is blinded by ego. When He-rim asks if he made that wager on purpose, Yu Hyun confirms it. He has a foolproof plan to crush every single one of them at once. She calls him a psychopath, and he simply smiles and thanks her. She shoots back that it was definitely not meant as a compliment. Suddenly, the system alerts him that only 5 minutes remain before the battle. Picking up his little owl, Yu Hyun thanks it and tosses it out. The little bird flies off, and a determined He-rim asks to leave. She wants to inspect the arena before the fight, but he stops her. He has one quick thing to discuss first, leaving her extremely curious. Meanwhile, Jinpong is brimming with absolute confidence about his upcoming victory. Even knowing they face the legendary Sword Empress, his group remains arrogant. He believes not even she can defeat the special collector on his side. He is amazed his department would hand over someone so powerful. Feeling that insane raw power only made him more excited, it proved his department fully recognized his talent, otherwise they would never hand over such a powerhouse. With just 60 seconds left on the clock, the teller orders his collector forward. The guy acts lazy but still obeys Jinpong. The moment of truth arrives. Both sides step into the arena as deafening cheers shake the entire stadium. The crowd is hyped, but if you look closely, they look like test dummies. Honestly, it feels like the artist got tired of drawing background characters. Jinpong snaps at him to fight, but the kid tells him to stop bossing him around. He was planning to fight anyway, making this constant nagging incredibly annoying. The teller swallows his anger because defeating their main opponent is all that matters. His collector hypes himself up, whispering about facing off against the Sword Empress. He is absolutely thrilled, wondering exactly what she will sound like when sliced. Jinpong screams a sudden warning as a massive shadow looms right before them. The teller looks completely horrified, a face of pure, unadulterated shock. And that single look says everything. Talk about an unexpected turn of events. Even the fairy looks stunned, staring at the system interface with a heavy sigh. The confused collector blinks, asking who the heck just entered the ring. Standing right there is our main character, sword still sheathed, smiling with absolute confidence. They stand in an anime-style battle ring, with Jinpong shouting like a boxing coach. Neither of them makes a single move, waiting for the signal to strike. Up in the stands, those weird dummy spectators watch with growing irritation. Are these actually divine entities? Well, we get our answer immediately. They are indeed godly avatars, and the one grumbling is none other than Satan. Amused, Jinpong's fighter asks if a teller is even allowed to fight in this ring. Our hero replies with a grin that there is absolutely no rule forbidding it. To the collector, it changes nothing. Even with this surprise, it is the perfect trap. The perfect chance to end him. Jinpong orders his warrior to kill the boy. But the killer tells his boss to shut up since he was already going to. White Lotus anxiously asks if this crazy move is actually a good idea. But our main character is totally chill, completely unfazed by the danger. Flashing a creepy red aura, the weapon warns that his opponent is a monster. Pulling out his silver guidebook, the hero tells his sword not to worry. But as Yu-hyun opens the pages, he gets a massive, chilling surprise. Those stats are downright horrifying. This guy is a literal nightmare. He is facing Jack the Ripper, a future serial killer destined to slaughter collectors. In his original timeline, nobody figured out Jack's true identity. He only unmasked his identity when the entire world was already ending. And back then, Dune had to put the maniac down personally. Drawing his blade, our hero knows he must end this threat right now. If he fails, countless innocent people will die in the future. The Pentagram Group is behind this, just like in his previous life. They are definitely pulling the strings to bring about the end of days. Meanwhile, He-rim watches from a screen, her heart racing in sheer panic. If anything happens to Yu-hyun, she will never be able to forgive herself. We flash back to him blocking her path as she screams in anger. There is absolutely no reason for him to step in her place. Yu-hyun explains this fight belongs to him alone. She does not need to be involved, but she insists she is his. Collector, so the battle belongs to her. Yu-hyun says if he were just a regular teller. Then yes, she would be the one fighting, but that answer does not satisfy the girl. Yu-hyun notices her hesitation and says he understands her worry, but she still does not believe in his potential. Even though he is grateful, she is really only anxious because she thinks he will lose. Under her breath, she quietly admits to herself that it is true. Yu-hyun trusts her completely, but she cannot find that trust in him. Suddenly, the boy gently places his hand on her head, catching her completely off guard as he tells her not to worry. He claims he is not as weak as she thinks, but she is blushing too hard to think straight. He remains confident, saying he is going to prove to her that she is worried over nothing, proving everyone who laughed at him was dead wrong. Back in the present, she admits she is still terrified, but she will trust. In her teller, this is it, the battle begins. Watch as the scenery changes. Completely, old buildings sprout up around Yu-hyun, looking suspiciously like they copied Shuematsu no Valkyrie. He is standing in a replica of London's notorious Whitechapel district. London, White Lotus quickly calls out to Yu-hyun, warning him to look straight ahead. But Jack vanishes in the very next instant. He was just standing right in front of them, and now he is gone. He is likely using camouflage, watching from above. We see Jack perched on top of a building, scheming on how to take out the young hero. He is plotting his move when suddenly Yu-hyun turns and stares straight at him, catching the assassin completely off guard, reactivating his camouflage. Jack wonders if he was spotted, but dismisses it as a simple coincidence. Trying a different angle, he starts plotting his next strike when Yu-hyun once again spins to face him directly. This really rattles Jack's confidence, leaving him wondering if Yu-hyun can somehow see right through his hiding spot. The little fairy monitoring him asks if he was not supposed to be confident in his skills. That question makes Jack nervous, and he snaps at her to shut up. He will handle this his own way, even if Yu-hyun can pinpoint his location. He cannot defend against a strike coming from a complete blind spot. Jack is sure Yu-hyun cannot block an attack from behind, but the boy swiftly spins around again. With one effortless movement, he parries Jack's strike, crushing his pride even further. How on earth did he do that once? Again, Jack vanishes into the shadows while Yu-hyun simply watches him retreat. We get a glimpse through the main character's eyes, revealing how he tracks Jack. His book is glowing brightly right above his head. White Lotus wonders how he spots him, and Yu Hyan calmly replies that he has his ways, realizing Yu Hyan can see through his camouflage. She asks about his next move. He replies he is going to make it. With a powerful leap, he charges at the Ripper, whose face is now pale with terror. The assassin barely blocks the oncoming strike, completely shaken to his core by being seen. His entire plan is ruined. Terrified, Jack screams out, demanding to know how he was found. Yu Hyan scoffs, saying hiding is his only trick. This insults the collector, who shouts back that he has plenty of other skills. Vanishing from sight, he instantly reappears right behind Yu Hyan, poised to deliver a fatal strike. He-rim screams out in pure panic as a dagger flies straight for his back as Jack screams at Yu Hyan to go to hell, but he slips away easily. Their eyes lock. Yu Hyan flashes a quick, smug grin. Suddenly, Jack leaps back to create some distance, and Yu Hyan calmly asks if he is done yet. Lifting his sword with absolute confidence, the young warrior tells his opponent that it is his turn now. High up in the stadium, Yu Hyan's loyal owl glides toward the divine spirits. Perched silently on a stone wall, the bird listens to the crowd gossiping. Even though they find him somewhat impressive, the gods still underestimate him. A bright magic circle glows right next to the pet while it watches the deities. Remarkably, Yu Hyan can actually eavesdrop on their private chat, hearing the arrogant spectators still talking down on his fighting style. Testing out this unique sensory skill inherited from Bayo, it works perfectly, exactly what you would expect from such an incredible blessing. Either way, those heavenly beings obviously think he is weak compared to his rival. Honestly, that just pumps him up. Watch closely, this is his chance to prove them all completely wrong. With a fierce grin, he launches himself forward. On guard, Jack frantically tries to anticipate the angle of the strike, guessing left or right so he can block it, but something completely throws him off. He narrowly evades the incoming blow, but something is seriously wrong with Yu Hyan's weapon. Wait, a second ago he held a sword, but now he is holding a long spear. When did he even switch them? Rapid fire thrusts rain down from Yu Hyan, but Jack somehow dances around the spearheads. Even though he took a minor scratch, he still believes he can crush his opponent easily. Within moments, Jack completely figures out the reach and speed of this new weapon. Time to get serious. Yu Hyan suddenly leaps backward with his spear, raising his weapon to deliver a crushing downward strike, but Jack expects this. He laughs, screaming that Yu Hyan is an idiot because his weapon is way too short. But shocker, the spearhead impales the boy's shoulder. Catching him completely off guard, he drops one of his sharp daggers. Slumped on the floor in shock, he demands to know how that even happened. Yu Hyan calmly tells him he lacks vision. He totally miscalculated the attack range because the spear literally extended itself, growing even taller than Yu Hyan himself. Screaming, Jack calls Yu Hyan a cheater. The teller simply shrugs. Just a classic skill issue, really. Snapping completely, Jack loses his cool. Yells at him to shut up and lunges forward. He just needs to get close enough to tear Yu Hyan apart. He is about to make his move. But then a brilliant blue flash erupts from Yu Hyan and slams Jack right in the face. Stunned, the young collector looks up to see Yu Hyan holding a massive shield. That is when it clicks. He is not swapping weapons at all. The weapon is morphing. Instantly, it shifts back into a heavy sword. Yu Hyan delivers a fierce overhead strike, but Jack barely parries with his daggers. Right away, the protagonist winds up for another slash, and Jack readies his defense. But the steel shifts shape once more, turning into a heavy flail that smashes directly between his feet. Jack barely jumps back in time. Yu Hyan sweeps the weapon sideways for a follow-up, which morphs into a giant battle axe mid-swing. Jack ducks low, but the brutal blade still clips him, triggering a sharp explosion. Upon impact, Jack is utterly petrified. How can anyone wield a weapon like this? Mouth, how did a weapon like that exist? How could he wield it so skillfully? Was he really a teller? The spirits wonder where he obtained that weapon. One of them theorizes it was either heaven or hell that granted it to him. They were still just rumors, yet someone heard that both deep darkness and Michael had personally appeared before him. Satan listens in, quite impressed by the kid's knack for drawing attention. Either way, he gets annoyed that he's always called Deep Darkness instead of his real name. Meanwhile, Jack had truly been hit, lying bleeding on the ground with a massive crater in the wall behind him. Yu-Hyun doesn't give him a second to think, already lunging in for his final attack, which catches Jack completely off guard. He reacts fast and barely manages to leap aside, narrowly avoiding getting sliced in half by the lethal blow. Jinpong and the little fairy yell to ask what Jack is doing, which only irritates him further. He snaps at them to shut up and let him handle it. Rising, Jack admits he will give Yu-Hyun credit for cornering him like this, but claims Yu-Hyun left his guard wide open. Strange runes begin spreading across his skin. He starts morphing into a terrifying monster, his body growing and crackling with raw electricity. The fairy gets excited by this, shouting that she never expected him to use this form against a low-tier teller like Yu-Hyun. Snapping, Jack screams that things won't be so easy for the kid anymore. With terrifying speed, Jack launches himself into the air, darting across the zone he conjured with insane agility. Even Yu-Hyun seems completely unable to track his lightning-fast movements. The divine spirits are stunned, barely able to catch a glimpse. They had no idea anyone could be this insanely fast, reappearing right beside Yu-Hyun's face. Jack sneers that it's far too late to regret his actions. In the next moment, Yu-Hyun asks if he's talking about himself, suddenly grabbing the collector's arm and slamming him against the brick wall with brutal force, shattering the stone on impact. Jack is completely knocked out from the hit, and the fairy, watching everything from the sidelines, is in absolute shock. Yu-Hyun notes he would have ended this collector much sooner had he known the battle would be this incredibly boring. Down on the floor, paralyzed and broken, Jack cannot comprehend his sudden defeat. He howls, demanding to know what the hell Yu-Hyun even is. This was supposed to be his stage. He was meant to be the main character of this world. Yu-Hyun was supposed to be a stepping stone to make him shine brighter in everyone else's eyes. How could he lose? Pressing his cold blade right against the collector's throat, the boy tells Jack he was blinded by his own power and failed because of pride. Yu-Hyun instructs him to look closely at the person standing over him. He is the ultimate victor, and his message is simple. He is the true main character of this stage. Jack whispers for mercy, but it's far too late. Raising his blade, Yu-Hyun declares that this was his. That was the true power Jack had underestimated, and now blood is spraying everywhere. Yu-Hyun claims a total victory, leaving Jinpong completely shocked by the whole battle. Even the divine spirits are in disbelief over the main character's win as he sheathes his bloodstained sword as the system logs his victory. Soon, this area will vanish. A single person claps timidly before everyone else joins the celebration. They are absolutely thrilled by the fight. Blushing, Yu-Hyun starts laughing, happy to see everyone enjoying his performance. Meanwhile, He-rim is extremely emotional after watching the fight. The boy had actually won, leaving her. Even as an incredibly powerful collector, she feels deeply frustrated. She regretted not believing in him sooner, but she is changing right now. Promising never to replace him with anyone else, she declares her absolute trust in this entire world. Was that a love confession? She literally calls him her light. Hearing this, Miguel is completely stunned, calling Yu-Hyun an absolutely incorrigible force. Now, even more of those powerful divine spirits will be completely desperate to sponsor him. Smiling, he admits he expects even greater achievements from the young man. He finally accepts that he can never truly control someone like Yu-Hyun. Back in Jinpong's library, a furious Argyle is screaming at him over his defeat. She shrieks, demanding he speak, but the poor teller is already being strangled. Gasping for air under his senior's crushing power, the man coughs violently. The powerful collector she loaned him was destroyed by a mere rookie teller. Jinpong desperately protests. Someone had to be helping him from the shadows. Argyle cuts him off coldly, saying excuses mean absolutely nothing now. With no turning back, she immediately needs to find someone to take the blame. Specifically the one who caused all this pure chaos inside the pentagram. Jinpong screams in pure terror, begging his superior to show some mercy. But her face is twisted with absolute fury. He failed his mission. There will be no forgiveness, and absolutely nothing can fix this disaster. The massive losses he caused are far too great for him to ever repay. Seeing his pathetic despair only makes Argyle loathe the man even more. Thanks to his crushing defeat, he has completely lost his library. Eliminating him is simply the easiest path forward for her right now. Besides, staying alive in this world would be a much worse fate. Jinpong falls into complete despair. That bastard Yu Haiyan planned this all along. He knew he would win, he knew everything, and Jinpong was never the hunter. Forced into being the prey, tears stream down his face as reality sets in. He can already see his inevitable end. The fallen teller dissolves into shadows. Erased forever by Argyle, suddenly, a noise makes the disgusted fairy look back. Just as her face twists in disgust, Yu Haiyan opens the door. Instantly putting on a bright smile, she greets him cheerfully. Introducing herself with charm, she waits as Yu Haiyan introduces himself too. She gushes about how amazing his battle was, and he acts embarrassed, saying he really does not know how to handle such high praise. Then he asks about Jinpong. Wearing a fake sad face, she says he is gone. Since he lost the battle and his life was on the line, he had to go. It was his destiny from the start, but Yu Haiyan finds that a bit strange. Even with their lives on the line, he never actually ordered his death. Argyle dismisses it as rookie ignorance, but then Yu Haiyan drops the friendly act. He asks her very seriously to stop talking this absolute nonsense right now. She spins around, questioning her own ears, but Yu Haiyan confirms she heard perfectly. He demands she stop speaking garbage because she just destroyed his rightful property. And that was dead wrong. Argyle snaps back that she is still his superior. She deserves respect, but Yu Haiyan points out she clearly abused her authority. Quickly slipping back into her cheerful mask, she says she really likes him. Fine, she made a mistake, but she is ready to compensate him. The fairy transfers 800. Points straight to Yu Haiyan, asking if that is enough to settle their little score. Yu Haiyan just stares back. He already knows exactly who she is, a complete psychopath. One who laughed as innocent people took their last breaths right in front of her. She had been tormenting them from day one, that horrifying memory of her rounding up survivors who refused the challenge just to slaughter them is a nightmare Yu Haiyan can never forget. The way she stared down at those cold bodies like they were worse than bugs. There is just no erasing that image, but checking his system screen to confirm the points. Yu Haiyan admits that this amount is actually enough to cover his loss of Jinpong. He even praises her for handling the situation so well. Overjoyed, she squeals that he really knows how. To flatter her, claiming she is a truly kind soul, then Yu Haiyan gets provocative. He asks if she is aware of a certain dark rumor spreading through the shadows. That a specific department is dealing with the Exodus. This grabs Argyle's undivided attention. See, the Exodus is a massive faction pulling the strings in this mixed world. They literally feed off the raw despair and suffering of the weaker, smaller dimensions. It was highly probable that the Pentagram Department was already working with them in his past life. Back then, multiple departments got closed down, yet everyone acted like nothing had ever happened. Argyle narrows her eyes, demanding to know why Yu Haiyan is bringing this up to her. Someone might overhear and think the Pentagram Department actually sides with the Exodus. Raising his hands in defense, Yu Haiyan claims he is only offering a friendly warning. He apologizes for any misunderstanding. Besides, he is ready to get out of there. It is finally time to go and claim the library he won from Jinpong. The tiny fairy waves a cheerful goodbye, but the moment Yu Hyan steps out, her sweet act crumbles. Her expression turns incredibly dark. She is absolutely furious, but Yu Hyan expects this. He knows this woman is nothing like Jinpeng. Handling her is going to be incredibly tough. She is a master at keeping secrets about herself and her shady department hidden deep. The mere fact that the pentagram department is linked to the Exodus speaks absolute volumes. And building a beast like Jack in secret illustrates that very well. Going up against these powerful entities by himself is definitely not going to be easy. But he still has an ace up his sleeve. Clutching his book, he knows things will go differently. Back at the office, Cyan huffs, demanding he start keeping her in the loop from now on. She wants to know exactly what crazy stunt he plans to pull before he actually does it. She nags him because they only went out to make a little cash, yet ended up in a battle. A whole storytelling battle, to be exact. They apologize quickly, and Cyan decides to let it go. She lets them off the hook since they seem genuinely sorry and actually brought home a win. He-rim bragged about how incredible Yu Hyan was, while his library space got a huge boost. Plus, his divine spirits are satisfied, but looking closely, Yu Hyan notices something odd. She looks just a bit too cheerful. When he points this out, she jumps in surprise. Grinning, she says she tried keeping it a secret, but she just cannot hold it in. Since he is just so curious she is going to spill, Yu Hyan mutters that he never actually asked. But it is too late. Cyan cheers that today is officially payday, glowing with sheer excitement. Now who does not love that beautiful sound? He-rim tilts her head, completely curious. But the excitement is contagious. Cyan tells her to check her account to see her pay. He-rim pulls out her phone, and her face instantly morphs into a picture of complete shock. Overwhelmed and completely flustered, she turns and screams at Yu Hyan. Wondering what to do next, she is suddenly rich, but Yuan says it is not that much. Sari explains that since He-rim became famous, they are landing even more. Commercial deals totaling over 200 million, the two of them are absolutely thrilled about the money, already planning some simple upgrades for their office. Yu Hyan and his two little companions watch them. With pure disgust at how simple she is, Lotus asks why they are reacting like that, and Yuan explains they should just leave them alone since they both grew up poor. Either way, the BCAP office is lively now, and the two are incredibly happy. Yu Hyan asks why they do not just buy side dishes from the store. But they believe that is only for rich folk. Honestly, their reaction is kind of adorable. Back in the office, Suryeon looks incredibly busy sorting through a mountain of paperwork. Yu Hyan notes she is overwhelmed because of all the interview requests He-rim is getting. And endless offers. He has his own work, but his system suddenly notifies him of an unread message from the Celestial Body Agency that he missed earlier. The system window reveals he earned a promotion, officially making him a senior member of the company with sweet rewards to match. It makes him incredibly happy to finally get recognition for all his hard work. Reading on, he realizes he is not officially a senior employee just yet. He has to undergo a formal promotion ceremony, which he absolutely detests. Still, he accepts it since he has to visit headquarters soon anyway, even if it takes up more time. Noticing his distracted look, He-rim asks what is wrong. He mentions his promotion, and she happily congratulates him. Suryeon offers her congratulations too. He thanks her, then asks how her work is going. She says most is handled, but there is still an absolute mountain of tasks left, which makes him feel exhausted just listening to it. Yu Hyan tells her she is overworking, but she insists she is fine. He-rim needs to connect with corporate clients now. Taking his chance, he asks if she has time to talk business. She agrees, asking what he needs, and Yu Hyan suddenly invites the girl out on a date, catching her completely off guard. She even drops the pen she is holding. Later outside, Suryeon calls him out for being incredibly sneaky. She asks if he is really fine saying that in front of He-rim. He says she was far too calm, so he wanted to tease her, though the reaction was even Better than expected, changing the subject, he asks if she is struggling too. Find someone who can handle business negotiations, and she admits she is. Yu Hyan is eager to solve this, knowing how hard it is for an unknown company. Like theirs to build trust and secure partners, that is why he invited her. Out to help, knowing that if a teller shows up in person, even the biggest. No big companies could ever look down on her. Suryeon thanks him but admits there was a certain agency she wanted to join, though a massive problem stood in her way. She begs him to listen to her story, and he turns, giving her his undivided attention. They pull up to a cafe, where Suryeon starts explaining how her family was once quite wealthy and incredibly peaceful. Even without a mother, her childhood was pretty comfortable. Mostly because of her older brother, he was a collector, quickly rising to fame in the industry alongside his close team, but one day tragedy struck and her brother died in a horrible accident. That was when all her family's nightmares truly began. Many other collectors, some from elite clans, were also wounded or killed in that disaster. And their families immediately sued her brother. He was dead, unable to defend himself. So her family lost absolutely everything. Yu Hyan listens, quiet fury building inside him. Suryeon trusted her brother's character. She knew he was a genuinely kind soul who loved his family, but he had discovered a dark secret within society. Yu Hyan asks if her brother believed that mental domains should not be preserved. And she nods in confirmation. That confirms it. It is the exact same situation. He faced with that association elder. No wonder her family was targeted and sued. He begins to suspect her brother's death was far from a simple accident. He vows to investigate this conspiracy very soon. Suddenly, a voice cuts in. A man calls out Suryeon's name, causing her to jump in sudden panic. An old man approaches, smiling, saying it is quite nice to see a familiar face. He greets her warmly and she stiffly returns the gesture. The senior then mentions he was incredibly sad when she left their old clan to start her own agency. He asks smugly if she's even making any money. Yu Hyan asks who this guy is. And she whispers that it is John Kwang-goke, a toxic senior from her old workplace. He immediately glares at Yu Hyan, calling him weak, then asks if he is her contractor. The old man fakes a compliment, saying private agencies usually fail right away. He acts totally amazed that she even managed to recruit a single collector. Continuing his insults, he asks if she is even competent enough to handle him. Yu Hyan has heard enough. He cuts the old man off, calling him by name. The senior steps closer to Yu Hyan, demanding to know who he is. He asks if the kids already signed with her. Yu Hyan introduces himself with fake politeness. The old man scoffs, having never heard of him, and demands his rank. Yu Hyan interrupts him flatly, telling him to get lost. This instantly infuriates John Kwang-goke, who demands to know how he dares speak to him. Like that, the kid clearly has no manners, but Yu Hyan just cold stares back, saying he really wants to beat him to a pulp, but is holding back for Suryeon. Suryeon stands up quickly, begging Yu Hyan to stop escalating the fight. But John Kwang-goke is already completely enraged, spitting out nasty insults. Yu Hyan looks at Suryeon, telling her that insulting her is the exact same as insulting him. He asks if she wants him to handle this pest. The old man snarls, mockingly asking what kind of relationship they actually have. He sneers that if he knew she possessed such hidden talents, she could have just worked directly under him. Laughing, he adds, "Wait, he actually said that." Suddenly, a brutal punch lands. The old man's head snaps violently backward from the massive force, throwing his entire body through the air. His companions instantly panic at the sight, while the other two ask if Yu Hyan has lost his mind. Meanwhile, the old man is still sprawling on the floor like garbage before he slowly drags himself up. He screams that Yu Hyan is a criminal for using collector powers to assault a civilian. Demanding payback, Hwang barks at his men to summon the special unit, but it's not going to help. Yu Hyan tells them it's useless because he isn't actually registered as a collector. Since he isn't one, he hasn't broken a single collector law, leaving the old man utterly baffled. Yu Haiyan smiles and asks how they plan to punish a teller using rules meant for collectors. A cold sweat breaks out on the old man's face as he realizes the boy is actually a teller. Yu Haiyan looks down at him, casually telling him to continue his little threat from earlier. The bodyguards close in, warning him that being a teller doesn't mean he can just cross the line. If he doesn't back off, they will be forced to take action, but Yu Haiyan only smiles. He asks if they are really sure they want to go down this road with him. They can draw their weapons, but the moment they do, they are as good as dead. A terrifying aura wraps around Yu Haiyan as he casually lays out their ultimate fate. He tells the three of them to get lost before he decides to erase them from existence. Shaken to their core, they don't need to be told twice and immediately bolt like complete cowards. Watch them run, absolute clowns. Yu Haiyan watches the pathetic sight, leaving Suryan totally impressed. He turns and asks what she thought of his performance, hoping he seemed pretty reliable. Letting out a heavy sigh, she admits she can't stop him before asking why he chose her. As a poor staff member sweeps up the wreckage, she wonders what makes her so special. Ever since that past disaster, she was blacklisted by the clans and unable to find work. Knowing her struggles, Yu Haiyan asks if she still holds a grudge against her brother. Suryan admits she did at first, but deep down, she knows he wasn't a bad person. He simply got tangled up with the wrong crowd, which prompts Yu Haiyan to ask another question. Is she really going to accept this unfair life? And she asks what she could possibly do. How could she ever fight back? And Yu Haiyan completely understands her helpless situation. But that's exactly why he is here to help her, a statement that catches her off guard. Rising to his feet with a confident smile, he declares his plan to flip this world upside down. He will prove to every single idiot out there that they were wrong about them. It sounds crazy right now, but he will change her mind, starting with their search for partners. Extending a hand to her, he promises to guide her to the very top. She is speechless at first, but a genuine smile quickly spreads across her face. Taking his hand, she warns him that he might regret this, but he remains completely unfazed. He's the type who leaps before looking, and with that, we jump to a new scene. An elderly man is seen bowing and thanking them for making such a successful deal. Suryan is amazed they pulled it off and praises Yu Haiyan, though he plays it down. He says he simply did his job, leaving her slightly pouted as she speaks up. Why does he even need her as a manager if he is handling every single detail alone? Yu Haiyan explains they are partners meant to grow together, looking at her with a soft expression. They are in this together, and though she lacks combat skills, her strengths lie elsewhere. Laughing, he warns that if they don't head back soon, He-rim might get a bit upset. Suryan smiles and suggests buying her a little piece offering on their way back. Back at the agency, Yu Haiyan waits out in the hallway when a sudden loud scream echoes. Inside the room, one of the girls is frantically yelling at her friend to tilt her head up. She has to keep her chin high so she doesn't ruin her fresh makeup in this mess. Inside the room, He-rim looks absolutely stunning in her dress and asks Yu Haiyan what he thinks. He tells her he always knew she was pretty, but today is on another level. Seeing her this breathtaking sends her straight over the moon with joy. Now, it is time to go. Stepping inside, He-rim is stunned. The scale of this place is absolutely massive. Yu Haiyan explains that they run one of the largest media outlets in the entire country. At the front desk, he checks them in for their scheduled interview with the staff. The receptionist points them toward the 7th floor, and Yu Haiyan politely thanks him. Meanwhile, He-rim tries to lock in her serious face, attempting to hide her natural charm. Her effortless beauty leaves the poor receptionist completely starstruck as Suryan prepares to head out. Errands await her, so they split up right there in the lobby. Honestly, who can blame the guy? Beautiful women are definitely a lot to handle. Once they reach the office, a welcoming woman greets them, saying she was expecting them. Turning her attention to Yu Haiyan, he introduces himself as He-rim's trusted manager. He is purely there for moral support, which pleasantly surprises the interviewer. She introduces herself as Shin Gary, a close personal friend of Suryeon. As the session begins, Shin Gary notes they are tackling a challenge untouched for years. She straight up asks what drives them to clear dangerous mental domains. He-rim calmly points out that she does not need a deep explanation to do her job. Doing her duty is enough. Shin Gary then inquires about her future plans. She wants to know how she feels about her grand title, the Empress of the Sword. Her exact response remains a secret. Still, it visibly sparks the interviewer's excitement. She tells them not to worry before shifting her focus toward Yu Hyun. She mentions a fascinating rumor she heard and decides to probe a bit deeper. It is about a legendary teller working alongside humans, which is incredibly rare. She brings up the tale of a teller who surrendered their divine blessing just to become a mere collector, and Yu Hyun instantly realizes she has figured it out. No hesitation here, he instantly owns up to being the teller from those rumors. Thrilled by his honesty, she confesses she had a strong hunch it was him all along. She asks for forgiveness if it feels intrusive, but she is genuinely curious. This is a personal question, not a media stunt. Yu Hyun tells her to go ahead. As long as it is safe, he agrees. She immediately asks her burning question. She asks why they clear mental domains, and he claims it is just for quick popularity. However, she sees right through him, questioning if that is truly his only goal. Yu Hyun shrugs it off but confesses he is chasing a much grander vision because of what he witnessed. With that, he stands up. The interview is officially over. After all, the real focus here is the Empress of the Sword, not his own secrets. Shin Gary takes the hint and gracefully wraps up the recording session. Before they leave, she teases He-rim, saying she wants to get close to Yu Hyun too. Having his personal contact info would be nice, instantly sparking He-rim's jealousy. Down in the main lobby, they reunite with Suryeon, who warmly welcomes them back. She asks how things went, warning them that her friend has a playful streak. Yu Hyun says it went fine, though He-rim is clearly still pouting. Suddenly, Yu Hyun notices the lobby is incredibly crowded and bustling with noise. A top-tier collector has just arrived, flanked by two highly capable female bodyguards. The crowd goes absolutely wild for him, while White Lotus wonders what is happening. She was hanging out with that guy, but Yu Hyun was not interested at all. He tries to get Sion to leave with him, but she is completely captivated by the collector and ignores him. Once again, Yu Hyun tries to grab her attention, snapping her out of it and leaving her confused about her own behavior. Baffled by this, Yu Hyun checks the collector's details to understand what makes him such a magnet for women. Turns out the guy has a trait called Casanova, leaving our main character wondering what that even means. Does the guy just possess some insane charm? Just then, the collector walks right up to Yu Hyun. Sion tries to warn Yu Hyun, who is still completely glued to his book. Kyunggu steps up to He-rim, flashy smile on. She completely ignores him, but he refuses to take the hint, pushing even harder. He immediately starts flirting, no shame. Her icy expression proves to Yu Hyun that her mental fortress is completely unbreakable. Annoyed, White Lotus snapped that they only came here to see He-rim. Yu Hyun notices this, time to act. He blocks his path, stating firmly that He-rim is highly uncomfortable with his presence. Yu Hyun introduces himself as her manager, instantly offending the arrogant collector. Kyunggu scoffs at this, completely outraged that a mere manager would dare block his path. He boasts about his legendary fame, but Yu Hyun does not care. He orders the creep to stay away. That actually makes He-rim blush. Kyunggu laughs it off, confidently claiming there is absolutely no woman alive who can resist him. That ridiculous ego is honestly painful to watch, and Yu Hyun is completely over it. They want blood, both are itching to wipe the floor with him. Before they do, He-rim steps in. She coldly demands the nuisance to stop. Kyunggu backs off a bit, but still has the audacity to invite her out. She rejects him instantly, no time for trash, but he keeps pushing. He reaches for her chin, but she violently slaps his hand away and demands space. Her fierce reaction finally makes him drop his fake smile and get serious. He grins coldly, nice guy act, over. Taking off his heavy gloves, he tosses them directly at her feet, leaving her completely confused. He formally challenges the famous Empress of the Sword to a duel. The crowd behind him goes wild, eagerly cheering for their favorite idol. White Lotus is highly skeptical, wondering if fighting between top-tier collectors is even officially allowed. Yu-hun confirms it. The government prefers open duels over shady, backroom scheming. He-rim has zero interest in backing down. Honestly, Yu-hun is loving this reaction. It brings a satisfied grin to his face. He looks at her and tells her to accept the challenge if she wants to. He-rim smiles warmly. Perfect. She will gladly accept this foolish challenge. Kyung-gu is absolutely thrilled. He is completely convinced that victory is guaranteed. He assumes he cannot lose because her rank is lower than his. To him, a rising rookie stands absolutely zero chance against an elite Hysiad clan member. He grins like a maniac, imagining how easily he will crush her. He is practically drooling at the easy win. But then Yu-hun whispers a very specific detail into He-rim's ear. Following his quick whisper, she calmly tells Kyung-gu she will duel him in exactly 3 days. He is confused. Still, believing she cannot possibly improve in 3 days, he accepts. As he turns to walk away, he suggests using the association battle venue. With a smug wave, he promises that he will be waiting for her in 3 days. Yu-hun looks on calmly. He knows the Hysiad clan and how to destroy them. Just then, their interviewer rushes up to ask about all the crazy noise behind them. Seon sighs and explains that the infamous Kyung-gu just passed by. She makes a massive face of disgust, prompting Yu-hun to ask if she knows him. She shudders and admits that his creepy staring always makes her highly uncomfortable. Suryeon was clearly unaffected by his ability too. She also explained that. Worst of all, rumors claimed he used his clan's influence for some pretty shady things. She wanted to know what went down. Yu-hyun explained that the guy had actually demanded a duel. And since they accepted, Suryeon was utterly shocked. This matchup worried her. The opponent was incredibly strong, but Yu-hyun reassured her that he already had a solid plan. He just needed a bit of prep time. If the Empress of the Sword could win. Right after her big interview, it would turn into an absolute media goldmine. Suryeon asked if he was just shamelessly milking the situation. But Yu-hyun simply smiled, admitting he wanted all the press coverage she could get. Sighing, she admitted she always knew he was far from normal. Talk about unhinged, the guy was proving to be on a completely different level. Still, she agreed to help and promised they would catch up later. He-rim was incredibly grateful that Yu-hyun was letting her take charge of this fight. He replied that he only agreed because he knew she would win. Still, she wondered why he had specifically requested to postpone the match for 3 whole days. His goal was simple, hyping it up to draw in every reporter around. And it worked. Reporters swarmed Suryeon's office, desperate for an exclusive interview. The endless chaos was completely draining her. Gary Young had really done a number. The media frenzy was real, but Yu-hyun knew this was necessary. Even if the spirits recognized He-rim, the public had no idea who she was. They needed the spotlight, yet He-rim remained perfectly calm, quietly focusing on her training. While everyone else was panicking about the upcoming match, she was working. She possessed the raw talent to easily surpass her legendary status from her past life. Yu-hyun refused to let anything hold back her true growth. She needed to break past her limits and rise to her absolute peak. This showdown was the perfect catalyst to skyrocket both her strength and her reputation. And soon, the highly anticipated day arrived as crowds gathered at the Grand Coliseum. This was the very same arena where Yu-hyun had previously fought Jack. Vendors were yelling out, selling snacks as the massive stands began filling up. An excited buzz filled the air. Everyone was desperate to witness the clash. The massive crowd size was starting to blow Suryeon away. Yoo Hyun asked if she was sweating it, and she instantly snapped back. She was completely overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the audience. The stakes were huge. Gary Young had done an incredible job pulling in the crowd with her articles. Though having a famous collector involved definitely helped build the hype. Matches like this were rare, so locals never missed a chance to watch. Suryeon looked so sick from the anxiety that Yoo Hyun asked if she needed a break. She angrily barked back, telling him it was just a mild stomach ache. Elite clan members and legendary collectors had taken their seats in the VIP section. With such a crowd, being nervous was only natural, Lotus noticed. He pointed out Yoo Hyun looked perfectly calm, though the boy denied it. Today was all about the Empress of the Sword. This was her moment. Even while meditating, she was clearly feeling the pressure. Only 3 minutes left. Slowly she opened her eyes, taking a deep breath. Yoo Hyun checked in. He asked if she was good to go. He-rim stood, nodding with just a touch of doubt. Speaking with a gentle smile, but suddenly Yoo Hyun punches the girl. Right on her head for no obvious reason. Sobbing, she asks why he did that, but he explains that it was not meant to cause real pain. He simply asks if she is less anxious now, which suddenly makes something click inside her mind. She realizes her stage fright has vanished, though she still complains that he should have given her a warning, but Yoo Hyun points out that doing so would have ruined the surprise. She warns him to watch out next time he gets anxious, promising to pay him back, but then softly thanks him for staying by her side. The countdown begins as the system orders both fighters to step into the arena, announcing that even the divine spirits are thrilled for this clash. Over 4,500 eager spectators are already tuned in to watch, all screaming for the Empress of the Sword as both competitors take their positions. A field activates around them, summoning massive trees until they are standing inside a dense and realistic forest. The rules of this duel are simple. The match ends if either side surrenders or is knocked out. Various monsters will spawn, granting different point values to whoever manages to slay each beast. They are given 3 hours to complete the trial, if neither is defeated. By then, the victory goes to the competitor with the highest score. Lethal force is strictly forbidden, and anyone breaking this rule will face severe punishment from the association, with the parameters set. The crowd erupts into wild cheers as the system signals the start. The fight is officially underway, and a massive explosion rocks the arena. Right away, instantly earning him 150 points. The guy is pumped and ready. Crowd members scream his name in excitement while others wonder what the Empress of the Sword is doing. She is completely motionless, with her eyes shut, making some spectators wonder if she has already given up. But do not count her out just yet. Look at that rising electric aura. Lightning begins to crackle around her as she centers her focus. When her eyes snap open, everyone knows the real clash is about to unfold. On the other side, her opponent glances back, startled by a sudden booming sound echoing through the woods. Something is charging directly at him at terrifying speed before he can even process the danger. The Empress is already in front of him, sword ready to slice. But he is no pushover, barely managing to raise his weapon and block the blow. Though he clearly struggles to hold her back, rage twists his face as he curses her for being a reckless brat, targeting him instead of hunting monsters first. The commentator goes wild, shouting about how this duel has skipped the warm-up and gone straight into an intense, head-on clash rather than a hunt for points. He-rim summons a massive electric dragon. She definitely is not here to play games. Her objective is crystal clear. Losing his mind, the artist shouts, "How dare she underestimate him like this?" Instantly, his own aura flares into a deep red. Their clash is terrifyingly intense as the opposing forces collide. It looks Like two absolute titans leveling the area, despite his strength, the artist realizes he is being completely crushed by the Empress of the Sword. Her strength is overwhelming. Maintaining perfect calm, Hiram delivers a vertical slash so devastating that the ground right beneath the artist caves in several centimeters. The crowd gasped in shock. They knew she was strong, but this was completely unexpected. Hiram smiled to herself. This was exactly what she wanted. She wanted to completely crush this opponent who dared to look down on her. The artist turned pale with fear. Finally letting loose felt absolutely thrilling to Hiram. This raw freedom was intoxicating. She swings her blade in a brutal horizontal slash. The strike slices through everything. The surrounding forest is instantly leveled. Yet the artist is still standing. Only a thin line of blood trickles down his cheek. He took the hit, but he is not seriously hurt, just barely clinging to his feet. Trembling, he touches his face, unable to believe she actually drew blood. He snaps completely, charging at Hiram like a wild animal. His gorgeous face is ruined, and he has lost his mind. Screaming in rage, he lunges, but suddenly his sword goes flying into the air. The blade spins rapidly. Hiram effortlessly disarms him, leaving him with just one weapon. Before the boy can even blink, she closes the distance in a flash. She drives her knee straight into his nose, shattering it with a sickening crunch. He collapses backward, blood spurting everywhere as he instantly blacks out. In the stands, his fangirls watch in utter horror as their beloved idol gets destroyed. He groggily forces himself back up, refusing to stay down just yet. There is no way he will lose to some low-ranked collector. He tells himself to stay calm, or he will never read her movements. He must predict her next strike and counter it perfectly, or he is done for. Hiram lunges forward again, and the artist finally spots a tiny opening. He strikes back instantly, but she glides away with effortless grace. Hiram slips right behind him, leaving him completely exposed and utterly furious. She is playing with him. Realizing this, he pivots to keep her in his sights. Leaping at her, he screams that he won't let this slide, but it's useless. With one heavy punch, Hiram knocks him flat. Suryan and Yu-hyun watch in horror. The boy is getting absolutely demolished by the Empress of the Sword. His face is totally ruined, and he begins to shake violently. He tries to stammer out a surrender, but another punch cuts him off. Hiram is deliberately keeping him from giving up, dragging out the beating. Seeing their handsome idol get completely humiliated ruined his charm instantly. Someone in the stands yells out, asking why nobody is stopping this. But Hiram won't let him yield, so the referee cannot step in. Finishing her brutal combo, she prepares to deliver the final strike. The sheer force of her final blow triggers a massive shockwave across the arena. As the thick dust slowly begins to clear, she calmly looks down at the scene. The young artist lies there, totally broken and completely unconscious. The stunned announcer finally declares Hiram, the Empress of the Sword, as champion. The battlefield deactivates, returning them both to the main Colosseum arena. Argyle watches in utter disbelief, completely disgusted by what she just saw. She knew exactly who was behind this entire chaotic mess. Seeing Hiram unleash her true strength only made her blood boil. She realized the main character was the one who ordered this beating. Right now, she wants nothing more than to tear Yu-hyun limb from limb. He cannot afford any reckless moves. He must wait, meeting up with the others. Hiram is greeted by Suryan, who anxiously asks if she is all right. Overjoyed by her friend's victory, she praises the incredible display of skill. Genuinely moved by her performance, shyly, Hiram thanks her. Suddenly, Yu-hyun calls out to her, praising her battle skills and immediately sending her spirits sky high. Her face turns completely red, and honestly, we all knew that was coming. Beaming with joy, she thanks Yu-hyun. Meanwhile, a furious hand slams a table. This absolute disaster cannot stand. In a tense corporate boardroom, anger is boiling over as executives scream about losing valuable mental domains to the Empress of the Sword. As panic spreads, a calm voice cuts through the noise, telling everyone they are being far too dramatic. This is Gunwoo. The leader snaps that even if he hates being here, he must pay attention. Still, Gunwoo remains completely unbothered. He secretly agrees that these volatile mental domains need to be locked down, sharing Yuhyun and He-rim's core beliefs. Back at the office, Suryeon points out how incredibly famous He-rim has become. Her name is on everyone's lips, but as the girls chat happily about all the expensive food they will buy, Yuhyun sits in absolute silence. Noticing his mood, He-rim asks what is on his mind. Finally, Yuhyun announces he has reached a major decision, leaving them both deeply puzzled. Yuhyun intends to recruit another collector, a move they never saw coming. Shocked, they scream out. He-rim immediately bursts into dramatic tears, wailing that she is being replaced. Yuhyun sits beside her on the couch, gently asking why she thinks that. She tearfully accuses him of breaking his promise. He patiently explains that the two of them cannot clear these zones alone forever. The difficulty is bound to spike. Right now they are doing fine. But that safe window is closing fast, and preparation is absolutely key. Plus, with her own rank about to rise, having a cute junior under her wing sounds perfect, right? That sneaky pitch immediately hooks her interest. Quickly switching gears, she sighs dramatically and agrees to show some senior grace. She is already beaming with excitement. Curiously, Suryeon chimes in to ask if Yuhyun has a specific recruit in mind. Outwardly, he claims to have nobody yet. But that is a lie, drawing on memories from his past life. He recalls legends from the miraculous generation. Right on cue, Lotus suggests using that future knowledge to hunt them down. Yuhyun admits there are options. But the timing is completely wrong. Several have not even awakened their abilities, making the search incredibly difficult. Hearing this, Lotus lets out a groan. But suddenly, Yuhyun remembers a major competition is scheduled for tomorrow morning, which means a perfect opportunity to find a hidden gem. Most likely there would be an interesting competitor who remained totally unknown in his future. Suddenly, a system screen blinks to life, catching Yuhyun's attention and breaking his train of thought. An unknown caller tries to start a video call with him. Deciding to pick up, he sees a demonic face flash onto the screen, asking if Yuhyun can hear her. Once he confirms she can, she mentions hearing about his recent promotion to senior rank, but his cold, unbothered reaction throws her off, since she expected something far more dramatic, but congratulates him. Suryeon asks who it is, but he has no idea. Annoyed, he tells them to back off so he can get some privacy. Carefully, he notices the horns on the girl's head. He finally remembers seeing that horned guy during the new teller's initiation ceremony. This makes the girl absolutely furious, and she snaps that she's not a guy. Her name is Elijah. He thinks to himself that she actually looks quite beautiful now, but keeps quiet and asks how her career as a teller has been going. Excited, she says she got help from the seniors in her department and is currently working in a world called Altalon. This teller girl is already convinced she has beaten him because she has 500 viewers in her library and praises her collector. The main character asks if he is a bad boy noble, and she asks how he knew that. Yuan gives a detailed description and completely startles the other teller. He's satisfied to have guessed the story of her collector and realizes she picked an interesting archetype, but she quickly changes the subject. She asks if he has seen the teller's forum recently. The main character says he hasn't checked it in a while, so she tells him to look, because something pretty wild happened. Without giving any further explanation, she says she is busy and ends the call, leaving the main character curious about what was strange on the forum. He opens the page and gets hit with something completely unexpected. There is a highly trending discussion about another teller who tried to copy the main character, giving up his blessing to fight alongside his collector, but ended up being utterly eliminated for it. Opening the video linked in the forum, He watches the tragic scene of his end. He had tried to abandon his collector, but still didn't survive. Watching the video with him, Lotus comments that she didn't think it was real, but she is impressed to see that footage. Several people comment on how irresponsible it was to give up a blessing, but the main character sees it as a good thing. It only brought him more attention. Either way, many tellers started giving up their blessings, trying to copy him. Lotus asks if that worries him. Instead, he thinks this will make a highly interesting story. A teller who gave up their protection blessing and struggled because of it. The next day, we see him looking disappointed, asking Yoo-hyun if he really has to go alone. He says yes, since there are still too many reporters right outside of their office because of her duel, and he needs to resolve that as quickly as possible. Asking her to understand, he activates his invisibility ability and says he will be back as soon as he's done. The boy passes through the crowd with zero trouble, while the reporters wonder when they are finally going to come out. Arriving at the location of the collector graduation ceremony, we see many people coming in and out of the place. Lotus is shocked by the crowd, and the main character comments that it is possible people from the major clans are there to scout for recruits. The Sword asks if he will be able to find someone competent in this place. Surely the major clans already have information he doesn't. The main character explains that he is not necessarily looking for the best among the collectors. After all, him was far from that in the beginning. He understands that those with the highest rank are often more talented, but there are still hidden potentials that only he can see and awaken. Lotus doesn't have that ability, but she ends up accepting his explanation, and they start looking for a collector with great. He just ignores it. Soon, a full day passes, leaving Lotus totally exhausted from searching alongside Yoo-hyun, who still has not found a single person of interest. Every potential recruit he checks out is completely ordinary, though he was hoping for someone boasting at least golden tier potential. Then, something catches his eye, sending him sprinting off, terrifying Lotus, who gets left far behind. The sentient sword floats after him, calling out his name in vain, but Yoo-hyun pays no attention and sprints around a corner, looking completely stunned. Did he just imagine that? Finally catching up to the figure, Yoo-hyun shouts out, asking for just a moment of her time. Standing before her, he freezes, totally speechless. The mysterious girl turns around, looking highly annoyed that she has to deal with this random stranger, but the sight hovering above her head is absolutely mind-blowing. 3 glowing rainbow-colored books. Yoo-hyun stands frozen in disbelief. Usually, a normal collector only possesses a single book, yet she has 3. This is insane. But what could it mean? As she turns to walk away, Yoo-hyun desperately calls out again. Hurrying closer, he introduces himself and asks for her name, but she coldly tells him to beat it, threatening to eliminate him on the spot. Yoo-hyun barely even hears her, far too hyped to have stumbled upon someone with such insane potential. Pushing forward, he introduces himself once more as a teller working out of the Biqua office. Annoyed, she demands to know what he wants, and the young man replies that he simply wants to make her a fantastic offer. Completely uninterested, she brushes him off, saying she has no time for his annoying pitch, but Yoo-hyun reaches out, gently placing a hand on her shoulder, glaring back over her shoulder. She delivers a freezing warning, "Let go of me right now, or you die." Feeling the absolute pressure, Yoo-hyun sighs and releases her. Clearly, he is not getting any answers today. Lotus finally catches up and questions if he chased after her. Specifically, is she some hidden powerhouse, or maybe someone he recognizes from his past? Yoo-hyun admits that he has never met her, but he strongly suspects she must have been a huge deal in his previous life. It makes zero sense that she remained completely unheard of. Deciding to fall back, he tells Lotus they should go home, but swears he is going to find her. The Sword asks how, since he does not even know her name. Smirking, Yoo-hyun reveals he swiped one of her glowing books, so they will definitely cross paths soon. Back at headquarters, he tasks Soo-yun with tracking down A recent graduate named Kwon Jia, his assistant, asks if this is his new recruitment target, and he immediately confirms it. He initially thought he could locate her solely using the stolen book, but a single volume is not quite enough, suddenly popping up. Right behind him, He-rim suspiciously asks if that is a girl's name, and Yoo Hyun confirms that yes, she is. Heartbroken, she immediately bursts into dramatic tears, throwing. She falls in jealousy, but Yoo Hyun explains gender was not his reason. But Karim refuses to listen. Soryeon finally tracks her down, only to end up completely stunned by the shocking details she discovered. Seeing her, Yoo Hyun asks if there is a problem. She reveals that this particular girl graduated near the very bottom of her class. And despite her combat skills, she was absolutely terrible at teamwork. Apparently, she even got into a brutal school fight and was almost expelled, meaning she barely graduated. Still, she was incredibly powerful, strong enough to completely beat down several top-ranked students, but because of her toxic personality, absolutely no one wanted to hire her. Soryeon double-checks with Yoo Hyun if this is really the person he wants to recruit. He immediately says yes, zero hesitation. All those books about her were absolute proof that she could become even stronger than Kang He-rim. Poor Kang He-rim, she is getting replaced. Yoo Hyun walks off as Soryeon asks if he is going to recruit her now, but he says there is no rush. Actually, he was heading out because he had an important meeting with someone. Upon arriving at the destination, a strange sign reads "Waiting at the door, street food." He finds the restaurant name pretty weird, but decides to head inside anyway. The name becomes far less bizarre once you realize who owns the shop. The door creaks open as a woman looks around to see her guest. She warmly welcomes Yoo Hyun, asking if he wants a table for one. But he simply asks if she is Kai Daeun's mother. Stunned, she demands to know how he could possibly know her Kai Daeun, but he reveals he is the person who contacted her a short while ago. Sitting down together, she immediately asks if Yoo Hyun knows where her beloved son is, but he admits that he does not. Yet, if he knows nothing of his whereabouts but knows his actual name, that has to be proof he is still alive, right? Yoo Hyun quickly confirms that yes, Kai Daeun is alive. Hearing this news brings her immense relief and waves of emotion. It is a profound comfort to her long-suffering pain. She asks for Yoo Hyun's name, calling him her absolute savior, but he humbly begs her not to use a heavy title like savior. He explains he is simply a teller who grew curious about Kai Daeun's family, prompting his mother to ask how he met her son. Yoo Hyun replies that Teller's journey across countless worlds, gathering stories from distinct dimensions and distant planets. In reality, Yoo Hyun has no idea what Kai Daeun is currently doing in that foreign dimension, only knowing that the young boy is breathing and will eventually return home. This realization reminds him of how melancholy the boy appeared upon his return, but his personality ended up completely warped. Maybe it happened because his mother had tragically died in that original timeline, fueling his hatred for everything around him and Earth's looming destruction, snapping Yoo Hyun out of his deep thoughts. The mother softly mentions that Kai Daeun was always exceptionally mature. He was raised without a father, but he never complained once. Perhaps that is why she always felt deeply apologetic toward her sweet boy. After all, he deserved a normal childhood, but she was powerless to provide it. The day he vanished, it felt like her entire world had completely shattered. Losing him while being so helpless was absolutely agonizing. She whispers that if he is truly alive, perhaps he is better off surviving in that other world than struggling with a broke mother. But Yoo Hyun immediately cuts her off. He firmly states she might carry guilt for his disappearance, but is actively fighting to return to his loving mother. He confirmed her son lives, but never claimed he is happy, hoping she understands exactly what that truly implies. Yoo Hyun knew exactly what she meant. Even with limitless power, fame, and fortune in that other dimension, he still chose to return to Earth. He did not care about grandeur. His reasons were far simpler. He just wanted to see his family again. Hearing this, Do-yoon's mother grows emotional and agrees with the young man. She says he is right. In the end, they are family, and her son surely wanted to see her just as desperately as she wanted to see him. She thanks Yoo-hyun for everything. Wiping away her tears, she mentions that he seems to know her son incredibly well. But he gently replies that he only heard stories about him from other people. Nodding in understanding, she sighs, thinking her son had simply made a wonderful friend. Mothers truly do have incredible instincts, Yoo-hyun figures she was about to offer him a meal when a loud shout suddenly shatters the quiet. 3 rough-looking thugs burst inside, instantly ruining their peaceful conversation. They demand to know why she hasn't shut this trashy place down yet like they ordered. Standing up tall, Do-yoon's mother demands to know who they think they are to speak to her like that. Instead of backing off, they step closer, throwing out subtle threats. She tells them to leave, pointing to her customer, but they just sneer, saying nobody would ever eat in this dump. As the tense argument heats up, our main character stays completely still, not moving a muscle. He simply sits there, quietly observing the heated confrontation unfold. Honestly, Yoo-hyun thinks to himself, he had no interest in playing hero for Do-yoon. But helping his mother wouldn't hurt. This quiet comment instantly irritates one of the thugs. Furious, the guy throws a wild punch, screaming at him to get lost. The scene suddenly shifts to the quiet street outside Do-yoon's mother's restaurant. In a flash, all 3 thugs are sent flying straight through the front doors. Broken and bloody, they scream in agony as Yoo-hyun slowly steps outside toward them. Terrified, one thug shrieks that a collector is forbidden from laying a hand on civilians. But that rule does not apply here, since he is not even a collector. Yoo-hyun grabs the bruised trio and begins dragging them away from the shop. He mutters that trash like them always spout the exact same lines like broken bots. Dropping them in a dark, empty alley, Yoo-hyun demands to know where their boss is hiding. They stubbornly refuse to talk. They actually think he wants the address so he can go apologize. But Yoo-hyun has a different plan. He wants to tear this whole operation out by its roots. Snatching their ledger, he flips through and easily finds their exact office coordinates. The thugs immediately lose their minds in panic. One of them yells, demanding to know who hired him. Yoo-hyun just smiles. He's not going to touch them again. He has a much better idea. He plans to trash their headquarters, then tell their boss that these 3 sold him out. That'll teach them. The terrified thugs try to sputter out a few more weak threats. But Yoo-hyun isn't even listening as he casually turns around and walks away. Frustrated, they start throwing every insult they can think of. Yoo-hyun pauses and looks back, telling them he actually quite enjoys being called a bastard. Talk about a weird flex. Before fully leaving the alley, he carves a quick silence magic circle onto the wall. Now nobody will hear their pathetic shouting. Back at the diner, Do-yoon's worried mother asks if he's okay, but Yoo-hyun reassures her that he easily dealt with them. After all, he's a powerful teller. Next, he carves a seal to prevent intruders from entering, making sure those thugs will never bother her restaurant again. She can finally rest easy. He bids her farewell, and she tearfully offers her thanks. With everything done for her, Yoo-hyun changes course. He sets his sights on the bandits' hideout to wrap up another personal matter. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo nearby. Shouts ring out about an intruder as angry voices demand to know who the bastard is. Yoo-hyun stands completely still amidst the chaos, ignoring the threats. Around him, those who tried to attack him lie flat on the ground like garbage bags. Only a few men remain standing, and one demands to know how he managed to find this place. He calmly explains that their own man spilled the location, charging at Yoo-hyun with a baseball bat. A thug yells, asking how a mere kid dared show up, but Yoo-hyun does not even flinch, easily dodging the heavy swing, which slams into the concrete with explosive force. Yoo-hyun immediately realizes this man is a collector, meaning a much bigger player is pulling the strings, someone wealthy enough to hire an actual collector. Grinning, Yoo-hyun notes that he just unexpectedly hooked a massive fish. a loud voice screams to eliminate the intruder. The bandits charge at once, but Yu Hyun counters. Dropping one with a single kick, the rest freeze, terrified by his overwhelming strength. Another thug draws a knife, spitting curses as he lunges to slash him. Yu Hyun effortlessly catches the bare blade. To him, it feels more like grabbing a dull broomstick than a weapon. Shocked, the man stammers to ask how he did not get sliced open. Snatching the knife away, we see Yu Hyun had activated his night combat skill, heavily boosting his physical defense and power. He drives a fist square into the man's face, dropping him instantly. That had to hurt. The thug goes flying backward while his allies watch in horror. Yu Hyun turns to the survivors, gesturing with a single hand to bring it on all at once. In the back, a middle-aged man with a scarred face shivers in pure terror while clutching a metal briefcase. Every single one of his fellow thugs has been utterly demolished. One is even folded in half on the floor. Right there, the scarred man nervously asks who he is, stammering that collectors are not allowed to hurt civilians, but Yu Hyun notes he is not the first to say that today. Panicked, the scarred man realizes this kid might be a notorious assassin collector sent by a rival to eliminate him. Desperate to survive, he screams that he will surrender all his assets if Yu Hyun spares his life. The young man is slightly confused but gladly plays along. Crossing his arms, he demands the man hand over the loot. The trembling thug pops open the briefcase to reveal stacks of cold cash and a thick ledger that instantly catches Yu Hyun's eye. Snatching the notebook, he flips it open and finds undeniable proof of two major clans colluding with these thugs. There is Han Wool, the man who kicked Surian out, and a massive player, the Twilight Curtain clan. Most of their top elite collectors belong to the government's pentagram department. Does this mean the state is involved too? Why would a powerhouse clan like that care about local real estate, shady business? Involving collectors in property development is incredibly suspicious. Suddenly, the young man has a sudden realization. Perhaps their real goal was a hidden mental domain in this specific area, an undocumented domain that even the state has no clue exists, which the clan is secretly trying to monopolize. Yu Hyun cuts his own theories short and orders the scarred man to open the steel safe behind him, but he refuses. Yu Hyun grins, knowing this desperate refusal only proves that whatever is locked inside was too crucial to ignore. Using his system, he instantly teleports the safe directly into his library, sending the bandit stumbling back in pure shock at its sudden disappearance. Panicking, the thug demands to know where it went, but Yu Hyun changes the subject, calmly noting he cannot leave this guy standing while all the others lie unconscious. The bandit turns to Yu Hyun, completely bewildered, asking what he meant, but with just one clean punch, the last thug is knocked unconscious. In the observation room, Yu Hyun silently stares at the heavy safe he brought from those bandits. It does not look like he has the strength to pry it open without causing serious damage. So Yu Hyun starts exploring other options. Remembering his special engraving ability, he begins to completely alter the safe's security configuration, stripping its defenses down to zero. Within just a few seconds, the vault door swings open all on its own, revealing a notebook labeled Top Secret. Skimming through the contents, Yu Hyun realizes this situation is far bigger than he ever imagined, leaving him wondering how to use it. Meanwhile, the three fools who got absolutely thrashed by Yu Hyun earlier are down on their knees, begging their furious boss for mercy after what happened. The boss screams at them if they had not leaked the location of their hideout. That crazy lunatic would never have wiped everyone out. Just then, a group of three men arrives, completely startling the boss. It is the superintendent himself, and you can tell things are about to get ugly. He demands to know if their most sensitive information was really leaked. Because of some idiot, terribly panicked, the gang leader tries to deny it quickly, explaining that while the intruder took the safe, he could never open it because of the heavy security lock. the superintendent just ignores him and walks over to the three fools, coldly asking if they are the ones who talked. The trembling boss quickly confirms they are. Nodding, the superintendent makes a quick wave of his hand. Instantly, blood sprays everywhere as their heads roll on the floor. They are dead on the spot, leaving the boss completely horrified by the brutal display. Turning to leave, the superintendent says he will spare the boss's life this time. The man desperately thanks him for his mercy. Before fully departing, the superintendent asks if he remembers the intruder's face. The boss insists he does and tries to describe the stranger, but as he struggles to remember, his mind is totally blank. He cannot describe the man at all. To the superintendent, instantly, the superintendent realizes exactly what happened. The intruder is a master who somehow blocked his memories. Opening the vault would have been easy for him. Now, it is time to close down all local offices. If anyone leaks what happened here today, they will pay with their lives. The superintendent is absolutely furious that someone dared to meddle with their plans and touch the twilight curtain. He will make this intruder pay dearly. Now get ready, because the scene completely changes to White Lotus looking totally stunned before a massive celestial body. She whispers that it is her first time here. Spotting two armored soldiers, she asks if they are tellers like Yu-hun. But he explains they are just guardians, which is entirely different from him. Their special armor acts like a power suit, granting them immense combat strength. Depending on their rank, the armor level varies, but during his explanation, a pair of frightening yellowish eyes lock onto Yu-hun with a heavy, oppressive gaze. Looking up, he tries to figure out what is happening, but sees absolutely nothing. He wonders who could be watching them until White Lotus calls him back. The promotion ceremony is about to start, and they cannot be late. Yu-hun agrees. Next, we catch a glimpse of the Celestial Body Inc. building, and then the creepy smile of an ancient old man who immediately recognizes Yu-hun. He has a real villainous vibe and is incredibly interested in the boy. Someone this entertaining has not showed up at the company in a very long time. Those upward staring, fiery eyes have him thrilled. The old man just hopes he survives. He can show a story interesting enough to set this entire mixed world ablaze. Right then, a sudden chill hits him, and he silently calls out to Lotus. She asks if he is nervous, but he only mentions that heavy gaze from before. It was real. She felt that creepy stare too when he looked up earlier. This revelation genuinely surprises him. That strange sensation was entirely real. This is no illusion. Someone powerful is definitely watching his every move. He suspects one of the ultimate tellers, the chief executive officer of Celestial Body. That powerful man is Juni Wangliot, or at least that is the name he read. The boy worries this corporate giant might become his rival, but quickly shakes it off. Right now, his absolute best move is to simply ignore the whole situation. If those suspicions are true, that Titan is still way too powerful for him. Suddenly, a loud voice cuts in, telling Yu-hun to hurry. Lotus is calling out to him because his promotion ceremony is finally starting. Two tellers stand on stage right beside him, and the crowd is asked to applaud. Everyone cheers for their achievement, and some people in the crowd recognize him. They whisper about how he rejected a divine blessing, but still got promoted incredibly fast. Nearly every teller in the room is staring straight at Yu-hun, and he definitely notices. He wonders if he is already becoming a target for their burning jealousy. Even the chief executive officer is watching. Talk about a massive deal. His past self could never have dreamed of this, but he truly loves this new life. He wants to keep pushing forward, working even harder than he ever did before. The quick ceremony wraps up in a flash, leaving Lotus feeling pretty annoyed. The event felt far too rushed, but Yu-hun already expected this and wants out. Lotus grumbles and asks why on earth he is in such a massive rush to leave. He simply does not want to linger around while departments try to recruit him. His talking sword pipes up, teasingly asking if he actually has a place to hide. It turns out he is headed straight back to that eccentric old man's library. Lotus complains about the stuffy old room, but he finally reaches the quiet spot. The elder looks up blankly, failing to recognize him at first and asking who he is. But when it clicks, he warmly greets Yu Hyan after a whole month. Yu Hyan politely asks how he is doing, and the elder chuckles in response. Hearing about his promotion actually makes the humble senior feel a bit embarrassed. Quickly shifting gears, the elder guesses he is here to collect on that old promise. Yu Hyan nods, but adds that he wants to stop calling him old man. The elder chuckles and finally reveals his actual name is Galas. This name absolutely shocks Yu Hyan. He is the legendary guardian of the Dragon King. A thoroughly baffled Lotus asks who that is, as the title rings no bells. Our hero explains that this mixed world holds countless legends she might not know. He asks if she has ever heard of the legendary divine dragon force. This represents the ultimate power of ancient spirits who ruled over all dragonkind. Among their massive ranks stood 7 ultimate beings known as the Dragon Kings. These absolute beasts possessed unmatched strength from the very moment they were born. As they aged, their power only multiplied, making them the ultimate kings of all. Yet one of these legendary Dragon Kings was born incredibly weak. That was Shiruriel, the White Dragon King, who guarded their legacy forever. Unlike those born destined to be kings, this particular dragon entered the world incredibly fragile. His weakness of body and mind was actually seen as a complete disgrace. Banished, left completely alone, yet he refused to give up on himself. With help from a teller, he fought his way up to become the legendary Dragon King. Other dragons hated this because tellers only watched battles instead of actually fighting. But this specific storyteller chose to do something completely unheard of. He personally raised his main character all the way to the throne. This incredible achievement earned him the rare title of Guardian to the Dragon King. His name was Galas. The legendary figure gets surprisingly flustered when recognized. He claims it's all ancient history, but Yu Hyan wonders why such a legend is hiding here. With a smile, the old man explains that running forever without any rest will drive anyone completely mad. Yu Hyan playfully asks if he should move here himself once he finally retires. The elder wonders if he is serious, but the young man was only teasing. Chuckling, Galas points out that is a foolish question for someone still running their race. That comment catches Yu Hyan by surprise, making him look at the old man. He insists that the legend himself could easily get back into the game. With real passion, Yu Hyan explains that age is just a number in the end. The second you pursue what fires you up is your peak moment. Deep in thought, those simple words clearly struck a major chord. Just then, a system alert warns that only 10 minutes remain for the ceremony. Snapping back to reality, Galas realizes he must head back right away. Galas warns the boy that he has stayed chatting with an old man for too long. Yu Hyan promises he will visit again, which brings a warm smile to Galas. He genuinely looks forward to sharing more quiet moments with the young man. He is starstruck. It seems a genuine bond is quietly forming here. A genuine bond is forming, but now they need to make a quiet exit. Together with Lotus, he scans the area for the station to head home to Earth. Honestly, it is pretty funny watching this attention-loving guy try to act invisible. Total silence, then a massive presence suddenly makes him go on alert. A tall, striking woman with vibrant red hair suddenly blocks their path. Wearing a dark eye patch, she demands to know if he just left that recording room. Her expression is intense, looking rather annoyed to find another teller lingering around. He nods quietly, but looking up, he instantly freezes in pure shock. A mysterious golden book floats right above her head, making him wonder about her rank. She curiously asks if he has a close connection with that old legendary teller. When Yu Hyan mentions he even knows the man's name, she is genuinely taken aback. Her eyes widen as she puts 2 and 2 together, realizing who he is. She asks if he is truly the legendary Kang He-rim, and he nods. Instantly, she lights up like an excited fan, meeting her absolute favorite hero. Introducing herself as Celestina, she eagerly asks him about all the wild rumors. She wants to know if he really gave up his blessing to fight in person. Hearing this, she playfully smacks him, absolutely thrilled by his bravery. Unbelievable, finding a storyteller with that kind of spine is rare. After their chaotic greeting, she warmly invites him to join her. Introductions, she warmly says it is a pleasure to meet him and invites him to her department, but Yuhun explains he is from the storytelling office. She laughs and tells him. She invited him because she is also from storytelling, specifically the Division of Celestial Beings. Yuhun has definitely heard of them before, a group that only recruits the absolute elite, an exclusive circle with barely any new members. Because of their massive power, having a department like that is pretty rare. Inside the storytelling office, where numbers usually determine actual authority and control, Yuhun asks Celestina why she even invited him to such a prestigious group. Her answer is simple: she runs the place, and he is clearly no ordinary storyteller. The offer feels incredibly tempting, offering fewer rules and absolute freedom, but after a quiet moment, Yuhun declines. He decides right then that he will not join any department, choosing to handle everything alone. Celestina does not get angry. Instead, she turns away and tells him he passed. She finally understands why the old man liked him so much. He possesses a drive that regular storytellers completely lack. After he thanks her, she wonders if asking again would change his mind. He says no, but adds that they can still collaborate. Intrigued by this, Celestina listens as Yuhun suggests working as a freelancer for her. Anyone else making such a bold proposal would probably get beaten up, but coming from him, it actually sounds pretty fun. Of course, nothing is free, and she makes sure to state that every favor must be repaid. He completely agrees. Before leaving to meet the old man, she gives him one final warning. He needs to watch out for the pentagram department, because they will never leave someone like him alone. Yuhun thanks her for the advice, already fully on guard. Honestly, this actually works out perfectly because his final goal is to completely tear them down. If you enjoyed this journey, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe for more amazing stories. Thank you.